the resolutions. And then we have a day of discussions of the report in the committee where we discuss the report and recommendations. I would suggest that we do that. We shouldn't have this for this report. Not have a situation where we discuss a report for 15 minutes for adoption for tabling in the sitting. But with this one, I think would need to have a session where we scrutinize all the recommendations, so that we are clear on what we have decided on, and also what would then be the recommendation in terms of the course of action afterwards. Like as an example, after how long do we think that we'd have to make a follow-up? We'll have to make a follow-up on you know, what might have been recommended in the report from what we said and what these people would have said, so that as we do oversight and engage with them, assess a progress report on what they would have said that they are doing or they are going to do. That will be my suggestion. Honorable member, I don't know whether Matjhabeng is ready to come in. Check them, please, if they're ready to come in, or anyone who's ready to come in. All the accused are supposed to be seated here. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, Majoro and your team. You have in front of you here members of the portfolio committees on governance and the one on public accounts. From my right-hand side, we have Tate Msimanga, Mema Nanyani, Mem Kabela, Mendungana, Me Kharekwe, Tate Tlute, Tate Makai, Tate Van Vieren, Tate Jankelson, Tate Mukwena, and Melich. And then, oh, sorry, and Tate Masuyu, then we then have, next to Tate Masuyu there, we have the technical team from the legislature. And on my left-hand side, we have Treasury and COGTA. And we'll be joined later by Human Rights and the Office of the Auditor General. That's from our side. And I know that the Premier's office, when they are here, they usually sit at the back there, but I don't see any from the Premier's office. This is us here. Majoro, over to you. Public Service Commission is here. The Public Service Commission is here. Over to you, Majoro. Introduce your team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On our team is Ndate Tsukulo, is the Chief Whip of Council.
And Majoro, maybe let me assist to guide you. Who's the lady on the left-hand side there, and her responsibility on your table?
Mrs. Nyeko
What is her responsibility?
is the Whip of Council.
Just like that.
Yes,
Yes.
she's the Whip of Council. And then Ndate Tsukulo is the chairperson of the Public Accounts. And then on our right is the CFO, Ndate Panyane. And then, Ndate Mabunda, the chairperson of the Audit Committee. We have two apologies, Chair. The Speaker of the Council, who is also the President of the Association of Organized Local Government, SALGA, is unable to join us because of the commitment of SALGA. And then our acting municipal manager, she is unable to be part of this session because she has already submitted a written apology.
Thank you, Majoro. Is it possible that we can have 2 minutes? You just leave us for 2 minutes so that we discuss the matter.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
So we move off our back, or we?
No, leave your bags.
Oh.
Just, yeah. Dabi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, we are not being respected as we should be. This is actually very disrespectful. I think the gentleman, which is the chairperson of Impact, is not wearing the right attire to be able to sit with us. But be that as it may, I hear about the issue regarding the speaker, who's also president or president of SALGA or whatever. But still, this is an oversight meeting, which is equally, if not even more important than SALGA responsibilities. And then the I don't understand the MM's, the issue regarding the but we've been consistent throughout the past few days or past week, where we have not allowed municipalities to come before us. Now, I think I plead for consistency, but we need to have a session as soon as possible with this municipality, because there are issues in this municipality we need to attend to. So let's be consistent. Let's not allow them, but as soon as possible, we need to sit with them. And it shouldn't be a Zoom meeting. We should be physically with them. That's my inputs. Thank you, Chairperson.
Dave?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I second the proposal from the Chairperson. First of all, I know personalities differ and everybody does things and look different and speak different, but the way in which this Maya is talking to us, it's that alone irritates and makes me cross. And then the yellow shirt as well. And the fact that the accounting officer is not here, I think we must stick to our guns and do what we should do and send them back. But I agree, this municipality, there's a lot of issues there and we need to interrogate them properly. Thank you.
Gwena.
No, thanks, Chairperson, and good morning, everybody in the House. Chair, mine is the letter that the Executive Mayor is talking to of an apology. One is interested in the contents of that. Why is he not here? Because the Executive Mayor says a letter of apology is sent. Where is that letter?
From who? From acting MM. Okay. I don't know whether Jackie has.
I'm a bit worried because it's like the very same thing is getting abused now. Because I might be wrong, but I have information that the very same executive mayor is having a meeting at 11 o'clock. The possibility is that people might be evading accountability. Because there's a meeting which is scheduled at 11 o'clock. Others are not here, reasons are not valid, and they should be knowing that they are supposed to be here. We need to find a mechanism such that we're not even allowing people to evade accountability, because we're being abused. To a certain, apologies might be genuine, but there are possibilities that we're being abused here.
Let me start with Tate Jacobson.
Oh. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My concern is that if the municipalities have some other event on, then all that they do is send a letter of apology to one of the officials who's supposed to be here, and then they get sent away. And then they can attend to their other activities. And I think that is perhaps what we're being faced with here this morning. It's not just to evade accountability, it's because they don't take us seriously as a legislature, and they're just playing with us, Honorable Chair. But I do think that if they travel here and this happens, the municipality can't be expected to pay for their costs. They must pay for that petrol which they wasted traveling here with official vehicles and things. They're not only trying to evade accountability and disrespecting this committee, but in the process, they're abusing the funds. This is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The same thing that we are supposed to be interrogating, they are doing this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe let's not base our reasons on what we think. Let's check. Are you having Magic there? Because I'm trying to check whether the apologies. You can just say which this thing you got.
Thank you, Chairperson. The apology from the acting MM we did not receive, and the apology for the speaker is just written. Please take note that the speaker, Councillor Becky Stofile, will not be able to attend the above sessions due to prior commitment. Thank you, Chair.
So that is that, honorable members. So we send back the municipality. Oh, sorry, sure.
No, Chair, I think I'm a little bit covered about this issue of Matjhabeng. You know, Chair, if you can continue this Lillian way that we this route of we will never be okay. These people are disrespecting this committee, and nothing is gonna change from this corruption that is continuing from the municipality. They really disrespect us, and we must try to be very harsh to them, because we'll never really tolerate this thing that they are doing to us. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's why I was also saying that when we have finished all the municipalities, in our session we really need to deeply discuss and reflect on the whole process and the recommendations that we put there. So we can allow them in, and let's allow them in.
Chairperson, maybe as alternative, I just thought about this. Yes, I'm not quite sure where the speaker is currently, but maybe we should ask the municipality, if possible, can we reschedule to later today, if the speaker might be available later today, and the MM. So that's just an alternative.
Oh, maybe Majoro, you can introduce the new members of your team. Maybe we can.
We have, thanks Chair, Mr. Makofane, he was Director Strategic Support, COO on the Office of the Municipal Manager. And we have Mr. Nsapo, who was the Director of Infrastructure. So these are two officials that have joined us.
Oh, thanks. The committee feels very much undermined. Firstly, with the type of apology that has been sent to the committee, the one that comes from the speaker only indicates that the speaker would not be here. He's attending to other commitments. And the second one from the acting MM, there's no formal apology sent, and that offends and undermines the integrity of the committee. And thirdly, it's on the etiquette that the chairperson of MPEC is not addressed in the manner that is coming to Parliament, and that's the reflection of the committee. And the committee feels that the municipality must go back, and when you come, everyone who is needed must be here. The responsibility of SALGA and in relation to oversight, that oversight work takes precedence over commitments of SALGA. And that's what the committee feels. So as a result, the committee feels that municipality must go back, and you'll be told about the next date of your appearance. And during that date, Majoro, everyone should be here. So it means that the people that we have here, a kenye apology. Thank you. You'll be told about your next appearance. Honorable members, honorable members. Now the other thing that we also need to reflect also with this municipality, I think the acting the person who acted for a long time is the CFO SMM. The acting was not here. I think should be in office for 2 months. But I'm just thinking. I'm not really sure. But I know that the CFO have acted for a long time as But I think it's something that will be reflected when they come. Or verified when they come. Can we have the next municipality, Fezile Dabi? What is it, Dihlabeng? Is Dihlabeng here already? The program is directed by us. Yeah, let's get Fezile Dabi. Good morning. Oh. Majoro, you know, I don't know whether you're giving away your power because you must be here next to the in the middle to show that you are leading the team. Unless the team is leading you. You want to do like the deputy away. Sit far away, the one sitting on the left, and you want to sit on the right. Good morning. Good morning. We have the committee on the public accounts and the committee on governance. The people that are seated in front of you belongs to those two committees. On the right at the end there we have Ndate Masweu, and then we have Ndate Msimanga coming in, and Me Nanyani, Me Mkabela, Me Ndungani, Ndate Foko, Me Harekwe, Ndate Klute, Ndate Makai, seated next to me, just went out. Ndate Van Vieren, Ndate Jankelson, Ndate Mukwena, and Melich. And then we have, as part of the institution supporting us, we have a COCTA, a public service, we have a treasury. The Human Rights Commission will be joining us later, and also the Office of the Auditor General, they'll be joining us later. We have not received any indication from the Office of the Premier, but usually they like to hide behind you, but it looks like they have not arrived. Then we have a technical team from the legislature. Without wasting time, let me give over to you, Majoro, to introduce your team.
Good morning and thank you, Chairperson Tate Khwabane and members of legislature.
Let
Myself-
me indicate that I'm saying Majoro because I know you, and I know that you're not here the other time, so now I know you are here, and I, with peace, give over to you, Majoro, to introduce your team.
No, thanks for reminding
Because
me.
last time we had to chase away your team because you were not here and they were not happy. And I'm sure now they should be happy that you are here leading them.
I was
Thanks.
also not happy, Chairperson. And I'll give my reasons to that. But
Yeah,
since
you'll give
you
after
have-
the meeting, after
No,
the
after
session.
the meeting.
Yes, after the
Yes.
session.
As we have been invited, and last week we were chased away based on reasons that you know as a chairperson. I'm Dennis Hasudi, the district mayor of Fezile, Dabi. I also have in our team or delegation the Speaker of Council, Councillor Sidney Peter Way, and also we have on my far left the chairperson of FINCO Financial Committee, Mr. Stone Mahema, Councillor Stone Mahema. Just right next to me is the chairperson of MPEC, Mentabise Magengenene. And next to me, very close to me, is Datesipo Thomas, the municipality manager, the accounting officer of Fezile Dabi. And next to him, it's Met Lady Saramaboya, the director of corporate services. Next to him is the director, no, the CFO of Fezile Dabi. And he's also sitting to his chairperson of the portfolio that they are both leading. So if you allow us, chairperson, to lead the presentation, we'll request the mayor ladies to present to the committee.
Majoro, the meeting is directed by us. Listen to us, we'll direct you. Mempuse, rituals, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just didn't get the name of the CFO.
Ntate Mzimgcina. Mgcina.
Mgcina. Thank you, sir. Good morning, MM. I will start with you, Mr. Thomas. Please stand for me. Good morning, sir. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
Please speak into the mic. And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My names are Sipho Joseph Thomas.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mema Boya. Mr. Thomas, please switch off your mic. Thank you. Ma'am, good morning. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Gladys Dihlabeng Ramaboya.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. CFO, good morning. Tate.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I, Gcinumzi Abraham Gcina,
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If
Yes.
so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
uNsize Thixo.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Majoro, we would give you 15 minutes for your presentation.
You need to fill math, we have 15 minutes.
15 minutes, Majoro. And the 15 minutes, if you include political speeches and political remarks, it's chowing on your time. So be economic with time.
No, when dwell into that, Chairperson, like I've indicated, we'll request the Director of CSS, Mayor Dihlabeng Ramaboya, to lead us with the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Committee members and Chairperson. I will proceed with the presentation for Fezile Dabi District Municipality. Can I continue, Chair?
Just a bit wide. Tabi, so what why Shibili? Yes, I must read it.
It's leading to the left.
Kintwe.
It's left leaning.
Oh. Maybe it lies in your Arzolepe. Iki show Kintwe. Kuparzole let me sing Yamanzibara by Lucas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hope all committee members will be able to see the presentation as clear as it is. Fezile Dabi District Municipality Chair has been requested to address 7 matters. We have prepared the overview, of which I'm not going to get too much into it. Already the committee know the district as a municipality. We will provide clarity on the Frankfurt Station issue, update on SIU fraud, FIU and consequence management, the criminal referrals and civil recoveries emanating from the SIU report, the internal and performance targets for 2024-25 period, achieving unqualified audit opinion, post-audit action, and performance framework. Chair, as I've alluded, the first slide is overview. I'm not going to touch too much on it. And the administration overview. I'll get straight to the point, which is the clarity on the fire station. The committee requested that we provide clarity on the responsibility of this station, which is situated in Frankfurt, under one of our local municipalities, which is Mahfoube. Our response to this, Chair, is that yes, the fire station was handed over to the district municipality in 2008 through a provincial government gazette. This decision of fire station was focusing, as I've alluded, on Mahfoube. As Mahfoube at the time, and still now, they are unable to provide for their local fire brigade station due to financial resources. Chair, the district currently is running this station with a total amount budget of 12.3% per annum, which is 6% of our total budget. The allocated budget, Chair, I should mention to the committee that it's unfunded. It's an unfunded mandate to the district. On our response, when we were responding to the committee, we provided even supporting documents in this regard. Yes, we've got annexures. I believe the committee, the supporting document is in the disposal of the committee. The next slide, Chair, we are going to deal with the update on fraud, UIF investigation and consequence management. The first update we are providing is on UIF investigation. The committee requested the status on the 157 million of UIFW expenditure, the clarity on percentage that has been fully investigated, and consequence management thereof. In this regard, for 2021 to 2023, the district MPEC has investigated an amount of UIFW to the point of 5.970 million that has been tabled to council for write-off. The council has referred, however, to defer this investigations, this amount to the DC board for investigation. For 2023 to 2024 financial year, MPEC has also recommended to cancel a write-off of UIFW expenditure to the total amount share of 1.299 million, which was also referred to the DC board. In total, MPEC has concluded investigation of UIF to the amount of value of 15 million, of which 7.27 million of it has been referred for further investigation to the DC board. Out of this 15 million, only 7.7 million share has been investigated, has been written off by council. To track this backlog, Chair, I should indicate to the committee that the MPEC is sitting twice a month to cap the backlog of UIFW that has been to be investigated. We also submitted supporting documents in this regard. On consequence management, Chair, the committee requested the district to provide comprehensive report on consequence management within the municipality. We place high importance on consequence management and we apply it consistently. With specific reference to the SIU report, we have actively implemented the recommendations and we are committed to executing them within the timeframes. Chair, I'll go straight to the criminal referrals that we have within the municipality, including the SIU. In terms of consequence management, we have listed them as we go by. We've got printing of machines as it emanated from MPEC, procurement of pamphlets, provincial funeral of the late MEC, investigations of Mafube Fire Frankfurt Station with regard to the petrol issues, and then payment for information technology systems emanating from the SIU report. Those are the criminal referrals that we have referred with specific case numbers to each. All cases, committee members are under investigation. Further on consequence management, we still have financial misconduct cases. These are cases that are emanating from internal disciplinary actions of internal employees. We are not also shying away in consequence management. We've got a listed of cases that are indicated on the screen, the unit of where the officials are belonging to, the alleged misconduct of the said officials, the status in terms of when the cases are sitting, whether the cases have been concluded, where we have issued the audi palteram letters, and the status of these cases. Some were referred to the bargaining council. The awards came back in favor of the municipality as we continue addressing consequence management. Chair, with regard to fraud of SIU, the committee requested, there was fraud allegations against the municipal manager. The committee requested that we provide an update on how follow-ups, if they were made. In this regard, Honorable Chair, we acknowledge that there's a fraud case that has been opened against the municipality, the municipal manager. It is, however, noted that the case is subjected to an independent police, South African Police Services. In this matter, we did not engage as follow-ups because we recognize the independence of SAPS. As the municipality, we thought it is best if we did not interfere. However, to prepare for this, we waited for SAPS. We written a letter to MEC, was not advised because the committee wanted to know if we advised the MEC in this regard. We did not advise the MEC in this regard. As we waited for SAPS, we didn't want to enter into the jurisdiction that was not ours and run parallel processes. In preparation for the case of the response of the allegations, we addressed the matter, the letter to the HOD of COCTA, because we needed confirmation as to whether the municipal manager attended this MFMP that was in question. Requesting confirmation, we obtained it. We also request confirmation subsequently from LG CETA to check if the MM attended the MFMP. We were provided with a certificate of statement of results for this MFMP. We provided also evidence to this regard. Fraud on SIU, a follow-up question on allegations that triggered the SIU report. It was a secondment. The committee is aware of that, which was concluded in March. We have to take disciplinary actions as one of the recommendations against the bid committee members, BEC and BSC, as well as the project coordinator. With regard to the BEC members, the action that has been taken in response, we have initiated disciplinary measures. We have, the SIU report was reviewed and assessed. We consulted, we appointed the initiator, we engaged. We come to a conclusion of taking a group misconduct against the BSC and the BEC. On the 17th of September, we issued the OD alteram letters to the BEC members. We received a response and we are still assessing the response with the appointed initiator. The current status also on fraud, management, appointment of prosecutors. The focus of both substantive issues were raised. The next step we are going to take, we finalized the responses. We provided an update to the Auditor General as soon as we implement. Also to Council, we table a report on how far are we. We have acted promptly, and then we want to ensure the committee that we are dealing with these matters at this stage. Chair, without any waste of time, we will go to the next one with a disciplinary action against the project manager. The committee requested a specific report on this one. We also issued a OD alteram letter. Subsequent to that, the official requested a written report from the SIU. However, we've got challenges with regard to this one. The SIU formally advised us not to share the report at the current stage. They will inform us on where to share the report, to authorize. We have attached correspondence on our responses of the SIU. We have not yet received the response from the project coordinator because we are waiting confirmation from the SIU. We are contacting them telephonically to follow up on this one. Criminal referrals, the municipality also has acted on this. The committee needed to know how far are we. I'll go straight to the civil recovery matters without the criminal referrals first. The accounting officer met with SAPS. I've indicated on the cases that has been opened on the previous slide. The cases against the former CFO, the director of Volusco, has been opened. On civil recovery matters, we have to recover from the former the CFO and the manager director of Volusco. In line with the SIU recommendation, a law firm has been appointed on the 20th of August. The mandate has been issued to the law firm. The first consultation took place on the 4th of September. The civil recovery, the recovery projected timelines are as follows. We issued letters of demand on the 10th of October. This is projected recovery from November to December. If there's no satisfactory response from the letters of demand, we will commence to issue formal litigations on this one. January to March, if the response is not positive, there's a possibility of a pre-trial procedures. April to June, we are anticipating the hearing of the trial if the response was not positive. Mid-June 2026 potential finalization of the case. We are committed to ensure that this process is finalized on time also. Chair, on number 4, the internal controls of performance targets also. Follow-up questions was on internal control and performance target. Municipal leadership to assure the unqualified audit opinion for 2024-25 financial year. The response to achieve this unqualified audit opinion, the municipality have implemented the following. Prior audit findings have been addressed. Ethical leadership governance is prioritized. Compliance with procedure supply chain is non-negotiable at this stage, and going forth, internal controls are implemented. Achieving unqualified audit opinion on our number 0.5. The committee wanted us to provide the status in terms of filling of vacancies of senior managers. Honorable Chair, I would like to indicate that as Fezile diabetes in municipalities, the position of all senior managers has been filled on dates that are indicated on the slides since 2023. Chair. On point number 6, the post-audit action plan and monitoring. The committee requested that we provide information on the developments and the monitoring of an improvement. The following measures has been taken by the municipality with regard to the action plan. We have established an audit steering to evaluate the effectiveness. We provide clear delegation and responsibilities and assign to our officials. Quarterly progress review are implemented in terms of the audit action plan. Financial portfolio committee is being tabled as well as council. Quarterly progress report is implemented on the audit action plan through MPEC and council chair. The purpose of the steering committee are outlined. We address the status, relevant support, supporting information, update the status of implementation of the plan, and the rest. The action plan steering committee set on these dates that are indicated, and then over and above, management in monitoring of the audit action plan. Management also tabled to the following committees, which is finance and the municipal council. The audit action plan was tabled also to the finance portfolio on a monthly basis. On the last point, Chair, which is performance framework, the committee requested us that we provide information on the performance framework as indicated on the slide. We have reviewed our performance management framework, reviewed. The draft has been circulated to management for inputs. Currently, we are on the process of tabling to the LLF for consultation and council for approval. In the parallel process, HR has gone to cascade first from level 1 to level 4 manager. The process is intended to facilitate seamless implementation of PMS through the revised policy. Once the policy has been revised, we will sign agreements prepared by HR already. We have prepared an agreement which will serve as a foundation of aligning individual performance, and training will be implemented as soon as the policy has been approved, Chair. With that being said, Honorable Chair and committee members, thank you very much.
Thank you. I like the way the presentation is organized. It gives at least a logical interaction that we as members can easily interact with it. I would like to thank you for that. If maybe other presentations could be organized in this way. Treasury, let him do any.
Good morning, Chair, and other honorable members and all officials. Chairperson, Fezile Dabi had 53 findings on the audit action plan. As we speak, as at the 10th of October, 16 of those findings were in progress and 37 had been completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. That is the presentation from. Remember that this municipality, I think, had 14 paragraphs on compliance, and like I said, with another municipality, if we were in athletics or at school, we would be saying they are number 2. So it means this is the municipality that must give us clean audit. And maybe as you interact with this municipality, they must be telling us why are they not giving us clean audit. Ndadem Koina? Amendungan? Oh, I'll come this way.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. Like we have indicated, it's very impressive, the presentation. My question is this: given the quality of the MPEC work that has been displayed here, I'm interested to know the skills that the MPEC has, and 2, which other structures assist MPEC with investigation and drawing up of these conclusions. Because I think what the MPEC has presented here is actually showing work but we want the skill behind that so that we can then engage further with other municipalities to say, this is what you need in MPEG so that you can perform better than we are doing. I'm interested in that, particularly if the municipality can assist with that, the qualifications of the manager in the office of the MPEG. What is that particular person's skills at this stage? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is with regards to the UIF, but not necessarily only based on this municipality. The reason why I'm asking this is there was previously an issue within Mangaung as well, so I just want to get some clarity, perhaps also from Treasury side. The issue with regarding UIF, if I understand correctly, previously UIF was deducted from councillors, and then it was decided that UIF should no longer be deducted from councillors, and then there was a back pay, etc. So if you could maybe, I know that it was an issue here as well with the UIF, if we could maybe get clarity on that, please, so that we've got a benchmark for all municipalities on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And just regarding the presentation, it's the first time I've seen actual criminal charges being brought by the municipality against individuals, and I think that is actually consequence management. When we see criminal charges, and one wishes it would happen everywhere, also within the provincial government. Chairperson, just one issue, in the presentation we heard that one of the cases is sub judice. That's why information can't be passed, but it's being investigated. Sub judice is when it's in court, not when it's just under investigation. So one cannot use, and they can just give us clarity on it, you cannot use a sub judice rule not to supply information to anyone because it's being investigated. It has to go to court first before it's sub judice. If they can just clarify that. Chair, and then I have a question regarding the Frankfurt Fire Brigade, which costs 12.3 million a year, and 6% of the budget is not a small percentage. And my question is, why is this district still supporting the Frankfurt Fire Brigade? I know that there are probably people working there and one is sympathetic towards the employees and one doesn't just want to cut them off. But this should be, and the municipality or the province should be paying for this, because this district has many local municipalities and there are many towns there that also need fire brigades. One can say that it's close to the N3, but it's not even, because Verliers is on the N3, not Frankfurt. So I just want to know, how long are they going to continue to fund this, this fire brigade there? And then my last question, Chair, is if they can just tell us, give us clarity on the Fezile Dabi Stadium, because when we visited there as the Economic Development Cluster Committee, there didn't seem to be clarity on who is responsible. Local municipality, provincial government have withdrawn, but the district was also mentioned. Is the district still supporting this? Because there doesn't seem to be clarity on who is paying for this at the moment, whose responsibility it is. Even the ownership of the land seems to be disputed at this stage. So if they can just give us feedback on whether they're still spending money there and how long it will go on, if in fact it is taking place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. I've got one question on the financial health of the municipality. We've seen in almost all the other district municipalities that they use almost all the equitable share to pay their salaries. What is the percentage of your equitable share paid to salaries in this municipality? And that also had a huge effect on service delivery. And are you able to deliver the services that you are mandated to do? And then last.
Thank you, Chairperson. During the last meeting with the Portfolio Committee, there was a commitment made that to address the finding relating to staff performance management efficiencies, that the municipality intended to administer training on the implementation of its new performance management framework. Have that started already, because that was a commitment made in July this year. Also, following the conducting of a skills audit, the municipality is reviewing job descriptions. I also want to know, have that process started? Yes, I think the COE is 70% of the operational budget. I think that was reported in the previous meeting as well, which I think is basically lower than any other municipality, district municipality in the province. But can we just confirm whether it's 70%? I would like to know whether the district have a functional disaster management center, how many people are employed there, and if there are any challenges, what are those challenges, so that we also know, so that when we have a discussion with COCTA, we know what the challenges there are. Then, if you look at support to municipalities, I know there was this issue relating to the pump in Mahfube, and there was a possibility that the district would become the implementing agent, owing to the fact that Mahfube is basically without any cash. And then I think the district indicated, but they can't go ahead with that because that was not gazetted. That responsibility was not gazetted. Can we just make sure about that? Because in my mind, it would have assisted Mahfube, especially Frankfurt and Dihlabeng, if I'm not mistaken, if the municipality, the district, could have become the implementing agent in that regard. But what happened there? And I understand the issue of the gazetting, it makes sense. But what happened there? And what are the reasons that you couldn't implement that project? That's my questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. I think we have one chair. You've noted me, you've recognized me now. There's a co-chair here that is suppressing me. So I just needed to make sure. I'm recognized, Chair. Okay. Good morning. Mine, Chair, is I'll reiterate on the question that was raised by Honorable Jankelson, simply because it's concerning that you have an unfunded budget allocation towards the fire station. Now, I would want to know how sustainable is that? Would you be able to sustain that going forward? And have you consulted Provincial Treasury and perhaps COCTA so as you find a way of trying to mitigate against this going forward, because it is going to cause a serious challenge? Perhaps come up with a funding plan if you intend to go forward with the fire station too. I see that when it comes to issues of consequence management, which AG really becomes very emphatic on in the municipalities, that this is one issue that is problematic. It's an area that is quite problematic. So I see that there are plans in place, and there's a lot of work that has been done, and we recognize and welcome that. But I would want to know, has there been any suspensions? Has there been any dismissals? And where we need to recoup monies, have those monies be recouped from the transgressors? Two, that's three now. I also see that your cases, you have long-standing cases that some of them date as back as 2022. Now, I would like to know that, has SAPS given any updates on these cases as to how far they are with their, I understand they are still under investigation, but they also need to give you updates on where they stand currently. And then in your report, ma'am, you also reported that there's a case against the municipal manager, or is it an investigation against the municipal manager? I would like to know what are the charges or allegations, and I think the issue of the kind of, what is the word that you use, that it is it's sub judice has been addressed by Honorable Jankelson, that how do we interpret sub judice, especially when you come to these committees and such forums. So that's my question. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
No chance. Thank you, Chair, honorable members and officials. Let me welcome the presentation that is before us, Chair Ishin, but at least the investigation officer must be able to give you at least a report, a small report to say how far is he in terms of the investigation. That is your right as the municipality to can know how far is the investigation officer in terms of that. Let me go to another one of the municipal manager. There is a case that opened against the municipal manager in terms of the presentation. I'm not talking about in terms of the hearsay, because it's before us, the tour was before us here, the presentation. So the presentation says to me, there is an investigation. Who opened the case? And what is the case number? So I thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. As far as a person who opened the case, Honorable Foko, it's me who opened the case.
Thank you very much.
Let me ask some few questions to the collective delegation of Fezile Dabi. You made a quite impressive presentation. My questions are as follows. One, with regard to issue of a case of Ndate Matla, last time you stuck to your guns and you said he never got an award. If so, I would want to know what were you compensating this year on August to Mr. Matla? Question number one. Two, you spoke of a DC board. I would want to know, is this DC board functional? When last time did it ever met or performed its duties? Three, I see you are going even to an extent of recouping monies. It's much commendable. But we'll want to know, because issue of overpayment, it doesn't, in Fezile, it doesn't end in 2023. If my memory serves me well, the current Section 56 managers and Section 57 manager, executive mayor, they are being overpaid. When are you recouping money from them? Number four, there's a finding from Auditor General about the Fezile Dabi regarding RAM project. Amongst other things is that procurement processes were not properly followed. such that decisions of evaluation committee were undermined by adjudication committee. What were compelling reasons that made adjudication committee to undermine the recommendations of evaluations committee and resulted into Auditor General made the funding? How far are you in correcting the situation? Number 5, it will relate to a letter written by, maybe I must ask, where is the chairperson of audit committee? Where's audit committee? Because I don't see audit committee from Fezile Dabi. Because audit committee is one of those important role players as far as accountability is concerned. There was a letter, Chair, written to you, Executive Mayor, the Speaker, AGSA, complaining about the conduct of the municipal manager on how is interfering with the work of audit. What were the details of that letter? How did you respond, Speaker and Executive Mayor, to that letter? And are the allegations written in the letter to address to Speaker, Mayor and AGSA, are those allegations holding water? If not, what is your view regarding those allegations? Number 6, Chair, it will relate to number of cases that municipality has taken its employees to disciplinary process. And majority of those cases, I think 90% of those cases, municipality lost them. Maybe just to make an example, you had a case of Matjhabeng, Peter, you lost it. Tebello Longwabana, you lost it. Mr. Dlamini, you lost it. Mr. Matla, you lost it. Mr. Daniel Lechalaba, you lost it. A number of them. I'm just making example with these ones. And as far as some of those, well, we're not saying there must not be consequence management, but are you making sound decisions? As far as issues that relates to workers, as far as discipline is concerned, are you making sound decisions? Are you not victimizing employees? And if so, why are you losing so many cases? Because you losing cases in this manner, it might imply something else. More so, there's a letter from Chairperson of Audit Committee. Number 7, Chair. At some point, there was a point where you, in the middle of the financial year, where you decided to cut the money, which I think it was an allowance to audit committee, where you just decided to reduce it, Is this not affecting the independence of audit committee? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the report, and indeed, Chair, the municipality is doing very well. Maybe it's true that maybe we can get the root cause of not why they are not getting the clean audit. Chair, on Annex 2A of the presentation of the municipality on council resolution, MPEC recommends the council to adopt the recommendation on written of investigation
of the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and waste expenditure identified by the AG year ending 30 June 2021. I just want to check with the municipality, what was the reason for reaching of those investigation? Thank you so much.
Yeah, e khotjwa e le maoto a mane. I think I made a mistake to say they are number 2. They got qualified. Maybe I'm taken by their previous experience of performing well in finances. So I lied under oath. Yeah. So, or I generally like them. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe we just need to understand why this municipality it's where it is in terms of this thing, financial performance. But over to you, Mayor.
My apologies. Thank you, Chairperson. We request the team to respond according to how the questions were related to us or us to the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will take the first responses as my colleagues will do so where I did not cover them. First of all, I would like, to respond to a case of Mr. Matla. Chairperson, let me be upfront to say that as the municipality, we were not aware of this case up until today in the morning, whereby I was visited by the investigation officers from Park Road on the same case. It's only today where we were aware of it. So let me just explain the issues on this case. Mr. Matla was fired through a process, through a disciplinary process. And then he later went, to the collective, bargaining council to appeal the case. So he lost the case. And I will clarify, the issue of saying that we were supposed to award him a 1 month salary, which is approximately 85,000 rands. So now, if you can read the award of the commissioner, it reads that the municipality or the tribunal failed, to exercise a proper procedure. And then it further says that in terms of, the content of, the case, substantively, the municipality was fair. So now, if you check, normally, the award, if there's a reinstatement, it says clearly that there is a reinstatement. But because of the procedural issues, he was awarded, a 1 month salary. And mind you that this case was concluded, by the bargaining council in December 2024. And if indeed the outcome was to reinstate him, as I've said, it should have been explicitly said in the award. And then secondly, the said official could have, enforced the awards through the right platforms. And this is the issue I indicated also, I mean, in the portfolio committee joint portfolio committee of the National Assembly. When I summarize, I close on this matter, is that Mr. Matla remain lawfully dismissed. Thank you. On the issue of the current senior managers overpaid, no single senior manager is being overpaid. Yes, when the senior managers, I mean, joined the municipality, they found a resolution that says that, I mean, senior managers to be paid outside the upper limits. That happened, but along the process, when the senior managers investigate this issue, they found out that, I mean, when the decision was made in 2021, it was not that lawful in the sense that, I mean, the minister did not grant, I mean, a waiver. And therefore, the same officials advise council appropriately, and then for that matter, advise the council to recoup the same from, I mean, the same, I mean, officials. That happened. That money is still being recovered from the officials up to the point where they realized that, I mean, that decision of council was not actually, I mean, legal. Subsequent to that, proper processes were embarked on immediately, whereby, I mean, the same was requested from the National Minister of Kokta. It was granted. As we speak, the senior managers of Fezile Dabi are paid outside, I mean, the upper limit with the necessary permission from the National Minister of Kokta. I will then move on to the audit committee. The audit committee's contract ended at the end of July. And then in June, a request was made to council to put into place a new audit committee. It was referred back, and the matter is going back to council next week, Tuesday, on the 28th. So as we speak, we don't have the audit committee, but the council in the meantime took a decision to share the audit committee with Metsimaholo. That is happening. It is not truth, it's unfounded, it is baseless that majority of employees facing the disciplinary cases that are lost by the municipality are over 90%. Just to bring you to speed, honorable member, only one person won a case against the municipality. And the reason of that, it was the issue on the procedural, I mean, unfairness that resulted when, I mean, the presiding officer, when deciding a case, didn't give appropriate, I mean, time to the accused. So now that employee was reinstated. That is it. On the issue of cutting the allowance of audit committee. Yeah, no, this is another issue. When I joined the municipality, I found a council having made a decision on the criteria to pay the audit committee members. But when I analyzed, the past, payments, and also claims made by the same audit committee members, they were claiming outside that decision. And then actually I intended to correct that decision, and the members of the audit committee were not happy. We challenged them to take the necessary action and so on, because now if they feel that they need a redress, there are processes to redress. That didn't happen. Instead, they wrote a letter. In fact, they actually went to council to plead with council, they be paid correctly. And the council actually agreed with administration. And the case ended there. Otherwise, if they were really serious that, they were not paid appropriately and so on, they know what processes, what to do. So now they never pursue that matter further. The clarity on the issue of the case against the municipal manager. I have been accused of falsifying my qualifications. The honorable member is the one that has opened the case. Yeah, no, the actual fact, the allegations are baseless. They are not they are not factual. The Auditor General, investigated the issue, and the Auditor General found that, that is not founded. On the issue of, a qualification or received from Fort Hare University, the necessary information on that was given to the Auditor General, of which the Auditor General analyzed it, and a decision was based on that. On the issue of municipal finance management program or course, which the MM got it whilst he was a Deputy Director General at the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Information was requested from SACA, of which SACA supplied that information, confirming the qualification and authenticity of the qualification, and also, the level of the qualification. And then also, a confirmation by the head of the department, of which that qualification was received by the municipal manager whilst in the employment of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. So that's how the matter was closed. But in terms of, the investigation of SAPS is still investigating the matter. For the first time, a day before yesterday, I appeared before the investigation officer. So now we will wait officially what, are the outcomes of SAPS. I think I would just want to pause there so that other members of the team can respond. Thank you.
Can I continue, Honorable Chair? Thank you very much, Chair. From my side, I will just take a few questions from the honorable members. I will start with the one of MPEC. The question has been posed with regard to the skills in MPEC. Currently in MPEC, we've got 2 officials, which one is sourced internally. We are in the process of reviewing the staff establishment. The official, the other one is having a degree in public administration and pursuing a postgrad. The other one, I'm not sure of the qualifications at the moment. Also the structure that is supporting MPEC is only 2 of, when you assess sometimes, given the capacity of work that has to be done in the unit, They need to do a lot. We need to capacitate them and reskill them. But it's a matter that is still being discussed between the chairperson of MPEC is here and the MM. It was deliberated during the MPEC meeting during this week. They still have to meet and discuss the issue with the MM to capacitate the MPEC fully. And also I will touch on the UIF from the honorable member. I will request just a clarity. Is the UIF deducted for councillors in terms of unemployment insurance fund? Through you, Chair.
Chairperson, if I may.
Can you respond to other issues? Then
Okay.
we'll indicate those questions that have not been.
Thank you, Chair, because I didn't want to mislead the committee. The other question that I will respond to is with regard to staff performance and training, Chair. With regard to that, the honorable member indicated that they want to know if we have already started. The answer is yes, we have already started. We have reviewed the policy. It has been tabled through management. We are taking it to LLF, but currently we can't train employees and officials on it at this stage because it's not yet approved by council. And yes, the job description we have proactively started. We distributed copies of job descriptions that must be reviewed to all directorates. The HR unit, which is under my administration, is providing technical support in that regard. And the questions with regard to employees at disaster management unit, I don't have the exact number at the moment, but we do have a disaster unit, even though it's not that fully functional. We are currently, as the municipality, on the process of a feasibility study that is currently on the way to determine how to come up with a fit for purpose or state-of-the-art disaster management unit that will service the whole district of Fezile Dabi. They also requested to go to other municipalities in terms of benchmarking, which is a process that the district is currently actively fully implementing at the moment. I think from my side as a corporate, I will chair skills audit also. Yes, we have conducted the skills audit. According to the staff regulations, we conducted for 5 years. We've got the results. We know where we are. We know where we have to upskill our employees. Subsequent to that, we even approved the bursary policy. Our skills development unit also is functional. We allocated sufficient budget for capacitation of employees within the institution. Chair, I think I will, through you and through the MM, I will hand over back to you, Chair.
What's your position, ma'am? I would say.
My position, Chair, I'm the Director of Corporate Support Services. Thank you.
Oh. Let me check that outstanding question, Mayor Leach.
Through to you, Chair. Through to you, Chair. Oh, we're still finalizing the answering of the questions.
Oh, the director threw everything back to me. You gave all the powers to her, so.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. The question on the issue of salary bill versus the OPEC. Okay, yeah. The OPEC. Okay. I think I must start it is 2 ways. When you budget on the planning phase, when you budget, we're at 70%. Salary bill was 70% as compared to our operational total expenditure. But then that was on planning phase. But when now you prepare your AFS for audit, you start changing completely the picture. Let me go there quickly. So now, on the 2024-2025 unaudited AFS, on the actual now, remember there it was on planning phase budget, we are at 70%, and then 4% was on the councillor remuneration, but employee was 70%. But now when you then do your actuals now, your actuals, we are at 58%, employee costs versus their operations, and then councillors were at 4%. So it means now we have tried to reduce it in terms of spending. We are at 58%. And then there was an issue on terms of whether we are owing the third-party deductions. I will really state it categorically to say we don't owe any third party any money. What we owe them is love. Owe them to love them only, not money. We don't owe them. And then on the issue of a REM project, this is quite interesting. I think I need to be very slow on this one. There was a REMS project. It was advertised. Every process was followed. And then we went to the issue of evaluation. So evaluation recommended a company that was flagged by AG in terms of its experience. That was number one. So he said, adjudication, recommend to to appoint this company. But this company was already flagged by AG because on its initial appointment, it was not supposed to be appointed. That's number one. The second company, in terms of the value, the market analysis, it quoted very low. To an extent, we invited the funder itself to say, funder, here is the company that we need to appoint, but according to assessment and market analysis, they quoted very low. And we are facing a risk of not finishing this project. What is your opinion? Because you are the funders. We understand that you have made a feasibility study and you do not just fund based on TAMSAC. Indeed, they confirmed that this quote is very low. And then there was audit on it. They audited. AG, they had a problem to say that feasibility study from the funder was not part of the package. That was the problem. And at the time we get the feasibility study, the matter was already closed. The 3 days and the 5 days was already closed. However, now we are taking it back to AG again to explain that process, to just give them the feasibility study or market analysis from the funder to say this company was indeed quoted less. And there was that risk of not finishing the project. That's where we are. But now after this audit, we'll know exactly where we stand with that project. I think that is that on that one. So we'll wait for AG now to give its final verdict on that one. And then on the issue of the stadium, Fezile Dabi Stadium, the stadium has been fully transferred to Mwate local municipality. Therefore, the risk and rewards lies with the Mwate local municipality. And I think now it's been recorded in the books of Mwate. That is not our problem anymore. Oh, my apologies. On the issue of, I think I will just add, on the issue of overpayment of directors or recouping the monies. Indeed, there was an overpayment that was identified by AG in terms of acting on the acting positions. We made our own investigation. AG raised the matter. We made our own investigation. We agreed with AG. We took the matter to council. We deducted the money. I think to date let me see my figures correctly. To date, I've already recouped 983,000 from the affected officials. And then thereafter, like has already alluded, there was another issue with the current management, where the current management were also, after receiving a waiver, owing the municipality a particular amount of money. After we received that and implemented the waiver, we found them also owing the municipality. The same process was unfolded. We went to council, tell council, the current management is owing the municipality. We started with the whip, recouping the money. So we are recouping the money to the municipality. There we don't play. Our position is very clear. If you owe the municipality, you must pay back the money. Thank you. And then on the issue of why are we not getting a thin audit? I think like we already committed ourselves on the standing committee, I think in July, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, but the issue again I want to clarify is the issue of our findings were 43. I think the one said 53, I think it's 43. I clarified to say we'll get a better audit opinion on 24, 25. I'm still sticking to my guns to say we'll get unqualified. And after unqualified, we are gunning for a clean audit. The other district already they are on unqualified. But we are saying if this year they are not on clean audit, I think I will touch that finish line before them. But here is the process, because the issue is all of us, we can dream, but there's a difference between a dreamer and a doer. We are not dreaming, we are doing. We put the system into place, and we categorize those systems into 3 phases. In terms of, if there's no system, we categorize this is critical. And then if there are systems, they need a bit of stability, we stabilize the system. If the systems are there, we sustain the system going forward. But how do we then do that? Because we use a strategy like doctors. If a patient comes and that patient is critical, you take it to ICU, it's critical. Your issue is we are trying to make sure you take this patient out, you stabilize it so that it takes out of this ICU. After ICU, stabilize it. And then after you stabilize that patient, you sustain the patient going forward through the treatment. That's the strategy we are using. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The question that was still outstanding is having, 68% as we speak now, accounted for employees in the budget. How do you tend to correct the situation going forward? This is the biggest elephant in the room, and we have made plans and then we came up with objectives going forward as to whether how are we going to deal with the matter. First of all, in 2008, when the responsibility of district municipalities of providing bulk services was decentralized to the municipality, it left a very big void, because that did not go with the employees. That is number one. Number two, when that goes to the municipalities, the financial component part of it, when it combines with the population which defines the level of the municipality, means that the grading of the municipality was affected. The grading went down. And that is one of the reasons that we are at 70%, not necessarily that, the municipality is oversupplied in terms of the workforce deliberately. So now, in recognizing that, the municipality made a decision that it needs to reinvent the wheel in such a way that the municipality, the municipality to create the capacity to go back and perform its constitutional responsibilities, which is bulk services. The municipality already started that process. As a result, hence it was recognized that it can assist Mafube on its infrastructure development grants. And then secondly, it was for the same reason that, the Department of Water and Sanitation recognized the municipality and gave the municipality a status of being its implementing agent. And I think over the past 2 years now, this is the third year, the municipality is proving really to, building that capacity within the municipality. So now there are processes that, must be, undergone in order for us, to attain that status back to the municipality. And once we have it then now, it means number one, we will be able to return back the municipality into the correct, into the grading that it is supposed to be in order to, in order to make use of the employees that are within its ranks optimally. And then when the grading goes up, then it means that the equitable share, the same, goes up. And then it, cancels on the issue of, the percentages in terms of the relation of employees cost to budget. Secondly, the vacant posts that becomes available, we try by all means not to fill them with people from outside. We go to an extent of reskilling employees so that, the present employees who are absolutely there can start now, to have a meaningful role, and that affects positively our objective of, lowering, the cost of employees to company or its ratio to the budget. So I think automatically it answers the issue of, giving information that yes, officially we are the implementing agent of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Treasury did quickly speak to me just to get clarity on what is expected. So just a bit more background. I think it's important to distinguish between the UIF paid for councillors and the UIF paid for staff. So in terms of what I understand, the councillors do not need to pay UIF. And I know previously it was subtracted from their salaries, and at some point during some of the municipalities, there was a refund on that, a back pay. So I know that the MM mentioned I think it was around 50 million on the UIF. If we could just get clarity, is that just for staff, or was it, or did you consider the fact that councillors do not have to pay that? If we could just get more clarity on that, and then also from Treasury on what is the basis on what they work, so that we can implement that throughout all the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. I think why people were laughing on the issue of the stadium, I think we need to have a real earnest discussion on it, on the matter with yourselves, Ngwate, and provincial government, so that there's really finality. It's like a hot potato that no one doesn't want to hold. When it gets to you, you throw it away, and when people think it's with you, you are pointing it to somewhere, and the one that you think is with also has thrown that away. So let's I think we get, I wouldn't want us to discuss it, the issue of stadium. It's very clear that it's just in the air. We must flag it and engage the three institutions so that there should be finality on the issue of the stadium. There's a lot that was invested in that, so we shouldn't have it, lying, when no one can account for it. I wanted to just to get on the issues of before I'm going to give you on the issues of compliance, because when I look on the key controls, this municipality has performed bad, especially on finance. The key controls on finance, they've performed very bad. It's disclaimer on proper record keeping, on processing and recording controls, compliance, IT controls, internal audit. So it means the MPEG is not also performing good if internal audit also, the audit says there's disclaimer, but also what the director for corporate services indicated that the unit still has to be strengthened, so there's not enough capacity in that. So I just want us to, maybe you can, Cocta can just give us there before we give to members for follow-up questions. What is your understanding on in terms of the municipality on compliance matters?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. When it comes to compliance matters, Fezile Dabi, in terms of its performance agreements, in terms of all its contracts, employment contracts, in terms of the vacancy at senior managers, they are all compliant. And one of the areas that we want to maybe take up with Fezile Dabi is that the stability and the success that they have in terms of senior managers, in terms of the skills audit, the job descriptions. As COCTA, we would wish that they cascade this to its locals to provide the necessary support. Because the function of the district municipalities also to ensure that they should not just be an island of excellence, whereas the locals surrounding it are struggling. And that is one of the key measures that we as COCTA would want to take it up with Fezile Dabi to cascade the necessary support. For a long time, COCTA has partnered with Fezile Dabi in terms of the staff establishment, all the necessary processes. And it's one of the district municipalities that is stable in terms of senior managers. So we really want to, embark on that next phase of ensuring that the locals are then capacitated and supported. Thanks, Chair.
I don't know whether the Treasury has any comment in terms of the issues of financial performance.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the issues of internal controls, the main issues were on expenditure management, issues around fruitless and wasteful expenditure, issues around irregular expenditure. Then there was also issues around asset management because the municipality was qualified around PPE. So those were the issues, but the municipality is working around those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I think also, I don't know what is the attitude of Salga or whether this matter was discussed. What the MM has raised on the issue of when powers and functions were taken, how municipalities were affected. So almost all the districts are raising the matter. Now I'm asking myself whether this matter was ever discussed by SALGA and what is the position of SALGA on the matter. Because it can't be for a long time that municipalities are having a problem and which also affect their audit outcomes. And it never, it's never attended to. I think there has to be a way. Maybe we can also flag it, and as we engage provincial government, we engage provincial government on that matter. But also, I would also implore on those who are part of SALGA to raise this matter. SALGA came here only for one day and they disappeared. Oh, SALGA is seated at the back. You are supposed to be here. Maybe you'll come and occupy the seat here. I think you can hear the matter of that of the powers and functions, which has also affected gradings. That it has to be an agenda item in SALGA, and we will also from ourselves take it up with provincial government so that this matter must be attended to. The deputy, you are part of SALGA. Oh, sorry.
Chairperson, I'm not wearing that hat today, no. But if you allow me, I'd just like to make a comment and to add to what my colleagues have said. And they've omitted to mention a few very important facts, if you allow me, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Masimang. First of all,
you talk to me, not any other person.
Thank you. I saw you nodded.
No. Look at my nodding, not his. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, I like the words "island of excellence." I think it's a phrase that will be synonymous with Fezile Dabi going forward. Thank you for that. What is very important is regarding the salary structure and the employee costs, and the fact that the CFO has mentioned that it is under control and that we are actually controlling it. But what was omitted was to say that the executive mayor did implement a moratorium on the appointment of new positions. So this was also a very forward-thinking action, so that we don't keep on overcapitalizing on our personnel. That wasn't mentioned, and I do think that the committee should know that. Also, that the municipal manager forgot to mention was on the 27th of August, we had a special council meeting where the council agreed to accept more funds, MIG grants, on behalf of Mahfube, and that we could execute those projects on their behalf as implementing agents. What is important is that we do not receive these funds until most probably end of November or even December from National Treasury. And the council has decided to use our own funds to start this project immediately, so that these MIG projects don't only start come December or January. We're using our own funds to fund the MIG projects of Mahfube until we receive our money. Just being proactive at Fezile Dabi. The question regarding the audit committee and the audit committee establishment and whether it's functional, it was said that no, the term expired at the end of July, which is true. I am the chairperson elected by the council to chair the appointment of the new audit committee. It is important for the committee to know that we have gone through all the processes. We did the shortlisting, we did all the interviews, and on confirmation of the records and of the qualifications, and the police clearances of the shortlisted members, some of them fell out, and we were only able to select 2 suitable candidates. The matter went back to council on the 24th of August, on the 12th of August. And the council was advised of this, and we requested council that we can re-advertise for specific skills that we need in the audit committee. So we are very specific when it comes to the audit committee composition, that we cover all the bases of all the skills needed of this committee, and that we don't just appoint names. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Let me go back to issue of arbitration award of Mr. Matl. Chair, I've just sent the arbitration award in the group of ProPEC. I can even send a municipal manager, there's no problem. When we go to page 21, paragraph 40, I'll quickly read it. I think misread the paragraph, and that resulting in him misleading the whole council. It's a chargeable offense. It reads as follows. Paragraph number 40. In view of consideration as set out above, I must conclude that the dismissal of the applicant on the 2 December 2024 was substantively and procedurally unfair. I can give can read it for himself, which means has been misleading, and whether deliberately or negligently has misled us. On its own, it borders on perjury, and it's a serious offense, perjury, because it's lying in parliament. You lied under oath. I would want to know, after what I've just read here, what will be the comment of municipal manager of Fezile Dabi? Will he still insist that there's no award to Mr. Procedurally and substantively, you are unfair as Fezile Dabi district municipality? Unless I'm reading something which is not there. But two, on issue of qualifications, again, the municipal manager is misleading this gathering. It's not about his degree. It's about CPMD qualification, of which at the right time, it will be proven beyond any reasonable doubt. And he made mention of Auditor General to say Auditor General has made findings. Chair, I'm interested in knowing, Chair, I'm interested in knowing as to whether what was the resolve of the AG as far as MM's qualifications are concerned. Did MM present the report speaker to the council, mayor, to say here are the findings from Auditor General as far as my qualifications are concerned? So we'll want to know. And AG, maybe if AG is around here, if he knows or they know about this, maybe they can brief us. But if they are not in a position to brief us, please let them write something on it so that we are clear from all angles. But what I'm also interested in is the relationship. Before I go to issue of relationship, I'm interested in knowing the letter written by Mr. Mapifo, who was the chairperson of your audit committee. And you never answered that. I asked the speaker and the mayor. I was expecting an answer from them. The letter was addressed to you, speaker. The letter was addressed to you MM regarding the behavior of the MM as far as this important structure that ensures accountability at that level, that ensures that systems are run properly at that level. And here is the person is saying, this structure is tempered with the independency of the structure will now become questionable. What was your response? How did you deal with that issue when it was brought to your attention? Both mayor and both the executive mayor and the speaker. And we'll want to know the qualification of your researcher, chairperson of MPEC. Could want to know, because at times we are saying, hey, we have investigated, only to find that the person does not even qualify to investigate. And then you are busy here writing off, only to find that we do not know what we are writing off. Chairperson of MPEC, how is your relationship with the MM? I'm not saying on a personal level, as far as your working relationship, because from time to time you must get documents, there must be a level of cooperation such that you are able to access documents and you are able to investigate your unauthorized, irregular and fruitless expenditure. So Chair, I'm interested in knowing now that what was said then when the portfolio committee of COGTA was here, the MMs maintained this position that it was correct, there was no award, and Mr. Matla was found to be not treated unfairly. And he has just repeated it here to say procedurally they were not correct, but substantively they were correct. But I've just read the award, the same both substantively and procedurally it was unfair. Unfortunately, I can't go back on a number of issues that were raised. It will take the whole day. But just this one, I'm interested in knowing, because even the award is in front of our eyes. Thanks, Chair. Maybe I must go and open a pressure case from.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is not answered here. Of the long-standing cases, and when they are busy preparing themselves to answer that question, Chair, you talked about the stadium that is hanging. There is nothing hanging here. People are lying, Chair Bankakano. And we must remind this House that people are lying under oath. It is clear, Chair. People are lying under oath, and it must come to an end now. Because I heard the CFO talked about guns that are out for audit. They want clean audit. You must fight the audit with the clear mind that you are going to win. To win, you must start there at service delivery, and you must put your fact together. Because why I'm saying that, you talked about the 58% versus the other percentage. You must correct also that. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's start. I think it's important to note that I think each district has its own issues and problems and dynamics. But it is notable that this municipality managed to get from 70% planned COE to 58%. So I think, give the level its due, that's notable. Congratulations on that. But be that as it may, and this is my question to COGTA, we've heard this issue of the devolution of power in all the districts, and it has an effect on the COE of all the municipalities, although this comes from 2008. Many municipalities complain that these powers taken away from them has an effect on the employment, the cost of employment, etc. I mean, there are municipalities whose COE is 95%, especially Lejwele Putswa. Is that a clear and cut, simple reason why the COEs of districts remain so high? It feels like it's an apology or a reason to say, well, that it is what it is. Our powers are being devolved downwardly, and we are looking to look at that to get some powers back. Is it so easy? Such a simple reason to say, well, our powers have been taken away from us. We continue with these high COEs. Thank you very much.
I made a clear indication. Let the issues of powers and functions, we take them to the meeting where we'll be engaging provincial government on it. Let's not engage on it now. And also the issue of the stadium, because if you allow one party to give responses and others are not here, they'll throw everything to those that are not here. So let's also shelve the matter and ensure that on it we discuss it with all the parties so that we get to the solution of the problem. I thought I had finished on the right hand side, Menangani. Over to you, man.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Chair. My apology, I was outside. Chair, I just want to emphasize the issue that raised by Honorable Msimanga that when we finish here, we are going to open a case against you for lying under oath. I think this thing that you have said here, if we can go to PROPEC awards bullet number 40, you will get exactly what you said is against anything that you told us here. We are going to open a case against you. You are brave to sit there and tell us what is not true under oath. We are going to open, you must expect a letter from police station. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's the issue of qualifications, as it has been flagged that there might be an opinion from the Auditor General. We will then write formally to Auditor General to give us a response, and then secondly, that the municipality would do the same, provide us with documentary evidence on the issues raised. Can we close it that way?
No, Chair, if you are closing, I want to hear a response from the MM as far as issue of this awarding is concerned, because the serial.
No, I'm not talking about the award. I'm talking about the qualifications, because it was said that the Auditor General has an opinion on that. So I was saying we'll formally write to Auditor General to give us that in writing, and also Municipality, all the same, to give us a documentary evidence on that.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just awaiting the reply on the Frankfurt fire station, which I didn't get any response to. because this is 6% of the budget that is being spent there. And I'm not sure that it's within their mandate to actually be spending this money on a local government's responsibility. I know they inherited it, but are there any plans to disentangle themselves from it and rather spend that money on a functional disaster management center? Or is it something that they're going to continue with? Because it is a very costly exercise. And then, Chair, my second question, I heard that the skills audit was completed. Has that skills audit been aligned with the organogram of the municipality? Because perhaps if you're spending 58%, and it's noteworthy that they're upskilling employees so that you don't have to spend more on employee costs, but then it must be put into the organogram and eventually into the budget as well. Otherwise, we're going to have that discrepancy of posts which aren't being filled. And that's going to be a problem for the municipality going forward. So the organogram will have to be amended to ensure that you don't have unfilled posts within the municipality, which might create audit problems for the municipality. So that skills audit that they've done will have to be, it might have been done already, but aligned with the organogram, and then the organogram will have to also reflect what their plans are with the budget so that the two are aligned with each other. Thank you, Chair.
No, Chair, let me venture into this one. About the paragraph 40. It's important also to understand what paragraph 1 and up to the last paragraph says on this particular judgment thing, so that a particular sense can be made of it. If you allow, Chair, can't we refer this particular matter to our own legal department for them to go and study that thing and give us a report as a committee so that we can then clarify our minds in terms of what is really taking place around this particular, is it an award or a judgment? I think to assist us that way. Otherwise, we're going back and forth between two people who have read this thing and the rest of us have not. Thanks.
Over to you, Majoro.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm only going to relate to one issue of, the award. I think that the last honorable member, in my own opinion, in my own view, is correct, because if you read a particular sentence against the whole award, you might be misled. And I think maybe if the honorable member Msimang can do that, probably you will come to a different conclusion.
Me, you respond to me.
Yes,
Yes.
okay, Chairperson. Chairperson, in short, that if the whole award can be read, not take a particular phrase, there will be a different understanding. And I stick to my guns, that the commissioner didn't, give an award for Mr. Mata to go back to work. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair.
Majoro ke ena tla bua ho araba mang. I give the powers to the mayor.
The CFO and then will be followed by MPEG Chair, then the Speaker of Council.
Okay, thank you very much, through Executive Mayor. I just want to start with it seems like there's a confusion now between the 70% of employee-related costs and 58%. Chair, I think I will be very slow. In municipalities, you've got three.
Leave philosophy.
Yes, I know.
Please,
Yes, I'm going there. In municipality, you've got three planning documents. You've got your IDP, you've got your budget, you've got your SDP. After the planning documents, then you go to reporting documents, annual financial statement, annual report. On planning, budget, when we plan, and then calculate the salary percentage versus the OPEX is 70%. But when you report now on actual what happened during the year, on annual financial statement, it gives you a completely different picture. Because now that's what you did. Actually, what you have spent on that particular line item, salary related to cost, is 58%. That's a difference. Che, it's not philosophy.
It's it borders on philosophy.
Yeah.
How much are you paying
58%.
on your employees?
58%.
That's exactly the answer we need.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then on fire unit, it's whether it's sustainable or not. Financially, it's not sustainable, precisely because it's unfunded mandate. What are we planning to do? One, we need to consult COGTA province to see whether they cannot assist us in terms of funding. Or we consult Mafube itself to see whether they cannot take over this. So that's a plan that going forward we are embarking on. Thank you very much.
Good morning, committee, and good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, there was 2 questions to MPEC Chairperson. The first one was that the qualification of MPEC researcher. In regarding to that, I cannot confirm anything relating to qualifications because the person was working at the institution. So Matjhabeng is the one, the director CSS. She's the one who can help with the qualifications of the MPEC researcher. Secondly, the relationship between myself and MM, I mean, I've been intimidated here by the mayor, I don't know. Now, the relationship between myself and MM, I can say it's 50-50. Because the information that we need, we'll get it from officials, all of them. But the issue is that usually when the MPEC is sitting, the MM is not available. He's always in the meeting. He's always having the commitment. Lastly, because of why didn't we finalize the issue of UIFW, is because of the same researcher. I requested, the portfolio requested the researcher to be removed because there was a lack of capacity. But it was not adhered to. We even took that to council, and the MM said that I must write a letter to him. Unfortunately, committee, I can't write a letter because there was no agreement between myself and MM with that third person, the researcher. It was a verbal discussions that as the office when I started, because before it was April was the chairperson. I became the chairperson after 2 years. He was having his own staff outside from the institution. But when I came, they said to me, I must get somebody from inside the institution.
Just hold on. This corner is, you are responding and the corner is disturbing you. Go on.
Thank you, Chair, for protecting me. Then the former chairperson of MPEC had his own people outside from the institution. But when I was appointed as the chairperson of MPEC, there was this thing of saying that the municipality doesn't have money or we have to save money, so I will get somebody internal. That is why I got somebody internal, which I don't know the qualification of the person, which the person is not doing what he's supposed to do in that regard. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my reply to the question raised was in connection with what did I do with the letter received from the Audit Committee chairperson. And there was no specific date mentioned by the honourable member and which specific letter it was. I actually received a lot of correspondence from the audit committee chairperson because we corresponded frequently because the audit committee did not present to council their quarterly reports as is required of them. Only on the 27th of May in the council meeting, I managed to get the audit committee to present the first, second and third quarter reports for that financial year. So there was a lot of correspondence between us. But I do think I know what the honourable member is getting at is the complaint regarding their salaries. Sorry, their stipends that they get from the municipality. That matter was presented to council on the 27th of May. Council made several resolutions regarding that report from the audit committee on the first, second and third quarters, and also the recommendations of the audit committee. I don't have them with me, so I cannot reply to them, but I can submit them to you in writing. Thank you.
The Director of CSS will also want to add on something.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The response is with regard to the skills audit that is aligned to the staff establishment. Yes, we conducted a skills audit like earlier alluded. Even the staff establishment has been reviewed in line with the staff regulations, which is looking to actually addressing a fit for purpose staff establishment, which will talk to our skills audit. Indeed, with regard to a skills audit, the findings that we have received are more of a capacitation into our staff, as much as mostly are qualified, but we still need to capacitate, of which currently is unfolding. Just to add to what the chairperson of MPEC alluded with regard to the qualification of the researcher has a BA degree in administration, which is NQF level 8. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So you still have, from the audit, the gap between the skills of the institution and the requisite skills in relation to the structure. I'm happy that you say you are attending to it so that you close the gap. I don't know whether we still have any other issue that we still have to attend to, except to say that there are critical issues that have been raised that we expect feedback in a written form from the institution. I'm sure that those matters have been noted. I don't know whether Dr. wanted to summarize your financial performance.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Through you, greetings to the Honorable Committee as well as the municipality. Chair, there was one question that was very specific in terms of UIF and W, in terms of the councillors. Chair, if we look at Section 32 of the MFMA, the Section 32 is very vivid that nobody is excluded in terms of the UIF and W. So there must be investigations that are conducted. Now, once the investigations are conducted and anybody is found to be guilty, there must be recovery. However, there are some instances where there can be exceptions, especially in the event that, firstly, when it comes to unauthorized expenditure, if the adjustment budget process authorizes that, or if it is proven that the money cannot be recoverable, then it will then go through the right of process. The other issue relating to the financial positions of the municipality, we basically use section 71, which is your in-year monitoring, wherein we look at the performance of the municipality. Now, out of that section 71, we do have triggers that we use in terms of whether the municipality is able to meet its financial obligations. So in that, we look at section 138. We also look at section 140, including the creditors. So from the assessment that we have really conducted, the chairperson as well as honorable members, from financial perspective, as well as cash flow, they are able to carry their obligations as required. I then thought I should also share that with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think that brings us to the end of this session. Majoro, thank you for honoring this invitation. We hope to make a follow-up so that we ensure that our municipalities improve their performance. So it's sometime in the future we'll make a session with yourselves in line with what has been raised, what you raised, and what obviously the reports of the audit and the audit committee, your audit committee will be saying. I don't know when you don't have an audit committee, what will be relying on, because you say you share with Mr. Mawul. I don't know how you share with Mr. Mawul. That we will make a follow up like what we have also promised all other municipalities, so that we improve. And this municipality is one of those that must give us clean audit, and we are lagging behind, not even on unqualified, qualified. So we must just whip you a bit so that you are able to run, Majoro. Thank you. That matter that I promised you, we can talk about it outside. Thank you. Please leave us.
Please also invite the Honorable Mokoena on that one. Thank you, Chair.
We can just have a 10 minutes break, stretch your legs. Good morning, good morning, good morning, honorable members. Majoro, thank you for coming. We have members of the portfolio committees on public accounts and the one on governance. We also have the institutions that are supporting our work here, the COGTA, the Treasury, SALGA, Human Rights, and the Treasury. On the right hand side, it's the technical team from the legislature, and we also have public service in attendance. The Premier's office is still not here, and we also have the office of the Auditor General. And from my left hand side, we have Melich, we have Ndate Mkwena, Ndate Jankelson, Ndate Van Vieren, Ndate Makai, Ndate Tlute, Ndate Me Kharekwe, Ndate Foko, Me Ndungani, Me Mkabela, and Menanyani. And Ndate Msimanga has just gone out, and Ndate Meko, they are seated there. And then lastly, we have, but not least, we have Ndate Masweu, right at the tail end there. Over to you, Majoro, to introduce your team.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me take this opportunity to extend my greetings to honorable members present, as well as the different departments or stakeholders that are assisting the committee. From my left, immediate left, Honorable Chair, it's Councillor Mohokare, the Speaker of our municipality. And then next to her, it's Councillor Matjhabeng, our council whip. And on the far right, I've got Councillor Moranyi Twala, who is the MPEC chairperson. And my immediate right, it's Ntaten Teddy, our municipal manager. And next to him, it's our CFO, Mr. Raymond Provis, Chair. Okay.
Thank you, Majoro. Where do you have what is it? Audit committee?
Yes, we do have an audit committee, Chair, and chairperson of audit committee has actually tendered apology because he's not feeling well. He did not make it to the meeting.
He did not tender the apology to the committee. He tendered apology to you when he was called by the committee. Without much ado, let me give over to Me Mpuse.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. May you please stand? So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please switch on your mic.
I will take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
It is binding.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mohau Kenneth Ntedi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. CFO, good morning, sir.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, thank you.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Raymond Peter Provis.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Majoro. Your presentation should take 15 minutes. If you want political remarks and political statements, that 15 minutes, those would be included in that 15 minutes. So it means those remarks will be showing on your 15 minutes. Over to you.
No, thank you very much. I do not have any political remarks or statements, and I would request Chair to allow me to give to the municipal manager to take us through in terms of the presentation of Dihlabeng local municipality. Thank you.
Ke re ba Majoro, Mbele Stulo ke kopa ho kadima ditumediso tse seng di entswe hore ke se ka senya nako e re filweng. Chairperson, in terms of the presentation from the Dihlabeng, we're basically responding to the issues the questions that were sent to us as a municipality. The first one being the progress towards unqualified audit 2024-2025. I will not necessarily repeat the question, but in terms of our responses, our first response was that we had compiled a comprehensive review during our process of compilation of the financial statements, and in terms of what we're doing going forward, the CFO will continually assess our progress as we were doing the compilation. The draft was sent to the Provincial Treasury on the 14th of August. We received a response on the 27th of August. We have also given our financial statement for review to the appointed Audit and Performance Audit Committee. We had a meeting with them on the 22nd of August, and we received a response from them on the 25th of August. The second question was in relation to our consistent dependence on the consultants in terms of developing our annual financial statements. Our response is that we are progressively working on the insourcing strategy, much as we had been using the consultants. But in terms of the functions that relates to the year-end financial procedures and the reconciliation are actually carried out by municipal staff. It is also important to indicate that by merely appointing the consultants, it doesn't really say they have direct access to our financial system. Instead, they are only working in terms of the compilation of the report, but the data that they're actually working on, it is actually done by the municipality. So in the main, the consultants are mainly reviewing the work that we're doing and also to validate the report that we're actually preparing. The intention is that the control of the data remains our key responsibility. The intention of us having them is also to assist us that we compile our annual financial statement in line with the CREP standards. But going forward, we are actually going to address our shortcomings, among others to analyze to deal with gap analysis and the needs of the municipality. We are already in the process to conduct a structured skill development program and also to ensure that our staff is actually capacitated. We are working on a reduction strategy and also ensuring that there should be a skills transfer while we are still working with these consultants. As I indicated, we are working on a structured skill transfer program which will include, among others, the scheduled training sessions that will be accompanied by coaching initiatives for the municipal officials. Those are actually contained in our service level agreement. We are having quarterly progressive reviews, which then entails skills transfer program to municipal staff, and also to actually try and assess the extent to which municipal staff are acquiring skills while we still have this consultant with us. The third question was in relation to the financial recovery, which is spread over 10 years. It is mainly because this is what we had developed. It's a long-term financial plan that we had actually presented to council, given our financial challenges. Part of the problem that we had actually experienced is that our collection was initially assumed to be improving to 90% over a 10-year period. We hope and pray that this is achievable. The base case model incorporated in all the increased both expenditure and revenue items as announced in the municipal budget that was tabled for on the 29th of May for 2025-2026. In fact, it's over MTEF. So the intention is that over this period, our revenue will be increasing approximately by 15 million in the main for the financial year 2028-2029 until the end of the planning period. The intention thereof is to actually mitigate the effects of a significant decline in the interest from receivable due to focus improvement. The tariff increase were included as a way forward in the tabled budget, with the exception of the electricity tariffs, which are adjusted to match the approval by NESA. The electricity distribution losses were reduced from 22% to 12% over a 3 period, while water distribution losses decreased from 0.5 to 20 over a period of 5 years. The creditors, they adjusted downwards from 447 to 200 days over a period of 10 years in an endeavor 2023-2024 financial year. Prior to making any adjustment to the extent of the budget, capital investment program was focused and to result in a cash shortfalls on budgeted capital expenditure. As a result, our repairs and maintenance expenditure was increased by 2.5 of the PPE over a 7-year period to from 0.3. So it is also important to note that the municipality is participating in the ESCOM debt relief program, which was successful, which we view that it will actually lead to a successful write-off of the historic debt amounting to 696 million as per the 2023-2024 AFS. We are hopeful that we will be able to achieve that. The general commitments will have been the fourth question. We had actually attached the legal cost that was experienced by the municipality. I hope that the committee will have seen that, and that report has actually served before council. The same will also go to the B, which then deals with the dysfunctionality of ward committees. I think just to give a bit of a summary, what we are saying in our report is that out of 20 wards that we are having, about 11 are actually functional. The outstanding 9, the officers of the speaker is actually working on them. The second part of the question was in relation to financial management and oversight failures. With your indulgence, Chairperson, if I can allow, probably handing over through the Executive Mayor to respond to this one.
No thanks, ma'am. The question that was asked to the Dihlabeng was in relation to the appointment of the MMC for finance, which is actually done. But I must indicate that during the time of where we did not have a MMC, there's always been the member of mayoral committee assigned to actually assist the Department of Finance by chairing the meetings, also convening Section 80 and so on. inclusive of playing the oversight over the financial finances of the municipality. I think if you allow me, Chair, I will then give it over to MM to, in fact, to Chief Financial Officer to deal with the rest of the presentation that has to do particularly with the issues of finance in the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honourable members. The question regarding the fact that the Finance Portfolio Committee doesn't sit, the oversight for the last financial year was not conducted as required. We had a cyber attack that wiped out our financial system in December 2024, and we were unable to prepare the specific reports. We did send a Schedule DG to Treasury where they condoned the fact that we couldn't submit the reports. The Executive Mayor has appointed now the MMC for Finance, and the Finance was scheduled to sit for the 17th of October. I think it sat last week, or it did sit last week, to consider the Section 71 and the 52D report. Regarding the non-submission of the monthly withdrawal and compliance report, that's a Section 11 report. This is a withdrawal from municipal bank accounts. In the Finance Portfolio Committee that was prior to the one that was held before, it was discussed at length as to whether that is needed within our municipality. We did not have any incidents of that required Section 11 reporting. But we do put in now, in the Section 52D report, we do put a comprehensive detail of the bank account with all withdrawals and from the bank account. So we do now present those to the Council and the Portfolio Committee. The use of IT system as a breach is an excuse for non-compliance. Yes, the IT system was used as a, we did have an IT breach, but it was said there that we were conducting transactions, I think if I can say, unmonitored and irregular, and deviation of potentially irregular expenditures going unmonitored. The fact that we had an attack, the financial system works in a how can I say, a progressive build-up to where it was. We lost all our data till July. I think it was the 21st of July, if I get it right. We had a backup for then. And then we had to catch up July, close off July, catch up August, close off August, catch up September, close up September. So all these things had to be done in sequence. So we couldn't capture any expenditure on the financial system until the day that it was caught up. So that's why we couldn't capture any information. However, the supply chain management processes and all the other processes were followed, and then all those outstanding vouchers that weren't captured on the system were then captured on the system. So there was never a fact that we didn't follow the SCM processes and the due processes as required by the law. We eventually did catch up in April 2025 we caught up, and everything was captured in. And the detailed ledger and all the documents had every single transaction captured on the system. The bank was reconciled, or the bank is reconciled. Everything is up to date, so we are good with that. Then it was regarding the impact. I'll carry on. Unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We were asked about consequence management of the UIF and W that was condoned by council. The impact report was given to the entire impact report was given to the Hawks to investigate that, and they are busy. They're still busy with the process, and they'll give us feedback on that. From there, the necessary consequence management will be taking place. I don't think number 6. If I can hand over back to the municipal manager, please. The mayor, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. In terms of number 6, leadership and administrative vacancy, the municipal manager was appointed in the 1st of August 2023. The CFO was appointed on the 1st of November 2023. The Director Development and Town Planning was also appointed on the 1st of December 2023. Director Community Services, the 2nd of January 2024. And the Director Technical Services was appointed on the 1st of August 2024. Safe to say, Chair, all senior manager positions are filled in the Dihlabeng local municipality. And I would also give it to the CFO in terms of number 7, so that we can then, after which, give it to Chairperson of MPEC to respond on question number 9, which will be the last question. CFO.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. The adoption of an unfunded budget. Yes, there was an unfunded budget, was adopted since 2022. Then the municipality currently still has an unfunded budget. We did submit it to Treasury and then had deliberations on how to get it funded, but we weren't able to get it funded. The income figures initially were overinflated, and the provisions for debt impairment was under budgeted. The municipality has addressed the overinflated income figures and budgeted for a 75% payment rate in the 2025-26. We achieved a 68% payment rate in 2024-5, so that target is achievable. We are currently sitting on 59%, but there are certain factors that have led to that 59%, most of it being the annual billing of property rates. A revenue enhancement strategy and budget implementation budget funding plan has been developed and approved by Council in December already. The hindrance in getting to the 75% budgeted collection rate is the fact that the government debt is sitting at 140 million rand, and if we could collect that, we would have a funded budget. And this has also led to a 300 million rand that could not be written off by Eskom. I know that there's a 95% payment rate required by Treasury, but we are, as per that long-term financial plan, we've been working towards over a 10-year period to achieve a 90% payment rate. A lot of it's got to do with how we manage our indigents to get to that 90% payment rate. The council is fully committed to the revenue collection drive. There are no hindrances, and the municipality does not have cost-reflective tariffs. We're busy in the process of getting the tariffs cost-reflective. There was a 10% increase in the prior financial year and a 5% in the previous financial year. So we are moving towards getting the budget funded. Then underbilling and unrealistic debt collective targets. The municipality has developed a budget funding plan, as stated before. Every month we disconnect electricity and we disconnect water to the businesses, especially in the Clarence area where we do not supply electricity. And there has been notices sent to all the businesses in our Boklokong area where we will be disconnecting the water from businesses. In our bylaw, it says that we can disconnect the water to businesses, but we have to restrict it to residents. So we're busy implementing that. We also have a panel of legal firms that has been appointed. We have got 3 projects that we're going to be doing. There's a consumer that owes us over 7 million rand in the municipality. We'll be then following the legal processes for him. We've disconnected every possible area of power to his properties. In the Clarence Golf Estate, we do not apply water or electricity to, and it's a it's a wealthy area, and we'll be then sending legal notices to them. There's also a lot of vacant properties. And in Ward 19, we're going to start a pilot project on how to collect revenue in that area. Then it's question 9. The Executive Mayor asked the Impact Chair to handle that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The question that I'm going to answer is with regard to the absenteeism of municipal manager to MPEC meeting. In actual fact, there are two meetings where municipal manager did not attend. Now, the first one, the municipal manager was on annual leave. But according to the procedure, if one is absent from the meeting, he must send a written apology. And the written apology was sent by municipal manager coupled with his representative. In other words, he also sent a representative on his behalf. And the second meeting, where the municipal manager did not attend, it was when the municipal manager was on sick leave. Even with the second one, where he was on sick leave, he followed the correct procedure of written apology, and he also sent a representative. That's all what I can answer, Chair, with regard to the municipal manager regarding his absence from the meeting of MPEG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think MM will then have to wrap up the presentation of Dihlabeng in addressing the last slides that is reflected there on the screen. Over to you, ma'am.
Chairperson, I just wanted to indicate that probably because the question was also dealing general with the administrative capacity of the municipality, just to indicate that effectively this financial year, the municipality has been able to appoint the Audit and Performance Committee. From administration side, a risk chairperson and the risk committee has been established as part of the broader, the institutional governance issues that we need to take care of. The council has also appointed, actually revived the disciplinary board. Safe to say the MPEC is also functional, as well as the MEICO and council. And I think those were the only issues that were remaining that related to the last question. Major.
No, thank you very much, Chair. That is the presentation of Dihlabeng. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'll do, I'll give two people to ask questions and give to municipality, and then we break for lunch, and then we come back energized with no, it's 22. Is that Ntate Masweu, Ntate Musimang, and Mayor Dungani, Mayor Kharekwe, Mayor. Oh, Ntate Masweu, kupa o ka tlatla shi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding the cyber attack, I take it your system is now up and running. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding cyber attack, I take it your system is now back on, in other words, it's up and running. But my question is, what has been done to avoid the same repeat? Because I take it cyber attack is not going to stop now. It's just going to continue. That's my first question. And then you say in 10 years' time, you hope your collection rate will increase to 90%. Well, good luck with unemployment and businesses closing down. How are you going to achieve that or ensure that whatever strategy you put in place will work for you? Let's wait and see. I just want to ask, here in Mangang we're having challenges, and I take it all municipalities, regarding water losses. Have you ever calculated your losses in terms of water that is being lost by a municipality? Because there's a lot of money that is being wasted there or could have been prevented. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation by the collective leadership of Dihlabeng local municipality. Question number 1, in Paul Row, there was an issue of bucket system there, where people were using bucket system. If I'm not mistaken, Human Rights Commission made findings and municipality committed to remove people to ensure that they address issue of bucket system in Polro. 2, you have people who have been working on contract. Some of them, their contracts have long expired. Some of these contracts dates back as 10 years back, but they are still working. How are you intending to address that problem? And I'm told your technical service, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I'm told in your technical service over 50% of staff. You are running off a vacancy rate of almost half, if not above half, of the staff that is required there. How are you addressing that? And why does it take you so long to address such deficiency? Because I'm told as a result, there are lots of people who are doing overtimes there. Your overtime is abused. How do you correct that situation such that there's normality in running day-to-day programs of the municipality? Your municipalities owned millions and millions of rents by residents. And according to provincial treasury, the debt is realistically uncollectible. How are you intending to address such? If provincial treasury is saying this thing is realistically uncollectible, it means they have made necessary researches. They have made necessary research and they have come to a determination that you can't collect this. And if you can't collect off, what are the reasons that makes you to stick with such a debt? The other part that I'm interested in is issue of electricity, because there are sections that will take a long time without electricity. And there's an interesting part about Dihlabeng. During load shedding, there's never been a load shedding in, what do you call this area? Clarence. Clarence has never experienced load shedding. Maybe if you can share with us your magic that made Clarence to do not have a load shedding, while areas such as Bethlehem, Polru, Rosendal, and Forestburg experienced load shedding. Yeah. But for now, we'll want to understand what's happening because this thing is affecting business. If in a particular area, certain hours you are unable to have electricity, it's a matter of time. Business will run out of Dihlabeng to other areas with stable electricity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the presentation given by Dihlabeng team. Given the referral of the MPEG report on UIF and W expenditure to the Hawks, what specific steps has the municipality taken to ensure the preservation of all relevant evidence and document? And what internal control have been implemented to prevent further instances of UIF and W expenditure while awaiting the outcomes of the investigation, ensuring no corrupt practices is ongoing? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just welcome the presentation made by the Dihlabeng Municipality. The first question is fairly covered by Ndade Masweu of the cyber attack. But, Chair, I must say there seemed to be a normality of arrest in the Dihlabeng Municipality, being with the Hawks or the SIU. Now, I just want to find out, because there has been a lot of allegations that has been going on in that municipality. On the 13th of January, 2025, a former local municipal technical manager appeared in the Dihlabeng Magistrate Court in maladministration. Now, because here we are talking about the public purse, I just want to find out, is there any consequence management on that particular technical manager? And secondly, why was he dismissed? And was he made to pay the money back? And then there was a second one, was also regarding the same person who seems to have forged signatures of a technical manager, of a civil engineer, amounting 9.8 million. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and let me also join in the choir to welcome the presentation from Dihlabeng Municipality, and good day to yourselves. Now, the AG, in the issues that she has raised with the municipality, AG raises the issue of your dependence or overly reliance on consultants. Now, in your response, you respond to say the developing of the annual financial statements are actually done by your own team internally, meaning that would be your internal audit team. And the
consultants would then just validate the work that has been produced by your team. Now, I would want to know how much are we paying these consultants? And how sustainable is that? Yes, I appreciate that you, in your plan, in trying to own this process internally, holistically, you are busy. You are in a process of introducing a skills transfer. But now I really want to know, can you at least give us timelines as to when do you anticipate that you would now solely be dependent on yourselves to produce your own annual financial statements rather than having to spend more money on consultants? And this is a growing concern that in most municipalities, so much money is being spent on the consultants, and unfortunately, some of them end up still with, a product that is really not satisfying. So how much is it that you are paying these consultants, and what is your plan with its timelines where you anticipate that you'll now be dependent on yourselves? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And let me also welcome the presentation from the municipality. Chair, mine is on MMC finance. The MMC is appointed on the 1st of October. We are almost at the end of the term of the local municipality. So I just want to check with the mayor, why did he took so long to appoint the MMC? Yes, I heard he did explain when there's finance committee meeting, he will delegate one of the members to attend, and that causes instability in the municipality. Why it took so long to appoint? The second one, Chair, is on audit findings. Did the municipality have any action plan on that? The last one, Chair, is on third parties. Did you pay your third parties accordingly? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm so happy that my honourable colleague refers to the end of a term. I think we've basically got 1 year left of this term. I don't want to say I'm confused. I find it strange that the municipality in its replies say it is not in institutional collapse, and then the municipality is improved as its institutional governance by implementing, and this is quite strange to me, a disciplinary board, functional impact, functional MACO, functional council. These are things that is legislated and should be a normal. So I find it strange that here at the end of this term, this municipality finally realized that they should have a functional impact. Let's take that as an example, although this should have been in place since 2021. I want to refer to the issues during the last portfolio committee meeting with National Assembly, that portfolio committee, and there was a whole issue of the investigation reports by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee and why it took so long, etc. And then the leadership on that day reiterated that the committee lacked the capacity to do its work. So my question is, at what stage did the municipality realize impact do not have the capacity? Only now? And what's been done in the meantime to address that? When did they realize we are incapacitated to do that? And then it also, the leadership also said it will table an investigation report in 2 weeks. And I remember the Honourable Chairperson saying, how will things be different within 2 weeks? And I think he actually requested that report to be sent to him as well, which will be shared with the joint committees. So that report, was it tabled to council? And I think if it was tabled, I think this committee should get it as well. So we would like a copy of that report that was tabled in council. Can we get clarity on the issue of the appointment of general workers? There was 71 appointed, but only 43 were advertised. I want some clarity on what happened there. You have a War on Leaks campaign. That's what you stated last time. Is there a budget for this campaign? What are the targets set for this campaign, and what is the performance vis-a-vis the targets? I think that's my questions for now for this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to welcome the presentation and thank you for the comprehensive manner in which you answered the questions that we sent to you. I have got a few issues, and I hope that they will be answered just as comprehensively. You mentioned the fact that it's how you will manage your indigent register. So could you tell me when the last time your actual indigent register and pensioners register was audited, as these figures will have a significant influence on your budget? You've answered what your current collection rate is. When was your last skills audit done? And does your municipality have a functional organogram that your staff actually align, your staff complement actually aligns to? Because if it does align to it, you wouldn't be sitting with questions of general workers, too many hired, too many left. Your organogram should actually have names on every position, and that should be filled in. You should not have a 50% vacancy rate. You should not have these problems that have been mentioned by my fellow panelists or committee members on the staff problems that you are having. And then your councillors' rates and taxes. How many of your councillors' rates and taxes are outstanding? And what is your plan of action to get that revived? And then considering your impact referrals that will result in the municipality opening cases, what is your current litigation costs? And is it feasible to carry on these costs and litigation costs? Are you retrieving money? Are you able to get it in? Or is your costs overriding the amount of money that you're spending? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Just a couple of questions. The first is around the debt collection, which the CFO also spoke about. I just want to know what procedures are there in all the wards, because if you look at certain wards, the debt collection is relatively high, and in other wards it's very low. And he also mentioned the indigents, but many of the people living right next door to indigents are civil servants. Police, men and women, teachers, municipal employees, provincial government, national government employees, and they seem to be benefiting alongside the indigents of not having their debt recovered. So there's a lot of money lying there which the municipality still has to recover. And he mentioned that there are law firms, and my colleague also raised the question, these legal firms, what is the contract between the municipality and them? Are they working on commission, or does the municipality pay them a fixed amount, whether they bring in money or don't bring in money? If we can just get some clarity on that. Because I heard the CFO saying especially Clarence is being targeted, which is good. We must target Clarence, but all areas must be targeted, not just one area where it's perhaps easier to go and get that money because they know that the businesses are required to stay open, especially over weekends, and they have to pay to be able to keep their businesses running. So it's easy to get that money from businesses, but the households are a lot more difficult, and that's where the problem lies. So there seems to be an undue focus on Clarence and the other areas seem not just because Clarence are easy targets. Chair, and then the municipality is supposed to generate income from housing, but there's also the social aspect to the social housing. The municipality owns a number of businesses in Bethlehem, not businesses, but housing units in Bethlehem. And I've been told that even an MMC lives in one of these blocks, which are meant to support people who actually are in need of housing. It's a social housing project. And there are a lot of other people evidently also living there who are not supposed to be living in these blocks. So I don't know if the municipality has any control over that, to know who is living where and whether they in fact qualify. Because this is also supposed to be a social project, not just for people who want cheap housing to go and stay there, who can actually afford to pay for housing outside. Chair, and then on Monday I went to Vogelfontein, and this raises the question on cash management. Besides the fact that there were 6 employees sitting outside the gate, when we asked them, where's your register of people going in and out, what do you have to pay? And it's over 200 Rand, perhaps 260 or something per vehicle, and individuals have to pay. But they fill in a form there and seem to fill it. I didn't see an invoice book or a cash book or any other way of checking that cash. So it's easy to fill in a form full of individuals who visited with the cash and throw it away, keep the cash, and then start with the next form. So the cash management seems to be, it could be a problem within the municipality, if they can just give us some clarity on that. And then there's also land illegally occupied, which I've been told the municipality, even though there's a court order, which the municipality has ignored, the municipality are actually supplying services to a private property which has illegal people living on it. So there are a number of houses on the property which are being rented out to people, and I've been told the municipality is delivering services to these illegally delivering services to these individuals. And then, Chairperson, the MPAC, their capacity to investigate fruitless, wasteful, irregular expenditure, when we were told that there aren't quorums. And quorums means that the councillors who serve on MPAC don't have discipline. And perhaps the chief whip, who's a former colleague of mine, should start whipping councillors for not attending. And often it's a strategy. Don't have quorum, so ProPAC can't take decisions. And then there's no accountability within the municipality, and often politicians don't want that accountability, and that's why they collapse those meetings. MPAC also said that the Hawks, we saw the presentation, we heard the Hawks must investigate. So the report is given to the Hawks. Now the Hawks must decide who must be investigated. Isn't it MPAC's responsibility to go through these reports, identify individuals who are responsible within the municipality for these transgressions, and then the municipality, and we've just had a municipality before you, could actually give us case numbers of criminal investigations which they've initiated. So what is Dihlabeng's impact committee doing, and the council, to ensure that there's greater accountability within the municipality, and that people who transgress are actually physically individuals are charged, and that the municipality takes initiative there, not expects the Hawks to take that responsibility. And then at some stage on the municipal social media page, and I live in that municipality, so I've seen it, there was a post that said that the water services were sabotaged. Did the municipality open criminal cases? Because this is actually falls under the what we call the anti-terrorism legislation. Because when you sabotage crucial infrastructure, it's an act of terrorism. It's not just malicious damage to property. Chair, and then my last question is just regarding their fire services. When I go into that building, I fear at any minute that it's going to collapse on me. I don't know if the municipality doesn't have funds, but it's a very serious problem, which I wonder why the Department of Labor hasn't been there to close it down, because it's dangerous for the employees, and something should be done about that, and the fire services in general. When I was there, the whole system, which used to be the telephone lines and everything, was in a mess, and the water, when it rains, runs down the walls, which weakens the structure even more. Do we have to wait for someone to die before something is done about that? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Let me also raise a few questions here. The first thing that I noted, Chair, was that the municipality engaged the audit committee and on a particular report. What is missing on that thing is what the response was from the audit committee. I think it is the first slide. Secondly, Chairperson, the issue of consultants, we won't stop talking about that. Can we be given a figure of how much the CFO has put aside for paying consultants? The other thing that I also want to check is, from the presentation here, we are told that whether these financial issues or financial documentation, before they are sent to wherever, they are given to consultants for validation. I saw that there. So, does it mean, Honorable Chair, that the management of this institution does not have confidence in their own employees, that their work is then given to consultants for validation? It went further and indicated that the staff more than often is subjected to schooling by consultants. Does it mean that this municipality appoint people that are not capable enough so that they can come and then school them from within? Another thing that I notice here that is very disturbing to me is that the presentation is very narrative. It does not have figures. Colleagues here are talking about legal costs. Can we get those legal costs flighted here so that we can see them? Can we be shown the UIF and W of this municipality and all other figures that talk to financial management here? The other thing that I think I'm very interested in is the question of Section 11 of MFMA, Section 71 of MFMA. And this report tabled in council. I heard the CFO indicating that they are incorporated in Section D report. It can't be correct. The Sections 11 and Section 71 reports must be tabled quarterly in council. Why is the municipality not doing it? We are told the MM did not attend 2 meetings of the MPEC. 2 of how many? Every municipality in the Free State was given a report by Human Rights Commission. And that report was expected to be tabled in council. And there are recommendations from that commission that the council must look at and implement. And thereafter develop a plan to send back to the Human Rights Commission. Did this council do that? Is the Human Rights Commission sitting with the report and action plan to deal with issues of sewer spillages all over Dihlabeng? The other thing, Chairperson, that I really want the Executive Mayor to reflect on is this one of dumping sites. When you go to a graveyard in Forisberg, it's a disgrace every Saturday or a Sunday or any other day. you go through a dumping site before you reach the place where our beloved are laid to rest. What is the municipality doing about that? And lastly, what is the amount put aside by this municipality if it's not MIG funded to deal with the sewer plants that are not functional, where sewer is whatever tunnels are open so that raw sewer can then flow into streams in Forestsburg? What is the municipality doing about that? Thanks, Chair.
Maybe we can start, maybe CFO, we are just giving the figure. How much are you paying consultants?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We pay the consultants 1.5 million to prepare the financial statements, or roughly, more or less that. It depends on the amount of hours they use.
So 1.5?
Well, yeah, last year it was 1.5, yes.
Oh, but the Auditor General recorded 1.1. Or maybe they under recorded. Okay. Major, over to you. Those are the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just to indicate that there are other questions which delegation from Dihlabeng would respond to them. But I would also touch on other issues or questions that have been raised. Perhaps I should indicate, Chair, that when we CFO, or rather MM, will talk to the issue of cyber attack, what measures are there just to avoid the repetition of the same. And CFO will talk to the issue of the 10-year plan with the challenges of unemployment and business closing in the country. But I would want to respond to the issues raised by Honorable Msimanga in terms of the issues of Polru. That
I'm sorry, Major, I forgot to tell you the rules of the House.
Okay.
You respond to me. Those questions were asked by me.
No, thanks, Chair. The issue of bucket system in Polru, Honorable Member is correct that there is a bucket system in the area called Maseko, which is informal settlement that municipality is continuously maintaining or servicing those residents. But there is a plan to actually relocate the residents that are residing in that area to the new site that are currently being serviced by the Department of Human Settlement to install the bulk infrastructure there. We have had engagement with the community in that area where the ERF number were actually given to the residents. So we just are waiting for the completion of the project so that they can be relocated to the area that will be fully serviced. And the issue of contract workers, Chair. Indeed, we do have a number of municipal employees that are contracted to the municipality, and our contracts are renewed. It's not that they have actually expired, but still remaining in the municipality. But I must indicate part of what we really need to do in order to avoid such situation of contract workers, that I think honorable members ask about the organogram, which as the municipality, we are in process of finalizing our organogram. By time and again, in terms of the regulations, we have to consult labor's union, and which even if we are about to have an item that responsibility is to actually to interact with them and also address the issues that they are raising in the very same structure. Safe to say, Chair, an item that was supposed to be ventilated by the representative of the union, but time and again they are actually sending concerns to say these are their concerns, and some of which I even spoke with the MM yesterday to say, but it's back and forth in terms of what we are trying to do, because one would have expected that at the platform that this local labor forum, they can be able to raise such, and we at the level of council are able to take decision in finalizing our organogram as a municipality. Chair. Now, we have had currently program that seeks to register more indigent. It is done. It is currently unfolding in all the wards of Dihlabeng, where we have invited people who are qualified to come and register as indigent, and it's gonna end, I think, next week. It has started weeks back. That is currently taking place in order to register the indigent. Now, I'm not sure, Chair, the question that says other areas are spending most of the time not having electricity. But I think I must hasten to indicate that in terms of electricity supply in Dihlabeng, we've got electricity that is supplied by the municipality. We also have got an area that is supplied by the ESCOM. So when there is a power outrage on the part of ESCOM, they are taking responsibility in fixing that particular problem. When it is on our part, we also doing so. So one is not actually aware of the area that are not constantly having power in Dihlabeng. But I just wanted to indicate that even when such are happening, we are responsive as the municipality to can restore power in our area. But on our part, I know ESCOM is taking a bit of time before they actually fix the problem, because part of the problem is that they have to find out what is the problem. And in the area where they are supplying, it is inclusive of the different farms, and where some of the substations are actually located in those farms. The Clarence initially experienced load shedding like any other part of the country, but there was engagement with the different stakeholders, inclusive of the community, to establish what we called a curtailment, that they are able to check the consumption of electricity. If electricity is being used to the extent that it's going to contribute to the cutting off in a form of load shedding, there is a communication to the resident that says they must actually not use too much power so as to avoid a load shedding. But initially it was the very same problem that we confronted with as a country, that Clarence also had to be experience load shedding in the municipality. But through the cooperation of different stakeholders, we are able to have a period where load shedding was not applicable in the area of Clarence. The CFO would also talk to the figures in terms of UIF and W expenditure. But I think I should indicate that when we were at portfolio committee meeting, we indicated that the Municipal Public Accounts Committee would be dealing with the report that focused on UIF and W expenditure of Dihlabeng. Now, in terms of the timeline that Council gave to the committee was that in a period that was listed, I think it was 2 weeks or so, that they should have dealt with the issues of UIF and W expenditure in Dihlabeng. Now, indeed, we previously had a challenge of other members not being able to attend committee meeting of MPEC. but council took a decision to actually allocate or give councillors that would be honoring the meeting of MPEG and remove those that were not attending the meeting as a way of trying to actually capacitate our MPEG. Now, when we said there was a challenge of capacity, Chair, is that part of the responsibility of MPEG is to actually investigate UIF and W expenditure. Now, from the period of 2021 up to 2025, MPEG was sitting, dealing with the annual report, oversight report on the annual report as being provided by the AG with the findings. Now, they would only give us oversight report in line with the MFMA after 30 days, in fact, 90 days that it should be serving in council. They were actually not focusing on investigation of UIF and W expenditure. That was continuously piling up. That's where we then said there is a need for the MPEG to focus on this key function of the investigation so that we can be able to know what to do based on their own investigation. If we are to apply consequence management, that would only be applicable after we get the report from the committee to say these are the things that are happening. We could not just assume to say this is what is happening up until we get the report. And I must say, the report came to council in the period that was specified, and council has actually resolved. Part of the content of the report, it has actually said to the MM, they must open cases, certain issues be referred to the law enforcement agencies. So as part of the consequence management, I think part of the response that was given was highlighting that a report that comes from the municipal manager is actually being given to the DPCI to do the work as dictated or resolved by the council. We do not have a state chair where there was an advertisement of the general worker in Dihlabeng and more people were appointed. I think that happened in Ketwana. It is not in Dihlabeng, as a question was asked, Chair. The issues that has to do with the litigation costs and so on, debt collection procedures, CFO would talk to that. And part of what we had actually resolved as a council is that the management of social housing, the building blocks that municipalities own, is that we really need to have a way of managing that properly, even if we have to give it to the outside people to manage it, so as to avoid unnecessary issues that are emanating to say people that were not supposed to be occupying the areas are occupying them. And we then said, since well, it's not one of our key functions as the municipality, we would really have to have on board people that will come and assist us to better manage that in the manner that will be according to the market and of course maintenance of such structures and even payment of such. But we have actually said into our administration, there must be a collection of the rates and taxes or services from all the occupier, regardless of conditions in which they were ultimately find themselves being occupied in those structures. I must indicate, Chair, that from the beginning of 2021 term of office, there was a MMC finance appointed. It's not that we appoint, it's only now, but he passed away. And there was a time where there was no MMC, but I was saying that they had been acting in terms of playing oversight over the issues of finance. Part of what one has actually committed during the portfolio committee meeting is that there would be appointment of such. That's why we are able to reflect that it is indeed has happened. Part of what we have submitted to the PROPEC is the clear legal cost that we then furnish to the committee to say Dihlabeng, in terms of the legal cost item that came and serving council, it is this much. I think perhaps as CFO was presenting or they could not talk to the issues of attachment. There are attachments that are given to the committee that will highlight the finances. The Section 71, Chair, in terms of the FMA, it's a report that are coming to the mayor at least 10 days after each and every month. And I must say I'm receiving such reports. And CFO will talk to the issues of Section 11, the withdrawal. But I'm able to receive reports, and quarterly Section 52D reports are coming to serve in council. Like the council we are going to next week, there will be Section 52D report, which is the first quarter report in terms of the finances of the municipality. The dumping site next to the cement of Mashai. Honorable Chair, the plans of the municipality is to actually close that site and establish a dumping, not a dumping transfer station, but we continuously maintain that. I think even if honorable member can actually be in the place over the weekend, and so it has been maintained. I was actually there physically just to play an oversight. Indeed, it is maintained. And there is a plan in terms of refurbishing wastewater treatment at Mashai. It's part of what we are going to do in this current financial year. And the plans are well in place just to avoid the issues of the sewer spillage into the streams that honorable member talked to. Without too much ado, Chair, let me give it to the teams that with to respond to other issues as raised by the honorable Chair. Thank you. Ma'am, let me start with you.
Honorable Major, through you, Chair. So the first question that the mayor will have wanted me to respond to is in relation to the cyber attack. After the attack, we will have actually gotten the experts to, among others, to try and restore our data and also to put in place a mechanism which will actually try and assist us going forward.
I want maybe unless my English is so I don't know how can I describe it. I want you to be clear. You say people have attended to it. If you say obviously would have, it means that what you say to me is that you are giving an ideal picture. We want what happened. There was a cyber attack, then what happened? So your response should be in such a way that you say this is what happened. If you say obviously it would have, you are giving an ideal picture, not exactly what happened.
Apologies, Chair. Maybe Kibotata ba puye na manyisman. But what I'm saying is that after the cyber attack, we have gotten the services of experts who were actually restoring our information. and also to try and assist the municipality to avert the reoccurrence of the cyber attack. I was saying experts were appointed to the institution to also try and assist the municipality to avert the very same situation. We have also gone out on tender because over a period of time, we had challenges in terms of our information technology in the institution, which is why we have gone out on tender, much as we have not finalized the process to appoint and also improve in terms of our IT system so that we are actually avoiding the same as it stands. I think as it stands now, the report will be serving before the bid adjudication committee in terms of the finalization. So the reason why I was saying at a time after the 12th of December 2024, we had the experts in the municipality just to try and assist us in terms of us where we had identified the failures and the shortcomings in terms of addressing our IT challenges. And unfortunately, because over a period of time, our IT system was a bit dysfunctional, not a bit dysfunctional, to be exact, was actually not up to standard. And that would have been picked up in terms of the Auditor General's report over a period of time. So we are actually in the process of addressing that, Chairperson. The CFO will then respond to the issue that relates to water losses. The Executive Mayor has already responded to the issue that relates to temporary employees and what we are actually intending to do to resolve that. I think part of what we were trying to, we explaining, Chairperson, in terms of the municipality being owed millions of rands, and the honourable member has indicated that the treasurer has indicated that some of the debt cannot be collected. Why we're not writing off, the CFO will do that. But I think the reason why, in terms of our long-term plan, we actually thinking of other means that we could do. I had indicated as we were presenting that we are part of the ESCOM debt review. We had also got an allocation from National Treasury where we were implementing the smart meters in terms of us trying to improve our revenue collection. And the reality, I couldn't agree more with the honourable member that most of our communities are unemployed, which is why we are saying we are also trying to assist in terms of improving how we then we are improving our revenue collection means. But in some instances, the reason why we cannot really collect from our communities is because in most of our areas, much as we are trying to implement our the credit control policies, because in some areas it's a ESCOM supply area and we are unable to actually implement that fully. That is what is posing a challenge. But the other thing that we are also trying to do is also to ensure that we do data cleansing in terms of those debt that we cannot really collect, so that we can present a comprehensive report to advise council in terms of effecting a write-off of those debts. The Executive Mayor has already responded to the load shedding that raised to Clarence. Chairperson, I will then try and relate two aspects. There was a question that relates to anomalies in terms of the arrest. I think it's safe to indicate that back in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, there was also a Section 106 that was implemented in the municipality. And most of the arrests that are happening in the municipality are not necessarily in relation to the current cases or actually the current officials of the municipality. Will have been the cases that will have really happened in few years back, not the current municipal officials, except for one that the member has actually made reference to, who appeared in court on the 13th of January. Safe to say it was not necessarily a former or a technical manager, but it was a PMU coordinator, an acting PMU coordinator. To give a bit of a background in relation to that, as we were building up to December 2024, in line with the target that is set by MIG in terms of our expenditure, we are supposed to reach 40% so that we could be safe on our MIG expenditure. We will have gone out in terms of the tender, appointed a contractor in and around October 2023. I think my mistake, it was not in 2024, but I think that was in 2023. But we then experienced challenges in terms of us getting the contractor on site, given the contractor's holiday during December of 2023. In January, as per the consultation between ourselves and the Department of Cooperative Governance in the province, we then agreed that we shall enter into a session where materials will be acquired from a supplier the material that will be used for this particular project. We had actually secured a bank guarantee check from the service provider. But part of what has happened is that the service provider will have delivered material that was going to be used on the project. In January of 2024, this particular official, instead of actually engaging with the MIG or the MISA agent for them to sign off, because we are under cost reimbursement if we in respect of MIG. They had engagement, but I think they could not really find each other in terms of ultimately agreeing in terms of the signing off to verify the material that was delivered on site. Instead of waiting for the MISA to sign off the document, he actually copied an electronic signature of this particular MISA agent and put on the report that was given for CFO to process the payment. And that's how the 9.8 story came about. But since then, the material was actually delivered. But the reality of it is that the 9.8 in reference was against a bank guarantee check that was actually given to the municipality. But however, before the process of the disciplinary, as we were commencing with that, this particular official resigned from the municipality, which then defeated the purpose of us instituting disciplinary process against this PMU coordinator. And that's where this forgery case then surfaced. I think much as the executive mayor will have covered the issue that relates to, I may not necessarily go back to the issue that relates to the institutional capacity as raised by the honorable member in terms of the committees that are there, as well as the general workers. CFO will respond to the issue that relates to audit of the indigent, much as the executive mayor has touched on that a little bit. We had done at the beginning of this financial year, of this calendar year, we had done actually embark on the skills development, and that report has actually been presented to council, and we can submit an evidence to that effect. The CFO will also talk to how much councillors are actually owing the municipality, but safe to say from our end, in an endeavor to ensure that we are in compliance with the code of conduct of both councillors and the official, I had issued a notice to all the officials and the councillors of the municipality to ensure that no one is actually in debt to the municipality. The issue that was raised in relation to Fontaine, I may be wrong, but my assumption is that that should be Volhater scope that relates to cash management. Now, I think this is one of the areas that I believe in terms of our internal control needs to improve. The approach that we are taking as a municipality, we had actually noted that it's not really working out well, where you then have people that are seated in these various places collecting cash, and we do not have control in terms of what could then happen. I think in our engagement with all senior management, the intention is for us to actually move to a cashless system, where we will not necessarily expect them to be collecting like physical money when people are accessing our facilities, because it is actually prone to some form of fraud and other illegal activities. I am just not sure in terms of the reference to an area where municipalities delivering services to an illegal occupiers. Maybe if we could actually be clarified on that particular one. The last one from my end, Chairperson, we had had engagement with the Human Rights Council and the issues that were raised. We had actually developed an action plan in relation to that. The report was also sent to the Human Rights Council. It served before council, and in essence, I think the executive mayor, when he was responding, it was mainly in terms of the issues around Paul others that related to the sites in Forestburg, and in some instances, those that are related to our inability to profusely collect refuse in our area of jurisdiction. But the report was actually compiled, and it has actually served before council. It is only that in some instances, certain things that we are actually anticipating to do in terms of our own municipal budget, we are unable to do that, which is why we are in a process to develop, in cases where we are unable to do that, to develop business plans that we are submitting to various other government institutions in order to secure funds. If Chairperson allow, I will request the CFO to respond to other issues.
Can I just check, you were referring to Human Rights Commission or Human Rights Council, so that we know what you are referring to?
Commission Chairperson, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the cyber attack, yes, indeed, we are online now. And I take a backup every week now of the financial system because I never want that to be done to me again. So, and I put it in my safe at home. And I got another one stashed somewhere else. And then regarding the 10-year payment rate of 90%, yes, I agree, it is very ambitious. But part of that is the indigent management. We are on a big drive to get more and more indigents registered. Our policy has also been amended to allow the possibility of having a certain threshold of the value of a house to be included as an indigent. We're still busy doing some homework on that, but the provision is there that we can implement that. Currently, we have about 5,000 indigents, but we're on a drive to register them. My theory is, and after looking at calculations, it should at least be about 10,000 indigents within the area. That's a more or less, if you look at the stats essay and so forth. So that's where we want to achieve, or that's the figure we want to get up to. The water losses are currently 38%. Yes, we have budgeted a lot of money for repairs and maintenance. Repairs and maintenance in the previous financial year was budgeted about 14 million rand. We've pushed that up to 81 million rand. So there's been a vast improvement in the budgeting for repairs and maintenance. And a portion of that is the water meters, where water meters are broken and so forth. The collection of uncollected collectible debt. Yes, we do have uncollectible debt, but we do write off the debt of the indigents. We wrote off 150 million rand indigent debt, if I get it right, in July of this year. We physically wrote it off, the council approved it in July, and we wrote it off just the other day in September. So we have been writing that money off. Like I say, the more indigents we get, it'll help improve the payment rate, because then that will be regarded as a paying customer, and that will then help to get the payment rate higher for the indigents. Then we got the forged signature. I just wanted to add on that thing. No physical money was lost due to the forgery. The AG did flight it previous financial year, and they're busy auditing the whole process to ensure that that is in fact the case. The dependency on consultants, yes, we got a 3-year plan to get to not use them anymore. One of them is we've purchased Caseware. It's a financial system that we use to prepare financial statements. So we've got that. We've got it mapped. So it will be easier now to prepare financial statements. And we're preparing a set of financial statements for the half year by ourselves to see how the process goes before we start tackling it at the end of the financial year, which we'll then submit to the audit committee. The action plan of the AG, yes, we did prepare an action plan for the AG's queries. The major focus of the action plan was on the 4 paragraphs that we have to address that, and I'm confident that we have addressed those 4 paragraphs. There were issues like contingent liabilities and retention registers and so forth. So we spend most of our time concentrating on those four paragraphs. And then investment property was a major one. So we have addressed all of those ones, and the AG is in the process of auditing them. The third parties, yes, we pay all the third parties on a monthly basis. We are not outstanding with any of them. We don't have any penalties from SARS. We pay VAT, everything. So we are up to date with that. The audit of the indigent register, yes, we did audit the indigent register. We send it through to SALGA. SALGA should give us feedback now. They're using the same system that the AG uses. It's called CATS, Computer Assisted Audit Techniques. So that we'll get from them. But our indigent register collapses at the end of each financial year. So we collapse it and then re-register all the indigents. So that's how we also ensure that we don't have, how can I say, a person that was indigent now is not indigent anymore. The legal costs, the feasibility, I've got a report here. On our expenditure as we submitted it to you. From April to June 2025, the costs were 126,000 for paper attorneys and lessing 328,000 Rand and 49,000 Rand. We didn't have a panel of attorneys, so we didn't spend much money on attorneys during this last couple of quarters. We've now got a panel of attorneys, which might then increase the spending. The legal costs, the debt collection strategy employees. Okay, and then the collection strategy where we do not supply. It was indicated that we do not implement debt collection strategies in all the areas. We try to implement debt collection strategies in all the areas, but it's difficult where we do not supply electricity to implement debt collection because it's not really a mechanism. And there's not really a foolproof method on restricting water to residents. They use a washer system, but I don't think it can be scientifically proven that they get their allocated 6 kiloliters, and someone could definitely take us to task with that. I think in Clarence would be a case of point. Someone would definitely take us to task and say, how do we precisely manage that flow of water? So part of our strategy for debt collection, our legal costs are 10%. That's the collection fee, and we'll start making use of the legal collection fees to go into different areas where we are battling to collect the revenue. The Clarence issue, yes, I think it might seem that we are hitting hard on Clarence. Clarence Town owes us 50 million Rand, so we're trying to get that one reduced as part of a quick win to get the finances of the municipality in a better state. We have applied to Treasury to implement. We got smart electricity meters that have been implemented. We implemented 6,750 smart electricity meters, and we've applied to Treasury for funding for smart water meters in Clarence specifically, where we can then, because there's no use we go after the consumer, and then the next minute we can't go after him again, and then it becomes a repeated situation where the debt just climbs the whole time. We want to be able to arrest the debt and maintain it at a certain level. The cash book at venues, yes, we will. I'll personally go and check on that one to see what's happening there. Legal services. I think the legal services to the house, it might be one in Deleuze Street if I get it right. There's a derelict house there that has got illegal occupants. It's part of one of the targets for the legal firms is one of those houses. It's a house owned by a certain gentleman, and we're going to how can I say, tackle it legally. There is no electricity being supplied to the house, but however, there is water being supplied to the house due to the fact that there's people living in there. The councillors, sorry. Councillors' debt, according to the 2024-25 financials, is 62,374 rand. Then regarding the audit committee, the response of the audit committee, yes, they did respond to us. We had that meeting with them, and that was to review the financial statements. So they did a review of the financial statements, and they sent their responses to us, and we implemented them accordingly. The consultants, how much? I think we've highlighted that. Then on the validation of by consultants, I think we're referring then to the MISA consulting engineers. As we said, we're on cost reimbursive, and they check all the claims before we can even process a payment. It's not us that want it. It is the MIG that has insisted on that. Figures for legal costs have shown. Regarding the Section 11 of the MFMA, yes, we did submit a report to Council now. It's going to go at the end of this month to Council on Section 11. There were no incidents of Section 11 within our municipality, so it'll be a zero report. But what I did then do is, because the councillors, the honourable members of the committee, requested that we do a withdrawal statement of the bank account, we then attach it to the Section 52D report rather than making it obscured on a Section 11 report. The UIF and W, I can flight it here. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was 247 million rand. In the previous financial year, it's now 53 million rand. This is mostly due to the Eskom interest. We've got Eskom, we pay Eskom interest on our outstanding debt. You can see it's gone down. Then irregular expenditure was almost R1 billion. It's now 150 million rand. That is mostly because of the write-off of the accounts of almost R1 billion. Then you can see there's the highlighted issues that we're dealing with the unauthorized expenditure or irregular expenditure. Then the unauthorized expenditure, I'll get it now.
Can't you summarize, please? It's like now he's reading everything. Yeah, how can you present?
You've got people chairing your committee.
You'll be guided by me, CFO. Continue.
An unauthorized expenditure, the closing balance is 232 million rand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't know in terms of consequence management, whether that also includes the MM. On the minutes of council, which were guided, I think, by the report of MPEC, the minutes of, I think it's the end of, maybe the speaker will guide on this one. The minutes of the end of March, where the annual report was adopted with reservations. Why was it adopted with reservations? If the council adopts a report with reservations, it means they have worries about certain things in that annual report. And when one looks at the annual report also did not have the report of the audit committee, which also begs the question, is your audit committee functional? Major.
No, thanks, Chair. The annual report that was under consideration at that time, the municipality was not having an audit and performance committee. Because it is financial year 2024 and 5. 4 and 3. 2024, okay. Yeah, we actually had the audit committee finalization part of it. It was, I think, the July this year. That's when we had a properly constituted audit and performance committee. Now, part of what the minutes which Chair was making reference to is that the MPEC committee, they, based on the report that they gave to council, had said that there is a reservation. And part of the reservation was that the very same UIF and W expenditure, they had said they did not have a sufficient time to can thoroughly go deep into that as part of their own investigation, up until we then said you'd really need to work within the time frame to produce reports on the investigation conducted on about UIF and W expenditure of Dihlabeng. Thanks, Chair.
So have you started according to the resolutions you took, that you submit the management letter when you submit a report to the council? In simple terms, I'm just saying you have resolutions, and resolutions that you have in the council directly talks to the exercise that you are engaged in now. Do you abide by your own resolutions as a council? Maybe the speaker can respond to these issues as a custodian of the resolutions of the council.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members of the committee. Chair, we do abide to the resolutions, even if it's not all, because the implementation is with administration, and we do monitor it, and the resolution register did come to council. Thanks.
Thanks. Your audit has been the same for the past 5 years, and I'm sure, as honorable members have indicated, the red or disqualification, or I mean, what is it? The disclaimer.
Qualified.
What is qualified? What is qualified? I'm not talking about the overall outcome of your audit, which is qualified with findings. I'm talking about the issues of the areas where you perform badly. On financial performance is a disclaimer. Those key control areas, it's a disclaimer. And maybe some of the things can be attributed to the cyber attack, maybe, especially in terms of reporting. But once you still have such areas as problematic areas, how do you then hope to have a better performance? I want to give over to Treasury now as we close to give their opinion. What is that?
Thank you, Chair. There are two questions that were not answered for MPEC, and you have said we must not mention the name who asked them. Now I'm tempted to.
No. You know why I'm not giving you? I speak to the mayor. The mayor gives people to respond to questions. Why don't you tell your mayor that there are questions that were not responded to. Now, I want the Treasury to give to tell us the problems that this municipality is having in terms of financial management, especially to responding to the audit action plan.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to add a question to Treasury and maybe Cocta as well. We now hear that, yes, I don't know, it's not just this municipality. There are many municipalities where impacts are not functioning. They don't have audit committees, etc. So, but these are legally bound institutions that should exist in municipalities. So from Treasury and Cocta's side, is there a mechanism where you can pick up, listen, there is no audit committee or the impact is not functioning well. So from your side, what are you doing to assist or force municipalities to also abide by the law to have these mechanisms in their own municipalities? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, let me indicate that the budget for the municipality, it's unfunded budget. Secondary to that, we also welcome the view or the stance by the municipality with regard to the AFS preparation. If I heard them correctly, they would be preparing interim financial statements. We would request that those financial statements be submitted to a provincial treasury as well, so that we can also provide some information.
So they have not submitted?
No, they're saying they would prepare interim financial statements. So they have submitted in terms of the act when they were supposed to in August. But as part of improving their AFS, they are saying they will prepare biannually, which we really appreciate. So that would assist in terms of improving the quality. But at the very same time, what we would like to see, we would like to see shift in terms of spending on the consultants as they will be building a capacity. So they mentioned that over the 3-year period, we will just see that shift. I think it's a good plan in a sense that sometimes when you take out consultants totally, you may have a couple of challenges, the misstatement. So the 3-year period, we welcome it. Now, on issues relating to perhaps debt, I just want to indicate that the debt of the municipality, it's just around I'm trying to look at my numbers here. I think it's 1.8 billion. But the biggest challenge, hence we are also saying there would be challenges in terms of recouping this debt, because bulk of this debt is all debt, most probably 72% of that. I'm trying to look at my notes here, Chairperson. At the very same time, when we deal with the debts, you must also look at the creditors, because where we are heading, CFO, we are heading to the liquidity. So at the very same time, you are being owed, let's say 1.8, but you are also owing other people 1.4 billion. And when you also look at who is owing you mostly, you'll realize that it's our own residents. Now you also link that with unemployment. So those are some of the issues that are there with regard to the municipality. Now, Chair, it is true that the municipality was having challenges around the MPEX. Now, what we have done I need to also indicate that this is a collaboration between COGTA, Treasury, as well as SALGA. We have, firstly, last year, roll out a training with National Treasury where we combine Free State as well as Eastern Cape together with National Treasury. Now, whenever there's a need for capacitation, primarily or with regard to functioning, establishment of the MPEC, the two departments as well as SALGA are always willing, and we are always going to those municipalities wherein we are providing necessary assistance in terms of the capacitation. So we are offering those training. But the training does not only end there. We even go to an extent of training on the bid committees for supply chain, because we also look at the magnitude of the UIF&W, and bulk of it in some of the municipalities, it's around irregular expenditure, which is caused by non-compliance on supply chain. So we also assist in that. Chair, with your permission, maybe before Ntate Lobe, I would like Ntate Muduani to quickly highlight on the strides that the municipality is making with regard to the audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the last financial year, the municipality could not submit the web-based audit action plan, so it was a bit difficult to monitor them. They did, however, have the Excel one. I think the reason there was a problem with the final outcome, the audit report or the management letter was released a bit late. So it was actually towards the end of another financial year in which they had to prepare for the preparation for the compilation of financial statements. However, they did submit to us the preparation plan for the AFS, and they did submit to us the draft financial statements. We did comment on that, and we're hoping now that the municipality will, going forward, use the web-based audit action plan so that we can be able to monitor them on a regular basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I take it that by the look, Chairperson says that I must go ahead. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to members of the committee. Chair, Ndari Muduani and HOD has correctly captured the support that we give to municipalities. For the recent past, we've also assisted municipalities as the three spheres, COGTA, Treasury, and SALGA, through the draft AFS preparedness or readiness system. Would engage with municipalities, would provide the technical advice and technical support. And as municipalities were supposed to have submitted by the 31st of August to the AG, we made an internal arrangement to say, but the latest by the 20th, please submit by us, so that we would go through the AFSs with you and check if everything is ticking. So that is the support that we would do. And we would have the program for the AFS readiness. Let's say we'd set targets and say, by this time, in order for you to be ready at that by the 31st, we'd need to work backwards and say, we've got to develop a program to say state of readiness towards submitting the AFS. Chair, we also participate in the audit steering committees as part of the process to get municipalities ready by the time that they get audited to say, eventually, this is a good product. Like HOD says that there has been nationally a drive to say, how do we empower impacts? We still do them nationally, but we thought that in order to have it more intense and focused, cascade it down to provinces, but also to districts. So we've established what we call the District Impact Forum, where we engage with municipalities within those districts, to an extent that we also, between the 18th and the 17th and 18th of September, we had the Impact Chairpersons Committee, where would sit with chairpersons and say, what are the do's and don'ts in terms of the MPEC work? What are the challenges? How can we come in to empower and get to more ready with that? And with the municipality share, throughout the process of our Section 105 activity, which is monitoring the performance of municipalities, and we always check the performance and the capacity of either MPEC or the audit committee and say, how can we assist in this regard? So that is the support that we provide to municipalities. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a quick, it's not a question, I just want to, the MM asked me a question as well about which property I was referring to. There is a farm outside Bethlehem called Helga 5. The landlord illegally put out 28 stands. There are 110 people living there. They're charging them rent, and the municipality is supplying free services illegally to that property, enriching the landlord. And I was informed that the landlord is currently a former mayor, so perhaps that's why they're not charging him. That's why they're not willing to act against the landlord for illegally putting out those stands. Even the Department of Agriculture refused permission to turn that agricultural land into residential property. There have been court cases, and the municipality knows about the legal side of it. They should, at least. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that concludes the interaction with Dihlabeng. If you don't understand the location of the said farm, during lunchtime, you can consult Honorable Jankelson to give you direction to that place. Honorable members, Majuro and your team, thank you for this interaction. We hope to see you when we make follow-up in relation to this interaction. We are going to make follow-up just to ensure that performance both of financial management and service delivery are improved. Hope to see you in the future, in the nearest future. And you are invited for lunch. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair.
Let's break for 30 minutes for lunch. What time is it now? It's 3:15. 2:15. 2:45. We should be back. Good morning or good afternoon. Majoro, you have oh, thanks for coming back again. We you have these members of the committees on governance and the one of public accounts. At the moment, we have Mohokare, Ntate Tlute, Ntate Makai, and Ntate Van Vieren. And other members have had to attend to other issues now. We still have two other members, it's Ntate Foko and Mem Kabela. We have also Kokta, Salga, Human Rights Commission, and Treasury. And the Office of the Auditor General was also here. This is who we are. Over to you. I don't know. Just look behind you, Majoro. Is it part of your team? Eh, o tshwantse ba tle ka pele ka mona. Ha ba dutse ka back seat. Tshwarang ditulo fela le bone hore na, where do you pitch yourself? Over to you, Majoro. Just introduce your team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to yourself and members of the committee and departments which are there, which are here, and Human Rights Commission. Chairperson, my name is Nozlilo Mashia. I'm the mayor of Nala. With me, on my far right, is the Speaker of Nala, Councillor Mutibi. Next to Councillor Mutibi here is the Administrator, Mr. Amos Goliath. Next to me is Mr. Sekonyela Lihluenya, the Municipal Manager of Nala. Next to the MM is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Muchela Likitlani. Next to Mr. Muchela Likitlani is Mr. Mukotedi, Director Technical. Next to Director Technical is the Chairperson of Municipal Public Accounts Committee, Councillor Sorboy Dikeledi. Next to Councillor Dikeledi is Mr. Marumo, Supply Chain Manager. Next to Mr. Marumo is Councillor Bengu Mkondwani, the Chief Whip. And I know that we are also with Mr. Mutsima, Acting Director, Corporate, seconded to our municipality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Where is Ntate Mutsima?
I'm informed, Chair, just in the bathroom. He's coming.
Oh, okay. I was worried that it could be the same cases, Mokaka. Everyone was here, and they kept on saying the mayor is here, but no one knew where the mayor was. Now, where is the mayor? No, he's here. Where is he? We don't know. And as he came in, he said he was in the loo. Now, how do you go to the loo and no one knows? I will give over to Ndate Makai to take admin through the rituals.
Thank you, Chair. We'll start on my left. If the gentleman can rise and put on his mic. Start with you, Mr. Goliath. Can you rise, please? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'm taking an oath. Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Helgen Amos Goliath.
Do you swear that what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Madam Mayor, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? No, not.
Oath.
No, it's fine. Then the next. MM. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sekonyela Joseph Lehlwenye.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Next. Good day, sir. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mochela Frank Likitlane.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Next, please. Good day, sir. An oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Itumeleng Jethro Mokotedi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? And if so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
Thank you. Next. No more.
No. It's the guy in classes. Are you a councillor?
Are you guys all gonna the next people that are officials? Any officials? Okay, so will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Marumo Franz Malete.
Thank you. Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Is that it? No more? Good day, sir. Oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tsepiso Philip Mutsima.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Majoro, your presentation, please. Where is the chairperson of MPEC, Audit Committee?
Chair, we would speak to it as we make the presentation.
Oh. I advise you that your 15 minutes for presentation is 15 minutes. So if you include other things, you would end up not finishing your presentation within the allocated time. So you remember it's Friday afternoon, so retatile. Majoro, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We will be making a presentation built, of course, on about 6 pillars as flagged in the screen. Those are as part of questions which were given to us prior our coming to, here. Number one, governance committees and oversight, political stability and leadership, financial systems, audits and revenue collection, staffing capacity and organizational structures, infrastructure licensing and service delivery, lastly, public participation. On governance committees and oversight, Chair, we are reporting in front of you that because the question was saying, do we have MPEC or internal audit committee? We're indicating, Chair, that there's been a vacancy of chairperson of MPEC for some time, but on the 19th of August 2024, the council filled the vacancy of chairperson, and as a result, the audit committee had its first meeting on the 5th of September to introduce MPEC. MPEC had their meeting on the 5th of September to introduce a new MPEC chair and resuscitate the committee. On issues of UIFW, we are indicating that we have not been able to deal with, and they are subject to training given to our committee. And to this day, Chair, Treasury, Cogta and Salga has not been able to give our MPEC training. It was scheduled for the 1st and 2nd October, but the same workshop was postponed to the 20th to 24th October. And we have not received any correspondences when that workshop is coming, but I know that the administrator is in constant communication with Salga to make sure that it does happen. On issues of oversight report for 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024 financial years respectively, have not, we are unable to present them because the MPEC have not been submitting reports to council prior to the resignation of the chair. On the financial disciplinary report, we are reporting, Chair, that there was no financial disciplinary report as of the 30th September 2025. However, Council has taken a decision to advertise, and the administrator is seized with the matter. And as such, there are no scheduled disciplinary hearing to address financial misconduct. The issue of audit committee chairs, I've indicated that we will deal with that particular matter as we're giving a report. NALA has not been having an audit committee, and as such, by 13 November 2025 deadline, it was not established as yet, but Council has since resolved to advertise for the audit committee, and the administrator is seized with the matter. We are in communication with Lejwe Leputa that in the period that we are waiting for to have our own, we have a shared service with Lejwe Leputa. And there are no minutes of the audit committee as such. What steps that we have been taking to bring political stability in the municipality? We are reporting that the Free State Executive Council has invoked Section 139, subsection 1, subsection B of the Constitution. And since the invocation of Section 139, 1B, we are reporting that since then there's been a relative stability in the institution. On the issue of consequence management, we are reporting, Chair, that the disciplinary proceedings have been mitigated against the manager, local economic development. The process is constantly interrupted by legal challenges at different platforms. The matter is currently on hold, pending yet another legal challenge by the affected employee. Regarding the speaker, we are reporting, Chair, that on the 19th of August, NALA Council appointed a speaker, Hence, we have brought the speaker with us here today. And the issue of dualism was addressed in a council meeting held on the 20th of June 2025. On the outcome of the investigation into the municipal manager and the CFO respectively, were reporting that the investigation into alleged maladministration against the MM and CFO has not yet been done due to an agent High Court ruling to suspend the outcomes of a council meeting held on the 20th June 2025. Safe to indicate that that meeting of June 2025 was to deal with that particular matter, to place them on precautionary suspension. The same court also ruled that they should return to work. And the latter which I've reported is the same as the CFO. The Section 106 investigation into the mayor. The Section 106 investigation, which was concluded in 2019, is being handled by HOD Cocter. A new Section 106 investigation is currently underway and yet to be concluded. On the critical vacancies, we are currently having a position of Director Corporate Services, which we have advertised, and the process is at a shortlisting process. On the intervention and impasse, we are indicating that whatever issues that were there, in as far as the administrator's powers and legality of the constitutional intervention, were indicating that the case became moot in the High Court on the 9th of October 2025. Chairperson, allow me on the following, with the following few minutes left, just to give to the administrator to conclude the following report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chairperson and members, honorable members. The indigent register of the municipality was updated in July this year, but we cannot confirm whether it is previous indigent registers have been audited, and the one that was updated in July 2025 has yet not been audited. The municipality does have a functional up-to-date billing system. The collection rate of revenue is low at 37% as of the end of September 2025. The bank account of the municipality, which was frozen prior the intervention, was unfrozen on the 26th of May 2025. As far as the waste collection licenses of the municipality, the municipality is currently operating without a license. On the staffing capacity and organizational structure, the last skills audit at Nala was conducted in 2021. The operational organogram is made up of 441 employees, 3 senior managers who were appointed in terms of Section 56, and 24 councillors. The organogram is, we can flight it if there is a need. We have a slide of the organogram with us. SAGA is constantly providing support to the municipality for the review of the organogram. The anticipated completion date of the organogram is the end of February 2026. As far as infrastructure licensing and service delivery is concerned, we can report that the municipality does not apply for the license previously and it was not approved. The municipality only operates with permits on its landfill sites. The bulk electricity and water meters, on that question we can report that Eskom has bulk meters that are read remotely, so the municipality does not have its own bulk meter, and Val Central also have a bulk meter that are read by municipal officials on a monthly basis together with a team from Val Central, so that bulk meter also belongs to Val Central. The municipality does not have a separate bulk meter. As it relates to sufficient functional and operational yellow fleet, the municipality operates with a relative low yellow fleet. We have 3 TLBs, 3 compactor trucks, of which only 2 are working, and 1 needs to be repaired, and 2 tractors with trailers. The measures that will be put in place to curb the apparent legal costs due to constant litigation as a result of failing service delivery. The team is working with the only fleet the municipality have to clean stormwater channels and stormwater management, to repair potholes, to do grading of roads with TLBs, as well as road paving and the digging of graves. So the TLBs are used for multiple functions: water and sanitation maintenance, and cleaning of illegal dumps. The municipality does have a panel of service providers for the hiring of yellow fleet if there is a need. As far as financial viability is concerned, the municipality's budget for 2025-6 was approved on 30th of May, and it is an unfunded budget, and a funded plan was submitted, was also approved at the same meeting. As far as public participation is concerned, pre the approval of the budget in April, May, there was public participation sessions, although limited, in different wards, and they are listed there. A few wards we could not have because meetings were disrupted, and the process plan for the new finance for 2026-27 has already been adopted by Council on the 2nd of September 2026. That brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks. Can I get a reaction of the Treasury in relation to the audit, the processes of the municipality? The municipality, if I'm not mistaken, got a disclaimer. They submitted their financials very late.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with regard to the AFS, this is one of the municipality that did not submit the AFS for previous financial year. Obviously, that has huge impact in terms of how we were planning to offer support or assistance in terms of ensuring that come end of the day, there's a quality in the preparation of the AFS. The other issue, Chair, as Dihlabeng has indicated, we, on the MPEC, we call all the municipality. However, at the time when we were calling all chairpersons of the MPECs, there was no establishment. But after the establishment of the MPEC, we have arranged that in the first week of November, we will be able to offer much needed assistance in terms of capacitating the MPEC members or newly appointed MPEC members. I think generally we are also equally worried about the issues around stability as well as the governance related matters, because they also impact directly on the outcomes of some of the audit. For an example, if you don't have audit committee that need to sit and also make sure that the financial well-being as well as the preparations of those financial statements and monitoring of audits are in place. So if in the event that you don't have those oversight committee, it also has a huge impact on the expected outcomes. So I think, Chair, let me pause here and also allow Ntate Mudiwani to also address some of the technical related issues on the audit action plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Unfortunately, the municipality did not prepare the web-based audit action plan, so there was no way that we could monitor progress on its implementation. Thank you.
Cocter. Let's start on the side of performance and compliance. And maybe also Ntate Lobi, if you have a comprehensive decision on what is the decision of government to have intervention in the municipality, which when you send Ntate Goliath to an institution, you say these are the primary things that you need to achieve when you go there, so that as you do assessment of performance, it's based on the set goals of what should be achieved, because those goals should be based on the challenges that were observed, which warranted intervention. Over to you, Ntate Lobi.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, the intervention in Nala local municipality, Chair would remember.
I'm sure you understand.
Yes.
I was saying we start with performance and what, and we end. Oh.
Yes.
Yes,
Maybe let me start from the intervention, then we go to performance. My colleague Ntate Bensiri would more talk about performance issues, because there are 5 sets of performance issues that you want to talk to. I would more focus on the intervention. Chair, the intervention in Nala municipality has got a bit of a history. Chair would maybe committee would remember that some 2-3 years ago, the NCOP would have requested, after we did the Section 105 oversight visit in Nala municipality, there were issues that were raised that would have prompted the need for Section 106 investigation. And amongst those would have been the issues that our committee, the 106 committee, is busy with currently, as the mayor had indicated earlier. To an extent that, Chair, last week on the 14th of the current month, the NCOP committee would have visited Nala municipality, wherein they would have checked what is the state of the intervention, the 139 intervention. Subsequent to the request for the 106 intervention, there was a request for us to do Section 139(1)B intervention in the municipality. This would have been prompted by what the mayor correctly coded as a situation of dualism, wherein you had 2 municipal managers, you had 2 mayors, you had 2 speakers and all that. So on the basis of that, the Executive Council took a decision to say, we invoke in Section 139, 1B, which says that we take over the responsibilities of administration and to bring in stability within Nala municipality. On the basis of that, Ntate Amos Goliath was sent to Nala municipality as the lead EXCO rep to represent the Executive Council, as an administrator for short. And then coupled to that, would also send Ntate Mutsima to assist. Now, the intervention for Ntate Mutsima would be more based on Section 1, as one of the core problems in Nala would be administrative stability. And Ntate Mutsima would be sent there in order to address the corporate services issues. Ntate Amos would be given the overall responsibility to head the administration. Maybe the question would be then, why do you have an MM and an administrator at the same time? Remember, Chairperson, the appointment of the municipal manager is a contractual arrangement between the municipality and the municipal manager. But Ntate Goliath is sent specifically to bring administrative stability there and be reporting to the Executive Council. So that is the situation. Now, we the NCOP in their visit last week would also engage with civil society or engage with organized labor and engage with the council to say the conditions that necessitated the intervention, are they still applicable? And if yes, what is it that would be a turnaround? So we were charged as COGTA, together with other sectors. Treasury would also be part to say, within a short time, present to us your turnaround strategy for Nala local municipality. That is what Dr. Goliath would be leading and reporting to EXCO on the basis of chair. And then the non-compliance issues, may, if chairperson allows, may I please request that they Ben to present.
Before that Ben talks, what we need is that plan, I think, in the form of what necessitated intervention and what is the plan of intervention, so that you say the team that we send there for intervention, these are the key issues that we want the team to attain. If we can just send that to the committee, so that as we do assessment of performance, it's based on what prompted the decision that they said.
Maybe, Chair, maybe before the year goes, like we said, Chair, the first issue was to bring administrative stability, which was get rid of situation of
we want a written thing,
okay,
not explanation.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, because obviously that plan must include the time frames so that there's a clear blueprint.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members and colleagues. According to the information at the disposal of the department, the staff establishment was last reviewed in 2020. However, we take note of the administrator saying 2021. Needless to say, the staff establishment is outdated. And this points to a situation of non-compliance with the regulations. When the minister introduced the municipal staff regulations, they were due to take effect in 2021. Now, if the municipality is still reviewing, going through the process of staff establishment, it goes back to previous questions. There is non-alignment in terms of the skills audit. There is non-alignment in terms of the job description. And secondly, there was also a request to submit the municipal staff capability profile to the department. As matters stand, the department is unable to report to National COGTA in terms of the vacancy rate of Nala local municipality because the information was not received. Having said that, we note in the presentation that the post of Director Corporate Services was advertised and closed on the 26th of September. The post was last filled February 2023, and the Community Services post was last filled in 2020. Now, what we need to take note is that in terms of the regulations for the appointment of senior managers, shortlisting for senior managers post must be done within 30 days of the closing of the advert. By Monday, the institution will be non-compliant by 1 day because day 30 falls on a Sunday. So already the process to recruit the director corporate is invalid because they would have exceeded, even if you do your shortlisting on Monday, you will be over the regulated timeframes by 1 day. So the advice from the department would be go back and re-advertise because the process would be null and void from the start. We also, in conclusion, note that the disclosure of benefits and interest for senior managers, the 3 that are appointed, were not received by the department. Every year, within 30 days of the beginning of the financial year, when performance agreements are submitted to the MEC, They must be submitted together with the disclosure of financial benefits and interest, and this has not been received from the institution. Those are instances of non-compliance from NALA. Thank you, Chair.
So from what we received as a report is that corporate service is led by secondment from this thing. So are we then saying provincial government is contributing towards the delay in the appointment of the senior managers?
Chair, I would be very careful to categorize it as such. Remember, I am not aware when the selection panel was appointed by council. Now, when council decided to advertise the post, the logic would dictate that they would then appoint the selection panel, which would then run the process. So it might be, I need to be very careful to apportion blame. The municipality can only answer in terms of, did they have a process plan to fill the post, and maybe what the bottlenecks would have been in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Now we get to I had recognized that Meko. Come this way.
No, Chair, thanks. No, it was a small issue, Chair, to reinforce the should I say resolution you have taken that either COCTA must give us a report. And I want to extend it, Chair, because look, the story of the interventions in municipalities, and for the longest, have not given us a sense that indeed we're achieving an impact. I don't think we have that sense. I hold very strong views around Section 139C itself. I mean, if you take into account where is Mafubi. Now, but I want us to stretch his chair that where there has been interventions like Nala.
Be conscious about your 5 minutes. Ne?
About my what?
No, but
okay, Chair, let's ask that report must also include a report where there's been interventions, whether or not there's been impact, including this one of Nala when it comes to an end. So that as oversight, we get to appreciate that when these decisions are taken, indeed, we're going to achieve impact. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe the first question should go to Mr. Goliath. Maybe I must appreciate and acknowledge the presentation, but the first question must go to Mr. Goliath. In line with what Honorable Meku was saying, as far as interventions are concerned, I think you have intervened to a number of municipalities. One of them is Maluto Pofung, Dihlabeng. I'm not sure about Mafube and Masilonya. Can we be taken into confidence? Was there any improvement? And in those municipalities you are sent in terms of Section 139B. Now in Nala, do you see improvement? Two, Chair, to CFO,
there's a company there called, is this Bongilat Lorry, what? How do you know the company? How do you relate with the owner of the company? If you relate with the owner of the company, have you ever declared such company, that relationship in the municipality? And then the other issue that I will want to check, Chair, it's issue of Section 106 report. How was it dealt with by Nala local municipality? Because I remember there's been a lot of traffic around that report of Section 106. But amongst other things, there was a transaction, I think it was done to Val Central, it was a Val Central payment of 2.4 million paid into the individual account. Can we be taken into confidence what happened? How did such a payment of 2.4 million be done to an individual? There's another issue of tipper trucks that were bought by tipper truck which was bought by Nala. Can we be taken into confidence what happened with the tipper truck? It has been years without basic free electricity. What hampers the municipality to provide free basic electricity as expected? What is the relationship between the administrator, mayor, and the speaker of the council? MPEC chair, this one is directly to MPEC chair. I would want to know, when was the last time you had MPEC meeting which processes UIF, unauthorized, irregular and fruitless, wasteful and fruitless expenditure? Chair, I think, and then audit committee, is it functional? Do you have a new audit committee? If you have a new audit committee, was there ever a handover report? And then was there ever be any other Ntokanje, what do you call this thing? Recouping of money in line with section 32, subsection 2 of FMA. Thanks, Chair. Maybe I will get back.
Thanks.
No, I'm covered. It's fine. No, I'm covered.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me welcome the presentation, Chair. Mine, Chair, I just want to cut it because my colleague, Honorable Msimanga, have asked that question, but I just want to cut it in short. That what is your the relationship, Chair? Let me not direct the question to administrator and the What is the relationship between two positions, Chair? I just want to check that one, Chair. And the other one, any reason for not submitting the workplace audit plan, Chair? Those are my two questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. As a start, following what happened in this municipality was much like watching a soap opera the past few months. Indeed, there were two Section 106 reports. And the first one was actually signed by the previous MEC, Honorable Duquano, who's the speaker now. I did ask a question in the Free State Legislature to the current MEC and to say, can we see that report? Because it's not been tabled in council as such. There's been given, they've been given a shorter report on it, a presentation, but the Section 106 report has not been tabled in council. And I do think it's very necessary that this committee see that report. So I think as part of our resolutions we take is that may be made available to this committee. To the administrator, Mr. Goliath, did you get till now get support from council and the municipal manager in the things that you were supposed to be doing, because you did get a certain function and responsibility? So was there any cooperation between council and the MM? To the speaker, Mr. Speaker, you were previously the impact chairperson. I would like to know how many meetings did you hold? Physical meetings, not meetings that were scheduled and not taking place. So in your chairpersonship, how many physical meetings did you actually have? If we can just get an answer on that. Then, Chairperson, I'm very concerned. This municipality appears to be not taking accountability seriously. And let me prove it to you. So during March this year, National Treasury actually sent a letter to this municipality with an intention to hold the March tranche of the local government equitable share and conditional grants. That was during March this year. So one of my councillors, one of my councillors, wrote to the municipal manager asking him certain responses on this, in the sense that he also wants to do oversight, conduct oversight. So he asked about the response status, the planned corrective actions, repayment agreements, etc. And he sent it through to the municipal manager, and the municipal manager actually replied to him, and I want to read to you the message he sent to him, because this actually shows the level of accountability that was not given. So the municipal manager answered the councillor who's doing oversight, refrain from something that are not meant for you. Brotherly advice. What did you mean by refrain from some things that are not meant to you? Brotherly advice. Let's go on with the whole issue of transparency. You know, an annual financial statement is actually another oversight and transparency mechanism. So you publish your oversight, and either your AFSs, you send it through to the Auditor General, because that shows openness and transparency. But if you don't, like the Auditor General says, if you don't submit, you can't report. So again this year, the AFS were not sent. It should have been sent by the 31st of August. My question to the municipality is, at what stage did you realize that you won't be able to submit? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now let me welcome the presentation. And as far as the questions answered as they were, I'm not quite satisfied with the answers as such, though, because it still leaves the municipality in quite of a bit of a predicament. Let's start with the landfill sites and the wastewater treatment works licenses. I'm not sure, but I'm sure you will be familiar with the Municipal Systems Act and the NEMA, for the simple reason that operating these sites, whether it be the wastewater treatment site works or the landfill sites, is a criminal offence to operate them and it carries dire consequences if they don't have licenses and they're not operated properly. It's mandated by the Constitution that they are done that way. My advice would be to get them operating legally as soon as possible. And maybe you can give us a response to how you actually plan to do that, or what and when you will be able to. Have you applied for it? Have you what progress have you made to accompanying this pact? Then, as a municipality that hosts probably the biggest agricultural expo within the country, not only the country but probably on the African continent, the roads and the cities themselves are in a deplorable state. I'm talking about the municipal roads, not the provincial roads. It's a different matter. The municipal roads are really, really bad. And the facilities available, the caravan parks in Bothaville, for example, is completely closed down. It's disappeared. The tennis courts, there's people living in the facilities. The sports ground, there's a recycling unit open there. Is that recycling unit got a contract with the municipality? Was it actually a contract with the municipality? Is there a viable formal contract? Are they NEMA compliant? Where are the residents actually supposed to go now for their sports? I mean, the facility has been taken over by recyclers. And then you've got seems to me you've got a massive storage issue. The municipal yard also in Bothaville, there's no security. When we were there for Oversight, we actually saw 3 or 4 people run when we drove towards there that were stripped. They were busy stripping parts in pure daylight and disappearing into the background. Apparently this is an ongoing thing. Then there's there's prepaid meters that were in one of those storage facilities that were incorrectly ordered, or there was something faulty with those prepaid meters. And those prepaid meters were more than 10 million rand. And that's a couple of years ago. When we peeped through the window, there was maybe 100 left. What happened to the rest of them? Where'd they go? What happened to this money? Has it ever been written off? Was it declared to the Auditor General? Are the prepaid meters going to be reinstalled? What is the situation with the prepaid meters and what happens with that stock? As well as while we were there was stock standing outside of bricks that no one could tell us what the bricks or the paving stones, what they were for, who ordered them, where they came from, where they're meant to be placed. There's deliveries being made to that yard on a daily and a weekly basis, reportedly, that no one knows who ordered it, but it's arriving. No delivery notes, goes in, goes out. There seems to be no control in that yard, in your municipal yards whatsoever, which is a very concerning factor. Then, lastly but not least, the IDP development things, participation, public participation. It doesn't help having an IDP that is a wish list, and your SDIP does not speak to it. One of the ways that you can actually do this is have public participation and make sure that your public participation actually is more widely spread and speaks to the needs of the people. I don't know when was the last time you actually had an IDP. I know you answered it sort of in your presentation, but not actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me note the presentation. Chair, can I get just on the financial health, what your debtors book look like, the amount owed by residents, businesses, state, your collection rate, and then also your creditors, what does that look like? And then if there's any councillors or staff members owing the municipality money, if we can tell us who they are and what's the amounts. And Chair, then I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand municipalities, but impact. If I understood the presentation correctly, you haven't sat for the last 2 years. Now, how do you hold the executive accountable? How do you hold these people accountable? I don't know. It's as if we, as public accounts, don't exist. Then we wouldn't have sat here. We would never meet, and we don't hold the MECs accountable. I don't know how you function as a municipality. And the problem I sit with, Chair, is that the impact is being chosen by council. It's these politicians sitting here that's guilty of that. It's you. You should, I promise you, if you were in the private sector, your heads would have rolled long time ago. Because there's no accountability. You just spend, I don't know, maybe the administrator can tell me if they deliver any services. My colleague touched on it now. What services does this municipality deliver, if any? Chair, then lastly, what is dualism? Is it in the Structures Act? Is there something like that? Can you appoint 2 MMs, 2 speakers, 2 mayors, 2 dualism? I don't know what that is. I've heard of twins, but that's at birth. It's a natural thing. But dualism, and who on earth gave you the right to do that? Who decided that? But it comes down to the politicians again. The politicians appoint the MM. The MM appoint the other officials. But so it's just like a free-for-all. And then I would like to ask Kokta, how is it possible that, if I understood this presentation again, that there was an investigation into the mayor since 2019. It's a 106 investigation also. Since 2019. Why haven't we come to a decision? Why haven't you gotten rid of somebody or let the minister, I don't know, how is it possible that we sit here and listen to this and nothing has happened over the last couple of years? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. To add to my colleague, perhaps it is time for a rebirth, because I can promise you this municipality is dead. And if you go to Bothaville, you can actually smell the corpse. It is in a terrible state. Just to add to the paving bricks that are lying there, a few years ago, you've also bought a machine that actually makes these bricks, and it's just standing there. It's millions of rands that are wasted. So, yeah, can you please give us feedback on what is going on there? Why was that machine bought? What's the amount that it was bought for? Why is it only standing there? Why is it not being used? Is it in such a state that it can no longer be used? And why did it reach that point? The Bothaville is really in a terrible state. There's illegal dumping, there's illegal occupants in your municipal buildings. It's a sight for sore eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Majoro.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm requesting that the team will be assisting to respond, because other questions were direct, but safe to indicate that one request that we also submit a written report in as far as when you speak to your paving brick machine, so that we prepare a full comprehensive report with regard to that. And then with regard to the IDP and public participation and SDP, when last time we had that, on the 30th of May 2025, of course preceded by public participation, which we, when we were reporting, were saying, in other words, we could not have some meaningful public participation due to disruptions. But we did have public participation. And on the 30th of May, IDP budget and budget-related policies were approved by Council. And subsequently, the service delivery and budget implementation plan was approved, which must then be at least monitored throughout when the committees which are assisting the executive committee are sitting, leading up to EXCO and council. And at this stage, let me just request the administrator, if there is anything that I left, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I hope now you respond to issues related to Nala.
Yeah,
In relation to the other question, you can respond towards the end.
to Nala.
I'm saying on the there's a question about that relates to other municipalities.
Yeah, I will.
Yes, I'm saying at the end. Now focus on the questions that are related to Nala.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We became aware around the 6th of August 2025 that we will not be able to submit the AFS in time because the consultant was appointed late. The tender committee could not sit because of the instability in the municipality. So it was only after the intervention kicked in that the committees could sit and appoint a consultant. And when the consultant presented his process plan on the 6th of August, we realized that we would not be able to submit in time. We wrote to the Treasury and requested an extension until the end of September. They did not respond to it. I don't think they could grant it. I think they just took note of it. And we again did not make it by the 30th of September. We had a meeting with the Auditor General on Wednesday, and we made a commitment and we agreed that we will submit on the 30th of October. I had a meeting with a tele-consultation with a consultant yesterday and today, and they promised me that all the information that they required from the municipality has now been submitted to them, and they promised that on Monday they will submit the AFS to the municipality, which the municipality in turn would then submit electronically to the Treasury, and we have requested the assistance of the Lejweli-Putswa District Municipality to help us to do the quality assurance thereof, so that we can submit on the 30th of October to the Auditor General. The previous opinion was a qualified opinion. I was informed by colleagues. As it relates to the Val Central issue and the tipper trucks, the newly established Section 106 committee has been seized with that investigation for the last 3 weeks. They have been interviewing people. What we can confirm is that these two matters were reported to the subs, and we do not know what is the extent of the progress that is made. However, as far as the tipper trucks are concerned, the tipper trucks were bought from a service provider who sourced it from another supplier, and that supplier delivered it to the municipality and recovered it again from the municipality. The municipality subsequently approached the High Court, which ordered that they return the tipper trucks to the municipality. But to date, the tipper trucks has not been returned to the municipality. We are considering another legal approach to the court because there was a clear breach of a court order as far as the return of the tipper trucks to the municipality. I know as far as free basic services is concerned, because of the instability in the municipality, the registration process for this 2025 indigent register went into the new financial year. And yesterday we confirmed that they have only now uploaded the new data onto the system, and that from the 1st of November, people will be able to access their free basic services. As far as the relationship between the administrator and the political and administrative leadership of the municipality is concerned, I think it's public knowledge that there are tensions, huge tensions, and that there has been a huge pushback. But since the 15th, after the NCOP arrived, there was an engagement between myself and the MM and the HOD, and we are beginning to move closer to each other. But prior to that, it was very difficult to work in the municipality. And we hope that what is currently happening we will improve on that, and that we will be able to stabilize the relationship between the administrator and the intervention team and the current leadership of the municipality. I must also just note that there are huge divisions in the municipality. It's not just political divisions, it's administrative divisions as well. A huge complement of the staff do not want to work with the current administration, and they want to work with the administrator, and we're constantly trying to facilitate it, me and the MM. The MM reports to me when people don't want to take instructions from him. But the staff is divided about many historical issues. I can list all the issues on which the staff is divided, was listed in the various memoranda that was given to the MEC and the prior to the intervention. And I think it's going to take some doing to deal with those issues that allegations and counter allegations. And we are planning a strategic planning session where we get together not only managers, but even at the level of supervisors. There's a huge number of people acting in positions. There are many positions that has not been filled. It's not only the Section 57 positions. And there's contestations over who should act in the positions. And one of the things that we will have to do is to fill some of those positions ASAP with people with the requisite skills. As far as finance is concerned, a lot of work in as far as the system is concerned, and that is one of the contributing factors to the late submission of information to the consultants on the AFS. A lot of work is done by the administrators, the system administrators of the municipality, work that's supposed to be done by employees of the municipality. So it's either, and I have had engagements with the systems administrators who informed me that there was training given to staff, and there's even a manual online that staff can follow. So it's either an unwillingness or unpreparedness for staff to do their work, or it might be that people are not properly qualified in the positions and that it is difficult for them to understand how the system works. Yeah, I will not respond to the 2019 Section 106 report. Look, I say up until the 15th, even the council did not support me. There were aborted council meetings when certain decisions had to be taken. I think it's out there in the public. even under the new speaker on my right as well. I was hoping that we will get direction, but we have since discussed it. And I'm saying we are on a new trajectory from the 15th of October. I just hope we can continue with that, because my experience is that if there is pushback in an intervention, that intervention go way beyond its time that it was supposed to stay in an area. Then, yeah, it is true that the stores are not properly secured. I have paid a visit to the stores myself, and I have observed what the councillor has mentioned there, but unfortunately there's no money on the municipality's budget to put fencing around. What is necessary is that we to put fencing around it, but there's also no inventory keeper, or the people in the stores don't know what is in the stores. And that is creating a problem at the moment for us, where they don't know themselves. The inventory does not stay with them in the store, so they don't know at any given time what is in the stores. And that's something that we will also have to work on as an intervention team and see how we put that system, because I cannot think that the system never existed. We must resuscitate systems that previously existed and that people have stopped using for reasons only known unto themselves. And it appears that some of it it's been for years, more than 5, 6, 7 years, that people are not using the systems that are there to ensure that there is accountability and that there are controls in the municipality. Our debtors book stands at 953 million. Most of it is domestic debtors. Then our creditors is about 1.6 billion, and that includes about close to 1 billion of it is Eskom, and about 135 is Val Central. Is it 100? Is Val Central, and 494 is Val Central, and the EXCO has just approved the debt relief application that we're submitting to Val Central, so that that portion of it can be written off. And we had entered, and it also the proposal also includes a payment plan over a period of 36 months to pay off the amount that the municipality is supposed to pay to Val Central. We had a payment plan for the last 3 months, which expired at the end of September, and we have honored that payment plan. So the one that is going now to Eskom will require us to pay over the next 36 months about 1.5 million plus the current account, which varies between 4 and 7 million to Eskom, to Val Central, and we have done our homework. It is possible for the municipality to honor it. We still need to engage Eskom, because we must report that the municipality has not honored the debt relief plan with Eskom, and that is one big mountain that we still need to climb. There are many employees. The employee debt to the municipality combined, I think, with the councillors is about 12 million. Yeah, it's about 12 million according to our financial system. So the plan is to issue a directive to all of them to come forward and make payment arrangements with the municipality, and all payment arrangements that exceed 12 months will have to be approved by the administrator. As I say, most of it is domestic. Our big challenge is with water. Our revenue from electricity is about 81% collection rate, but on water it's just 18%. So we need to conduct an investigation on whether we are just not reading meters, or whether we simply don't have meters that needs to be installed. The rest I will leave to my colleagues. What I have not touched, I will. What is dualism? Dualism. It's when there are two people occupying the same position at a senior level. There's no such a thing. Well, it's a phenomenon that gets created when things it's usually the result of something irregular that happens in the municipal council itself. How it came about in Nala, there was a meeting that suspended the mayor and the municipal manager and the chief financial officer, which was unprocedural. And then the very same people then elected a new municipal manager and a new acting MM and an acting mayor and an acting MM, and then the mayor went to court and the court ruled in the mayor's favor. Then there was now two mayors. And then in the meantime, there was a motion of no confidence in the mayor, which meeting was also not properly constituted, and ousted the speaker, and then we had two speakers as well. When the intervention started, that was one of the issues that we had to deal with. The intervention started on the 13th of May, and by the 20th of June, it was resolved that we only now have one mayor and one speaker and one municipal manager. So if you look at how the meetings were, how the decisions were taken, it was a comedy of errors. From one error to the other error to the other error, and this is how you'll end up with what we call dualism. My colleagues will now follow up.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let me start first with the SMS that was read in this meeting. Chairperson, I think the councillor who sent the message to honorable member, I don't know when did we have any differences. I think that message is selectively used to portray a picture that there is no relationship between myself and the councillor in question. Maybe the councillor must also forward the subsequent messages, which our communication after that with the honorable member. That message was not done in bad faith. He must also provide the subsequent, because the message was sent on the 18th of March. We communicated on the 18th of March, whereby I was flooded with a lot of questions that are needed. And in my response, I said, morning, councillor. After I've sent him that, I said, morning, councillor, since you are flooding me with a list of questions, that will require me to have an ample time to respond. But I'm going to request you in future, all your queries should be addressed in line with the standard rules and orders, because some warrant to be responded during the council meetings. I don't know why he highlighted that one, but I also came back, and there's never been any bad blood between myself and the council. So that is what I wanted to clarify, Honorable Chair. The second point is with regard to the first Section 106 report. On the 28th of November 2024, the HOD came through the instruction of the MEC to come and present the report. What was communicated in that meeting of the council was all the issues that have alleged corrupt activities and criminal activities that may have taken place. The HOD has referred that report to the law enforcement agencies.
The second point which I want to add in relation to the issue of the Val Central transaction and the tripper trucks. Chairperson, it directly affects myself as the accounting officer and the CFO. What happens, the Minister of COGTA in November 2024 appointed in fact, by directive requested the MEC to establish the Section 106 investigation. And then that committee is busy. We have made our own submissions. So I will request through you, Honorable Mayor, that maybe the committee must be finished, that the administrator with the outcomes of the report. Because the instability that was there emanates from the unrest which were continuing perpetually in our municipality, whereby people wanted us to be suspended and so on and so forth. Now, the manner in which our suspension was handled, Honorable Chair, it was not properly handled in relation to the regulations that appoint the Section 56 managers.
I wouldn't want you to respond to issues that affected you. You know, I'm sure it was reported by the administrator. Maybe what becomes important is the reports that refers to the matters, as you say, especially on the issues of is it 106 that must come, so that we
Chair.
you know what I want,
Chair.
honorable members.
I partly disagree. The issues that affect the municipal manager, they affect municipal manager because of his work. So there's no way he can escape accountability. Even if they have to do with him, they are doing with him on the basis that is the municipal manager. So the expectation is that he must answer, including those issues, even if are issues that are painful.
No, maybe you don't understand me. The issue that he's responding to was explained by the administrator. Now, if he repeats, it's like now he's defending himself on the issue or allegations raised, which is why I'm saying you must avoid that.
Sorry, Chair, to make a dialogue.
No, let's leave it. Continue on.
Yes, thanks, Honorable Chair. I was saying in relation to the Val Central transaction and the deeper trucks, they directly affect me as an accounting officer and the CFO of the municipality. So what we are requesting is that maybe upon the conclusion of the investigations by Section 106, I call it Thabo Masukela Commission. Then the report of Thabo Masukela Commission, maybe the committee must be finished with that report. But Honorable Chair, briefly, I think we must raise our disheartening manner in which our issues were raised and how they were handled. We wanted this type of a platform to be graded because we never have an opportunity. A public perception was created against the mayor, myself, and the CFO. And that thing is still continue even today, pertaining to the very same issues that are being raised. We are being crucified publicly on the basis of these things. And Chair, if one has to be honest with you, we have never seen found money under the pretext that Val Central must be paid. The transaction, the request for payment was done on the 31st of July, 2023.
And then it followed all the processes. But because we did not have enough funds in our account at that time, that request for payment was kept until we were able to accrue and be able to pay. That transaction was processed on the 1st of October during that particular year. What happened, Chairperson, we have what we call the creditors list, where the name of the Val Central was in the, is also included, and the amount that we owe to the Val Central. In my communication with the then CE, Dr. Morosi, we then requested that we'll only be able to pay an invoice of 2.4 million. Now, it was myself and the former acting expenditure accountant who were processing the payments. She will load the payment into the system and approve partially, and then I'll approve that thing. Now, we only realized later stage when we were contacted by our FNB that it looks like we have paid into a wrong account. And as a result, the FNB, on that 2.4 million, the FNB was able to save 1.8 million. And in that account, a person who happened to have spoken to our, the lady who was assisting me with the payment was able to withdraw an amount of 610,000. With the size of Nala, it's a very substantial amount of money. Chairperson, I personally went to the police station and opened up a case. In opening up the case, I was then requested by the police station that you can't be able to open the case because you are not the one who was communicating with that particular person who claimed to be an employee of the Val Central. I then requested the lady to write a report for me. There is no indication in a report whereby she says either myself or the CFO, we gave her an account where she must pay. Instead, she spoke to that particular person by the name of Charles Pillay. There is a report to that effect. We therefore, Chairperson, went to the police station and opened up a case. The case is opened. The latest information that we got from the police on the 28th of August is that they have applied for Section 205. I hope and believe that that investigation must be concluded as speedily as possible. Also the Section 106, so that this thing of saying is us, myself and the CFO and the mayor to a certain extent, we have siphoned the money out of the municipality coffers, it must be cleared. Coming to the issue of the tipper trucks, Chairperson, the technical director is here. It was in December, either on the 14th or on the 15th of December. I issued a letter to say the workers of the municipality, they must knock early on that day. They were supposed to have knocked at 12 o'clock. I only learned about the issue of the tipper trucks on the 19th of December when we came back from work in that particular year. What happened, there was a discussion between the office of the director, the people who are dealing with the fleet and so on and so forth, where the manufacturer came under the pretext that they are going to service the tipper trucks, and at a later stage, because they delivered those tipper trucks without the permits. The director can confirm, in one instance, there was a complaint from our traffic officers who said to us, the traffic officers from the province, they have a problem with these tipper trucks because they always use the temporary permit. I called the director and I warned him that please make sure that your people are very cautious because this thing is very fishy. It can't be correct every now and then. We are being subjected to the public perception, Chairperson. Everyone goes to the media. There was a lot of noise in the media to say we have wasted money and so on and so forth. We have opened the case. The High Court has issued a court order with cost. The the manufacturer made an appeal. He lost that appeal. He's now petitioning the Supreme Court of Appeal for to ensure that he be given an opportunity to state his or her case. We don't know these people. It's just a matter that they came and collected those things when we're not there. Now, the issue is that in most cases, when the leadership from the executive committee were in the media, they were talking about the RT57. We did not follow the National Treasury prescripts in acquiring those things. That is not true, Chairperson. We have followed that process, and the information is available, but I will request that, Chairperson, in short, the Section 106 must also take you into confidence as to what happened with these two matters, and also the cases that were opened, how far are they? If I have to step down to that one, Chairperson, we have advertised the post of Director Corporate Services. The post of Director Corporate Services, the shortlisting has taken place. We have just concluded the shortlisting today. We are within the time frame. And then we are going to develop a process plan which will be submitted to the administrator, and then it will be in line with the regulations and the timeframes that are there. So I wanted to pause there, Chairperson, but I needed these two issues, the critical issues, to be explained briefly, but please ensure that the Section 106 also present their report in your committee. Thanks very much. I will give other colleagues to add.
I think in relation to that, if that report is ready and available somewhere, maybe with COGTA or with Premier, we'll formally write to them to give us that report. Yes.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm going to deal with the question that was directed to me about one of the service providers in the municipality by the name of Sibongile Glory. First and foremost, I must indicate that I, Mochela Likitlan, as the Chief Financial Officer of the municipality, I do not have any relationship with service providers. I don't work directly with service providers. There's a supply chain division which deals directly with the service providers. And we have a panel of a number of service providers in the municipality. I would not be able to know all of them. I only know some of them when they come to the municipality to inquire about their payments. So I don't have any relationship.
You were asked about that specific one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I don't have any relationship with that company. I don't even know the owner of the company. So I don't know why I'm being asked about one company, because the municipality has got a number of service providers that are doing business with the municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think critically what we need to get is that report of 106 that would be covering the issues that have been raised, and the second report, because my understanding, which maybe Date Goliath will say clearly, is that stability in essence in terms of administration is something that started this month. Is it, can I?
Yes, Chair.
So, which then when we talk about the problems of lateness of submissions of financials and all compliance issues that must be attended to, at the moment, we cannot confidently talk about them because obviously there's never been compliance. Is it the reading, or is it my reading of the situation from what I pick up from what you are saying?
Yeah, Chair, we are a long way from compliance. I think our colleagues from the Treasury and from COCTA will attest to that, that they sent numerous emails to us, and we're struggling to meet deadlines because people who are supposed to do work and compile documents and submit information to me and the MM do not do their work. And there's a culture of a very poor work ethic currently prevailing in the municipality, which we need to work on to turn the situation around. So here, we cannot confidently say that we will now start complying, Chair. But we are working towards that. We have a plan to start meeting our deadlines. Where we miss deadlines, where we have tried in the past 3 or 4 months, is where the work was not done. So when we do the quality assurance, we're not happy with the type of work that is given to us.
Yeah, more so that the MM, from what we hear, was on the streets for how long? For 90 days.
In fact, Chair, it's more than 90 days. I think it's 100 days. From the 8th of April until the 23rd of July, 2025.
Now, what is the composition of your finance section, which must deal with key components of compliance in terms of financial management? Are you adequately capacitated on that, and also on the issue of the internal audit, which must then also support MPEC, and whether the MPEC unit also has obviously, because you have just established MPEC, you have been running without MPEC for some time, so we can't talk about it now. Maybe what we can say is that what could be the time frames. Maybe I don't know, honorable members, I think we need to get a clear plan that both the MM and the administrator, if ever they have it, or if you don't have it, they must really develop a plan in dealing with the paralysis of the institution. What time frame do you give yourself to put the finance section, in a certain situation where you can be confidently say that functionality is there in the finance section? Internal audit, put systems in place and capacity in place. The MPEG unit, and have a time frame for that, so that as you also do assessment of the work that you are doing, you can have clear performance indicators that shows you that at least we are going in the right direction. We are getting the institution to be functional, and obviously the establishment of the audit committee, which is something that has to be done as soon as possible. Because now, if you say that you have shared services with Lijoli Pusa, but there's no audit committee report, it may as well be that that audit committee may say, it's for the first time that we hear that we're supposed to assist that municipality. Because it's what you are reporting to us but it's something that we don't have evidence of, that really they are doing a service for the municipality. So those are the issues that I would want us to flag out. And also we then have to flag this issue, and then to be part of the issues that we must take up with, as we interact with provincial government, to tell us on the issues of assistance that provincial government must provide to the municipality to be able to achieve those cardinal goals, which I'm saying must also have time frames. And as we do assessment moving forward, at least we can say we have progress. I wanted just to make that input before I give over to members, starting with Tate Msimanga.
Chair. Yeah, I will just want to check, Chair, with MM on issue of Val Central. How long did it take for him to detect? And how long did it take for him to report the issue to the council? I'm taking note of what the CFO is saying, but he must know that he's doing this under oath, Chair. I will make a necessary follow-up with necessary documentation in a due course. Chair. You said we must talk through you, and I can't talk through you.
Through me.
No, you are not focusing.
I'm focusing. I was saying something to Tate Makai because you were asking a question. So go on.
Yeah, and then I asked about issue of free electricity. If my memory serves me well, I don't remember any of you answering me responding around that issue. And I will also want to hear Mr. Goliath on the first question that I asked, given that he has been to a number of municipalities. I'm hoping for a response around that issue. And then I heard partly issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure being answered, but we did not get an answer as to why did it take such a long time not to report fruitless and wasteful expenditure by the then chair of MPEC. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to check. If I remember very well, Chair, the appointment of the commissions in terms of Section 84 2F of the Constitution, it's only the President who's supposed to appoint the commissions. And now it came to my attention that in this meeting, someone decided to appoint the commission and call the commission by the other name. That is improper. Let us follow the right procedures. Let us not mislead other people. So I just wanted to correct that one, Chair, because now municipalities, they forget that they are under oath, and that thing is captured. So if it can reach the office of the President that there is another commission that has been established here and before us, that will be an offense. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, maybe just to correct it, it's an investigation on 106, Section 106, led by Thabo Masukela, if I read the statement well.
No, it's not a Masukela commission. I said
Is it
I
what
labeled.
the way I explained it? Is it how it is?
Yes,
Okay,
that's correct,
thanks.
Chair. And my apologies if I wrongly.
Yeah, no, just wanted to that correction so that it can be clear.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to add to that, you know, there are municipalities who have declared themselves as disaster areas. So, yes. The issue of the 106 report is, although it's not been made public, it's public because it's been shared all over the world. It was leaked, it was in the media, I've read it, most of the members here have read it, but it's never been made public officially. And that's why it's important, because there was this 106 report with findings by the MEC and the previous HOD, but it's never been tabled in council or it's never been made public with us. And so that's why I'm asking, let's get that report from the MEC, the first one, the one of 2019, I think the municipal manager mentioned. Let's get that report in this committee, so we also see what it says. Just on the issue of the impact, it's not as if impact didn't exist. There was an impact committee, if I'm not mistaken. The problem is the impact never really met. That's why I asked the speaker, who was a previous impact chairperson, how many times did they meet? Now, I know you won't be able to give me the exact number, most probably. Let's get that in writing. But when I talk about when you meet, the physical meetings, not a program where we were supposed to meet, physical meetings in your time was as impact chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with a municipality that has major revenue stream problems, my questions seem to be ignored. Possible revenue streams, you know, to run a municipality, you need bread and butter. You need issues, you need fixed assets, you need things. So the whole question around the sport fields about the recycling thing, is there a contract? Is the municipality getting money in from the recycling unit? Is it being operated properly? Do you realize that you can get a 10 million rand fine for not operating your licenses properly? The accounting officer can face imprisonment. With your storage issues, this is money going out of your thing. It's 10 million, another 10 million rands worth of prepaid meters that have just disappeared. So you need to give me answers on what's happened about this and what's happening with your storage. Protection of your assets and revenue streams, and improving your roads for your tourism. What percentage of your maintenance of your budget is currently being earmarked for maintenance, and how much of it is actually being spent? You need to answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My first maybe comment, or not comment, it's a statement, is that in terms of Schedule 1 of the Municipal Structures Act, it says that payment of dues, a councillor must not be in arrears of more than 3 months on the rates and services charged to the municipality. Now, Chair, it doesn't say here that if you're behind, you can go into negotiations with the municipality. You must not. It's an act. It's illegal. So what are you going to do? And why don't we do something about it, Kokta? And I think it's a resolution perhaps this committee must take. These people shouldn't be there. If you don't abide by the law, you must leave. Get rid of them. Then the administrator said they've got many workers not doing their work. Like you can't get anything because they don't do their work. Have you started the disciplinary action against them? If the people don't do their work, start the disciplinary action. Get rid of them. Get people there that can do their work, that's qualified, that's got the skills. We can't sit here and say that this group of people doesn't work with that group of people, doesn't work with me, doesn't work with them. It's not a crest, Chair. It's not a. We don't sit down in a circle and do something, run around. This is you get paid. You work with public money. It's a responsibility. You've got a mandate, And if you don't do it, you should leave. Chair, then lastly, does the section, I reckon the section or the investigation 1069, I want if Cocter can answer me on that, why from 2019, what happened, what is the investigations, and I've never seen a report like that. And then also on the MM, I mean, if somebody loaded a payment and there's two people checking it, did the council issue an investigation into this matter? And if not, why not? If somebody pays out 2.4 million out of my company or a company, and I'm in charge of that, I will immediately suspend them almost pending an investigation. Why not? Thank you, Chair.
I just got to add to that. According to the Municipal Systems Act, Section 10 of Schedule 2, the Act states that the municipality may deduct municipal rates and taxes from a councillor or an employee's account without prior notice, as soon as they've been 3 months in arrears or longer. Thank you.
Majoro.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the last comment, or in particular when it comes to councillors. Councillors, indeed, they are not supposed to own the municipality. And as far as I know, even myself, my rates and taxes are deducted directly from my salary. So we will then have to go back and check the BIQ report in front of the administrator, which says staff and councillors. And immediately we'll then have to address it by making sure that we deduct it. As I'm saying, councillors, they know that even staff, they pay through stop orders, not even debit orders, stop orders. So we'll then have to follow up and check what could have happened there. Chairperson, let me agree with your summary that perhaps we present a report which of course will be dealing with issues which triggered the Section 139 in the first instance. And then the plan, how the council and the administrator and all other teams, because as we were presenting before the select committee or NCOP, we even said with the challenges that we are seeing, we are requesting that it be a multi team. Salga should be there, treasurer should be there, just to make sure that this Section 139(1)(p) achieves its own purpose. So I'm requesting that we present that report. And of course, Chair, the issue of shared service, one must just clarify that one of audit committee. In my presentation, Chair, I am saying we have taken a resolution as council to say the audit committee be advertised. So administratively, that task has not yet been done, and the administrator is seized with that particular matter. And we then said to the administrator, for this period that you are still seized with the matter, let's engage Dihlabeng, so that at least Dihlabeng is able to give even quality assurance in terms of our annual financial statements. So the intention is that ultimately we must have our own audit committee, have our own financial disciplinary board, so that as and when their financial misconduct raised, we are then able to refer those financial misconduct to the financial disciplinary board. And the report will also, Chair, reflect, because as I was looking at the terms of reference given to the administrator, they were speaking to the issues that he needs to assist the municipality with, like your financial recovery plan is part of his terms of reference. So it will speak to that when we present. The issue of whether the all these financial misconduct issues were reported to council or not reported to council. On record, Chair, I just want to indicate that at the time when all these issues were then resurfacing, or we heard of all these issues, it was at a time that council and administration was at a total collapse. There were no council meetings sitting. Hence, when the municipal manager gave me the report, I then said, because the council is not sitting, go to police station and open case so that as we come, at least we know that work is being done. So subsequent to that, immediately after we stabilized, those issues were part of the terms of reference of Section 106. So I do believe that council is still going to deal with those particular issues. The road infrastructure, yes, Chair, indeed, our towns, both Bothaville and Wesselsbron, Munyakeng and Khotsong, those are our townships. There is we've got challenges with road infrastructure. And I remember at some point, we even tried to engage MISA. We did a business plan and engaged MISA to say, MISA, can you assist us just to deal with road infrastructure? Because we are particularly looking at the issue of how best can we attract investors. You can't attract investors when your road infrastructure is at a total collapse. So we could not get joy there. Subsequent to that, we went to DBSA. I know that we are working with DBSA. Council has approved that plan. DBSA still has to come to us. But over and above that, we are having our own program. I heard honorable members were speaking to paving bricks lying around. So it might be an issue whether we are able to protect them as they come or record them. But what I know is that when we are dealing with IDP and budget, we normally budget for maintenance of road infrastructure. That's how those paving bricks will come about. And then we'll do some intersections so that we are dealing with the issues of service delivery. Let me pause there. I don't know, Administrator, if there are any that I left.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Maybe I must respond to that question of the success of the Section 139 interventions.
No, I want you to, you are going to, I said it will be the last thing. I want us to finish issues that are related to Nala.
Yeah.
I want to check whether you internal audit.
There's still impact and
Yeah.
infrastructure
I
on the
want to check-
licenses.
I want to check, do you have internal audit here?
No, Honorable Chair.
You don't have internal audit.
We don't have an internal audit.
And you remember that this municipality, for some time in the past, they used to have a problem of internal audit where a person was not having qualifications, and municipality ran for many years without internal audit report. And therefore, obviously, you can't have the audit committee, even if you can appoint it, functioning well when internal audit is not functional. I just wanted to raise that thing, just as I just wanted to raise that thing, J. Majoro. Let's continue to.
Chair, just there, perhaps the seconded acting director corporate will speak to that, because it's one of the issues that we dealt with when we were meeting as the executive committee of the internal audit, making sure that there is also a risk unit. So there is a plan to deal with it. So assist with the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, honorable members. Let me just maybe firstly, before I speak to this one, speak about the issue that Kokta has raised of the organizational structure. We are aware that our structure is not compliant with the municipal staff regulations. If you looked at the presentation that the mayor made, we've given ourselves until February to ensure that we have a structure that is compliant, that is in line with the regulations. And it's one of the issues that brings about administrative mayhem, for a lack of a better word, at the municipality. We are engaging with SALGA to assist us, but the engagement that we have, maybe I must indicate that I've been seconded to the municipality since the 2nd of September to try and assist the administrator with the issues of administrative stability. So since then, I've had engagement with SALGA on a couple of times. Part of the issues that we have agreed upon is not only to assist us with only the structure. The structure is part of the bouquet of services that we have requested from them. They'll be assisting us with issues of compliance to ensure that we comply with the legislation. They're going to assist us with issues of business processes, the issues of SDB, IDP, contracts of senior managers to have alignment, because sometimes there's no alignment. So those are the issues that we are engaging with them. The strategic plan that the administrator spoke about, SALGA has already agreed that they will be facilitating that strategic plan, and it is anticipated that we'll have it before we do budget adjustment, so that at least out of that we are able to take those plans and they find expression in the budget adjustment. So on the issue of the internal auditor, it's one of the key positions that we have identified. We have agreed that me and the municipal manager and the administrator, we're going to meet on Tuesday to look at those positions that needs to be filled that are critical, and then they will look at the finances of the municipality, because he had indicated that he would want us to firstly look, before we advertise them, their financial ability to carry those positions. So once we are able to deal with that, we will be able to advertise them. There are quite a few positions that we have identified, but key that I think will be able to assist us will be us being able to review the structure and then have these people properly located in the positions, and then we can then see how do we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, there was a question with regard to the period of my chairpersonship of MPEC. I was chairperson, I was elected in December 2021 up until December 2024. And during that period where I was chairperson of MPEC, we managed to convene 11 meetings. That was 6 in 2022, 4 in 2023, and 1 in 2024. With me, I've got proof of 2023 and 2024. I brought with me here the attendance registers of 2023 and 2024. So all in all, we managed to convene 11 meetings of MPEC. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable members, I want us to summarize our interaction with the municipality in this way. That we get a report that says we are reviving an institution which was almost dysfunctional as an institution. So part of the issues that we do, we will have then to have periodic sessions with the municipality as part of assessing the progress in relation to revive, what I would say is revival, even though I can also sense that in some situation it's not revival in certain things, it's establishment. of certain things in line with compliance with the legislation. So we would have periodic sessions with you to be able to assess progress in that. The reports that goes to NCOP or the visit by NCOP, we don't know what they said to you. They also do not report anything to us on their agreements with you. So our path, it's our path as Free State in ensuring that our institutions are functional, so that we are able to demonstrate that we have capacity. We have capacity to ensure that our institutions are functional. And therefore, I think it's going to be one of our resolutions that we will want to have give a special attention to this municipality by having those periodic sessions with you to monitor and ensure that there is progress in whatever goals you set to achieve, so that wherever there are situations where assistance may be needed from the committee, that we are able also to lend that assistance, maybe by soliciting certain things or a pressure from government to ensure that at least you are able to achieve what you set yourself to achieve. Before I close, I then must give over to Ntate Amos to respond to the question raised by Ntate on the issues of Section 139, so that after which we must then close.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the notion that Section 139 interventions are not helpful is not entirely correct. I want to cite a few examples. I had the benefit of going back to be at Maluti Apofung on 3 different occasions, in 2020 and in 2023 and in 2024. In 2020, we agreed with ESCOM over the account, which was at the time about 3 billion. The large power users must pay directly to ESCOM. We had concluded the organogram, including consultations with the unions. We had deducted services fees from councillors. We had reduced the number of, they had about 9 departments in the municipality, all with directors. We said it makes the salary bill too high, to 6. And we had implemented, we had said they must implement a decision to take the libraries back to the province in line with the decision of the Provincial Executive Council. When I returned in 2023, they had appointed a consultant to do a different organogram. They had stopped deducting from councillors their salaries. They had reinstated the 9 departments that they originally were in the municipalities. They had refused to transfer the function to the province, although the province stopped subsidizing the function in the municipality because some staff did not want to go back did not want to go to the province. So once a Section 139 intervention reaches its logical conclusion and it is withdrawn, the leadership at that municipality just pushes the reset button and go back to their old ways. In 2023, when I was there, together after advice from the Auditor General, we started working on closing down MAP water at the municipality. the province had appointed a service provider to do the organogram for us, the prototype organogram. Uh, and there were irregular appointments that we stopped. When I returned in 2024 for 3 months, 3 months, they had stopped implementing the closure of MAP water. They have reinstated the 9 departments again. They have disregarded the support of the province to give them support on the organogram review, and they are appointing a consultant again to do the organogram. So once the intervention withdraws, the resident people go back to their old ways. There's only one municipality where I can vouch, where an intervention, it was not even a 139, it was a 154 support, it was Dihlabeng. And one of the critical issues there, it only lasted 4.5 months or 5 months. The political leadership and the administrative leadership cooperated with the intervention from day one, and we managed to stabilize that municipality. And there has not been an intervention there again. So I don't think it's a failure of 139, it's a failure of people who wants to go back to their old ways. And as long as there's no mechanism to monitor whether what has been implemented by the intervention stays in place, we will continuously have that situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please send the reports that you have promised to send, and we will notify you when we want to have a session with you in the future. And those sessions will be strictly to ensure that we monitor progress on issues that you have raised and issues that you have said to yourself to achieve. With those few words, thank you, Majoro and the team. Thank you. Go back and ensure that NAMPO get services because NAMPO is not a continental exhibition. It's an international exhibition. You go even to Europe, they tell you about NAMPO, so it's not a small thing. I was once in one exhibition in Belarus. They were starting an agricultural exhibition. And when I told them about NAMPO, they just became afraid and said, hey, that one is a very big exhibition, the whole world. So it's not a small thing, NAMPO. My ways, I was chasing you away when I was saying that.
Chair, I think next time we should go to them and not them come to us.
Where's my 10 million rand of prepaid meters? None of our questions have been answered. None of them.
I want us to Tokologo, can we have Tokologo? They are all seated here. Mohokare and Tokologo. Mm.
Okay. Sending them to you now.
Okay.
Got them all written. Send you.
We had earlier on, we had Public Service Commission here and also Auditor General's office. We have Ntate Meko, Ntate Msimanga, Mme Mkhabela, Ntate Foko, Mme Kgarekwe, Ntate Tlute, Ntate Makai, Ntate Van Vuren, and Ntate Pretorius. The lady who has just left is Melich. She's rushing somewhere. Over to you, Majoro, to introduce your team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the legislature. My name is Boitumelo Inoxiake, Mayor Tokologo. And then I have my municipal manager here, Ntate Mposehlo. We have our speaker, Ntate Khaibe, our CFO, acting CFO, Ntate Matile. And then we also have our chairperson, MPEC, Ntate Tebang, chairperson of Finance Committee, Mema Makhomo. And then our lead administrator, Mepalesa Kauta. That is the team that we are having today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have a 15 minutes presentation. If you are like other municipalities, they took even less than 15 minutes in their presentation. Oh, sorry. Let's have a swearing in. Oh, yes, the usual ritual.
Will you be taking oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Oath. Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names and surname for the record.
My name is Aaron Mposehlo.
Sorry. Do you swear by what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon.
Good day, sir. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Thabo Dolph Matile.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Next, please. Is it only the two gentlemen that are going to be speaking?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mackay. Mayor, you have 15 minutes between yourself and the municipal manager or whoever's going to go through the report. So please keep it within the 15 minutes time. So you can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. We have 9 issues that are being sent to us to address. Now, without wasting any time, I will allow the municipal manager just to run over them through you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, and thank you very much to the Chair and the House. This is just exactly what the Mayor has said. We have only 9 issues, mostly which are follow-ups from the previous interactions we've had with the committee. We just want to highlight that our posts are not all filled in terms of senior management. However, Council will be considering the appointments in the following week, which is the 31st of October 2025. We should have Council appointing senior management. In terms of the disciplinary board that we were asked about, we just want to highlight to the committee that we had committed that by the 30th of September, we will have it reconfigured. It was, however, Salga produced a communication that their employees cannot form part of the disciplinary boards, and therefore Council has to reconsider because Mr. Mbat, an employee of Salga, was also nominated to form part of the DC board of Tokologo local municipality. So Council will be reconsidering this DC board by the 31st of October 2025. This is just a resolution to demonstrate that the DC board was indeed considered on the 14th of August. And this is a letter that we are indicating came from Salga, advising municipalities of their non-participation in DC boards. In terms of the MPEC, there was a need for the municipality to resuscitate MPEC. And in resuscitating MPEC, they did so on the 14th, same day. And there was an implementation plan that was approved by Council to speed up the backlog that MPEC had. And the MPEC chairperson has already convened a meeting for the 4th of November 2025 to deal with these urgent matters that have not been dealt with, as we explained previously, for quite some time. This is just the resolution that shows this committee that indeed MPEC was reconfigured, and this is a resolution that adopted the implementation plan of the unauthorized, irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure. And this is a letter that the MPEC chair has written to invite members to that committee so that they are able to deal with the business of the day. This is just a report on financial recovery plan. The financial recovery plan is led by Mayor Palesa Kauta, and the norm is that we submit 10 working days of every month a report to Financial Recovery Services in National Treasury. But however, due to some of the challenges, we would from time to time request for extension. The last report is of August. We are still busy with a report for September. And the issue relating to ESCOM dispute. The municipality had a dispute with ESCOM where Sanedi is mediating. And there is a draft report that parties had to comment on. That report was given to us, both the municipality and ESCOM, on the 5th of August 2025. And the comments were closed on the 19th of August. So the report is still with South African National Energy Development Institute, SANEDI, and we should receive feedback from them on the outcome of the report. The unspent grants by January, those grants, that grant was Water Services Infrastructure Grant. That grant was spent as we had promised by June 2025. And currently, with that grant, we are doing the following projects. One in Boshoff, sewer. With the transferred funds, we were supposed to be at 25% by end of September. However, we are at 43% of those funds. In Herzogsville, there was a stalled project which we have resuscitated. The bids are closing today, we'll be appointing in the following week. So Herzogsville will also realize sewer services. These are just pictures to show you that we did spend the grants to build toilets for the community of Boshoff. In terms of the project that we are asked about, the water treatment plant, we believe it's in Boshoff. The Department of Water and Sanitation gave us 40 million. Due to the expenditure and the acceleration plans we've put, they've moved that amount to 130 million. Out of the 130 million, we've spent already 104 million. So we are left with about 20-something million to realize that whole scheme, because that particular plant is part of a bigger scheme, which included the water treatment plant that is completed, raw water dams and pump stations that are completed, clear water reservoirs that are completed, where some of them are in use, the 64-kilometer pipeline, which is 90% completed, the abstraction point, which we will be advertising in the next week, which is the last leg of the scheme. We anticipate the scheme to complete by 30 June 2027, and this is heavily reliant on the availability of funding from the department. We must indicate this, these grants are indirect grants, Schedule 6B, which is with the department, and based on our performance, they are able to change and reallocate to us. So we claim work done from them, and they pay us the work done so that we pay our service providers. So work is thoroughly checked. In terms of the in-house capacity, we indicated that we had the company that we had approached through LG SITA, which is UZA, but they were appointed by SAIGA, a professional body, to come and assist the municipality with capacity. One of the summary things that they've done is Operation Clean Audit, where they assisted us from May in terms of audit preparations. They helped us with audit action plans. They helped us with asset management and revenue and debt management, UIF and W. And some of these interventions are ongoing, Chairperson. They're also looking at the capacity of our employees in terms of assisting to professionalize them. I have to say that it doesn't mean that we've given over to these people that are assisting us. They are there, of course, as a support. However, the work is being done in-house. The main aim is to improve. We've been doing budgeting in-house. We've been doing the audit, internal audit in-house. The only thing that we've been outsourcing is annual financial statements, which we envisage that by 2026-27, they will be in-house. We've already put measures in place. We've bought the software, caseware, where we'll be doing recons on monthly basis to ensure that we achieve this target that we've set ourselves to ensure that the annual financial statements are done. Now, part two of this is questions that were asked in the previous setting, where there was an issue with the manner in which MPEC has taken time to consider reports. We indicated that we had a backlog of audit for 3 financial years, which also delayed MPEC to do its work. We indicated that in terms of the skills being audited, yes, we are audited and we are submitting to labor. We have a work plan around the skills that we are relying on. And there was a question on how performance is measured. We've opened a module in our finance system where Sibata or Inzalo is now automizing performance. It has trained the performance team. It will now train employees to submit information electronically into that system. So this will be able to
You have
cap the
5 minutes left.
deficiencies
Sorry.
that we've had.
5 minutes left. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'm almost done. And in terms of the disciplinary board, we've already indicated previously. So some of these questions are repetitive, Chair. And with that said, I would like to say thank you very much.
I didn't want to push you, just to remind you 5 minutes, but thank you. Thank you very much. Can we get maybe from Treasury? I think this is section 139 intervention as well. I think with the recovery plan. And then, so what are the challenges there? And also from from Cocteau, what are the challenges there from your departments? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the Tokologo leadership. Chair, let me start with the issues relating to UIF. I think they did not really move as expected, primarily because of the delay in terms of the appointment of the MPEC. So the preliminary numbers that I have, their UIF was sitting at 417 million. So that is one issue. We are happy that there has been appointment that has been made with effect from the 21st of October. But the challenge with that is that we've got sort of, if I can use the word cut-off date, the financial statements are submitted on the 31st of August. So if they have managed to set before that time, there could have been some strides, primarily with regard to the UIFNW. So that is one issue. The other issue, Chair, is just around the web-based audit, the audit action plans. There is no movement, Chair, in terms of what we could deduce from the system. So the municipality did not really move as expected with regard to the audit action plans. Now, we are all aware that the municipality is under intervention, which is mandatory, 139A and C. There has been a sluggish progress also. If I'm to summarize it, looking at the number of activities that they ought to perform, looking at those pillars, which is finance, institutional governance, as well as service delivery. If you look at the number of the tasks that they have completed thus far, it's about 6% that they have completed in full. Now, there are also other tasks that are between 51 and 99%. Thus far, they have completed about 17. And there are those tasks that are between 1% and 50%. Thus far, they have completed 10. So, on aggregate, if you are to summarize it, one would say they are currently sitting at 34% because they have not completed 66. Chair, there may be other contributing factors, specifically with regard to the resourcing, because we need to also be frank. I believe it's only Mayor Palisa who is heading that. So there are challenges around the resourcing of the interventions. Perhaps that explains why there's a slow progress with regard to that. Chair, I think let me pause here and allow my colleagues, Tate Lobe, maybe to also add on other compliance-related matters. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think HOD has captured most of the issues. The only issue that we picked up from Tokologo, Chair, is as a result of the long litigation issue, the municipalities put under financial stress because they must juggle around their creditors to address this one and that one. So it's been quite a pressure from them. But since the financial recovery plan has been put in place and with the constant reporting, at least the municipality is moving towards an element of stability. But an issue like we were engaging with the HOD is that maybe as COGTA, we need to up the support that we give to our administrators once deployed to municipalities. Because sometimes we'd find that MECOUTA is overstretched, but fortunately because of there is political stability and administrative stability in Tokologo. So I loathe to think, Chairperson, if the same situation would hypothetically be occurring, let's say, in the previous municipality now. But because here there is cohesion, at least there is a collaboration and working together, Chairperson. The senior positions, the CFO position and the MM have been filled. Since the 1st of March 2025, they filled the MM position. Like the MM says, they will be going into the other Section 56 positions to be filled. On the technical aspects, Chair, as COGTA, we also requested MISA to be more hands-on in terms of assisting the municipality with their technical performance, Chairperson. The municipality has adopted the prototype that would be assessing the staff requirement to a municipality of the same type. So at least they are responsive to a realistic staff structure that they need, Chairperson. So basically, I think those are the issues on Tokologo. Thanks.
Just a question to Treasury. You earlier mentioned, I think it was with a previous municipality, that there is a provincial deadline for submission, which allows you to go through the IFSs so that there's a good product. Was that the 20th? So it's the 20th, and they only submitted on the 31st. Am I correct?
I will just double check. I know they submitted slightly, or that demo do I need if he can just give the exact date, but they did submit slightly before the 31st, but I think he can give the exact date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do not have the exact date, but what I know is they did submit to us before the 30th. So we did do the review and gave them feedback. Thanks.
No, thank you. I just wanted to check that. But that cutoff or deadline for the provincial is actually important because it allows you to see what the standard is of the AFS. But thank you. Members, let's see. Let's start on my left-hand side this time. Honourable Van Vieren, Honourable McKay, then Honourable Garekwe, Honourable Mkabela, I just see your hand. Thank you. Oh, you're fine. Thank you. So it's only 3 questions now. Honourable Simanga, would you like?
My normal question, and let me welcome the presentation. If we can get feedback on your debtors book, what the amounts there are, and especially if you look at what the amounts for residents owing you, state, as well as businesses, and then the collection rate, and what is the creditors currently and who do you owe? And then obviously if there's any councillors and staff members owing the municipality any money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, thanks very much. Let me welcome your presentation. I think you misunderstood the question about do you have a functional organogram. I'm not asking do you actually have one, like a prototype, because that is mandated. You should have one that you work off. You work off the mandate. What I'm asking is, can you put a name to each position on that actual organogram that you've adopted, and a position, and does that person actually have the skills for that position? So in other words, your organogram that we're talking about is a chart that indicates where every single one of your employees fit in and how they relate to the management above them. That's what we mean by a functional organogram. Not just a drawing of little pictures and saying, Maya, bang, bang, bang. Okay, so that's the first question. The second one is, your water woes. There seems to be a major problem with water within your municipality. In Herzogsville, the green drop and blue drop reports are horrific. The water's still brown, the water's not drinkable. There was problems last time, major problems with dead fish and everything lying around by your intake part. I see you are addressing that. by getting somebody to look into that. My question, however, is what is going on with in Herzogsville to rectify the brown water in Dealsville? You've had 12 days without, people have been there for 12 days without water. I was there yesterday and I witnessed this personally myself. There's no water in any JoJo tanks. Apparently there's a problem with storage. There was a problem with storage. But 12 days is not acceptable. There must be some alternative plan be made that is, it's a human rights violation. There should be plans made in store for this, that this doesn't happen in the future, and there should be a better way to ensure stability of water. Then, as well as then your sanitation. As I said, I was there yesterday in Dihlabeng and Schwarzenegger. Especially Dihlabeng, the pipes are still not connected. I said this last time, and you said to me there isn't any pipes. There's nothing. It's pushing out onto. There's sewage lying all over the ground. It's not connected to the pump station. The pump station's not connected to anything else, and we need to get that sanitation resolved. You've got that under. It's a conditional grant that needs to be resolved, and it needs to be resolved urgently. You have answered me already in your presentation on what's the progress is on the Herzogsville water treatment works. Then the landfill sites. Just like the municipality before you, my question is, do you have licenses for your landfill sites? And do you have licenses to operate your water treatment works? Again, I'll repeat what I said there. Do you realize that if municipalities are operating without licenses for your landfill sites and your water treatment works, they are liable to fines of up to 10 million rand. The accountable officers can be imprisoned. This is a criminal act. So I would like to know, if you haven't got them, what your plan is to get them as soon as possible. Mr. Chair, I'll hold for there at the moment. Thank you.
Honorable Kharekwe.
Thank you so much, Person. Let me also welcome the presentation from the municipality. Chair, according to their presentation, they have 3 vacancies on senior management position, but I hear the treasurer say they filled 2, or it's called, I can't remember very well who said that. But I just want to check with them, Chair. How long are the municipality let me check, Chair. This one, I think Honorable Mike K covered me on it. Yes, they are currently not having 3 positions. For how long? And what are they cooperating currently without those positions? The other chairs on action plan, they have qualified audit opinion. And Treasury said they are not moving regarding this audit action plan. So maybe if you can get the reason, why they are not cooperating on action plan, because they are on this stage and we want them to get a clean audit. They are on qualified, not even unqualified. The last one, Chair, is on revenue enhancement. Do they have any revenue enhancement strategy? Thank you so much.
Honorable Msimanga.
Chair, I think on revenue enhancement strategy, I'm partly covered, but I'm worried because we're having about 500 million of debts that are over 3 months. And we're told these ones, cannot be collected. Realistically, you can't collect them. I want to know, what is your plan? I've been asking a number of municipalities. No one has ever answered me. And each municipality, I will ask this question, they will not answer. You have 500 million debts. You're seated with them. And they cannot be recovered. And there's been a flagging by Auditor General that you are failing to spend. Last time it was 6.6 million, and then now you had about 7.1, and you were still struggling to spend. It was a water infrastructure, water infrastructure service grant, WISIC, something like of that nature. You have not been spending it. Can we be taken into confidence as to whether, what are the challenges such that every time the money administrator has to go back, it's unspent? And what mechanism did you put in place such that you are able to address this issue? On your fruitless, wasteful expenditure, how much did you manage to recover? If there are those who deliberately or negligently spend public purse. Yeah, Chair, I think those are my questions. Lastly, Tokologo, the way it is, let's say I want to check, in absence of your lot of credits, where you're owing your creditors a lot of money, and then there's stability, and then will you be able to sustain this municipality on its own? Will this municipality on its own, according to your observation, is it sustainable? Can it self-sustain itself as far as giving people services are concerned? Because municipalities are there to provide services. How is your third party? Are you paying third party? Are there instances of using conditional grants, your equitable share for purposes of paying salaries? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And just to add my question, the impression your replies create is that impact has not been functional, other impact has not been functional previously, or you are only establishing an impact now. I just want to make sure which one it is. If there has been an impact committee prior to quite recently, how many reports were tabled from that impact committee to council? But if it's only been established now, the question is why only now? And if there are changes, why only now? We spoke about this earlier. We are in the final year of this administration. So why suddenly this changes in impact? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would start perhaps with a question where the debtors book is concerned. Our CFO will have a breakdown in terms of what debtors we have and how much is it. Just after I answer, he would take over this question. In terms of the prototype staff establishment that we adopted, I understand that the honorable member feels that we did not understand the question. Our previous organogram already had names, tasks on it. With the prototype, we just managed to reduce those that were not relevant to Tokologo local municipality in terms of scale and size. However, it is still compliant. We know who's in what position and what are they expected to do. And the new staff regulations guides us perfectly as to who must do what. So we are very clear about what it is that we must do in that municipality in terms of the organogram. In terms of the waterworks in Herzogsville, the challenges kept emanating because of our challenge financially to maintain pumps. The monies that we have to pay for a pump, for an example, when it's broken, that is pumping water for 42 kilometers. Those pumps are not actually pumps that must be manufactured for that purpose. So in that time frame, we will suffer to have water. And the reason why we would have brown water in Herzogsville is because when the pipes do not have water, by the time they come, the water comes, it pushes the soil that is inside the pumps and creating a high level of turbidity, which now results in that brown water. But that water we test, we've got a treatment plant that has got a laboratory. We also send that water to Institute of Groundwater Studies in the University of Free State to assure the quality that we're not giving water that may have a negative impact on our residents. In terms of the Dihlabeng 12 days, I've been interacting myself with the community in Dihlabeng through WhatsApp channels. I know there are a number of community leaders in Dihlabeng town that will contact me when there's issues with water. What resulted to the 12 days, and 12 days is not for everyone, it's for specific residents. Prior to the 12 days, there was a broken pipe, which is a bulk pipe. And the leakage that occurred on that pipe prohibited us to have enough storage to pump water enough so that all residents can receive water. The residents that are in high-lying areas could not get some water. But there's also other issues where other residents are hoarding water with their JoJo tanks when water has not been there for quite some time. So this is normally a struggle once we have a breakage in pipe or a breakage in pumps or vandalism of pumps that would struggle for quite some time after repairs because of the availability of water in Dihlabeng itself. Dihlabeng is an area that is surrounded by salt. We are relying on boreholes. Now, in particular sections, we are not able to drill boreholes because of that salt contaminations around the pens. We even sought to go up and have agreements with farmers where we can abstract water from their farms. We put the total infrastructure and we pay for servitudes to pump water from those farms. There is a farm that is famous of Mr. Collet where we abstract water from. These are some of the interventions that we are making to ensure that water is available in Dihlabeng whilst we are still implementing the bulk water scheme. The bulk water scheme does not only end in Boshoff, it will also transport clean water to Dihlabeng. So we cannot sit and say, but this is not realistic. We are also intervening by speaking to farmers. We've engaged Oxford, we are engaging Kentani, and there are some challenges in Kentani where there's a deceased estate and we're not able to get the boreholes that we tested and that we want to connect. But these are interventions that the municipality is making to ensure that at least we achieve a certain level of water demand for the community of Dihlabeng. In terms of storage, it's precisely what I'm saying. Once we have a breakage in bulk, we struggle to have storage. And if we pump longer than what is recommended for those pumps, they start burning. So we lose on infrastructure when we want to impress the community. So what we do is we put timers on those pumps to ensure that they pump for a certain period and they cool off for a certain period. So now when the demand is high, like I said, certain areas would not be able to have water. And this is a challenge that we've had, but we are pleading with the community every time to just stop irrigating, to just stop swimming pools so that everybody has got water. And then in terms of sanitation, I've never denied that there is pipe leakages in Dihlabeng. What I've said and in my responses to legislature has been that those are illegal connections. This is part of a project. The Department of Water and Sanitation has a project in Dealsville that is not ran by the municipality. We are just the beneficiaries of that project. What they did is they installed pipes on the street and toilets, but they did not connect the toilets to the pipes because the pump station was still not complete. Now that they're busy with pump stations, some residents have connected their toilets to these pipes that are not yet functional. And as a result, if you go towards the pump stations, you will find leakages that are coming from these illegal connections. The current level of service that we have for Dealsville, particularly Dihlabeng, as the municipality, is VIP toilets. So if you go to those yards, you will see a VIP toilet that is still intact, but for some residents, they've connected the toilets that are still not yet functional or handed over to the community. And that is what is creating the leakage downstream of Dihlabeng. This is also happening as you drive past the clinic in Dealsville, going towards Tshwaragana. That low area, you will forever see water because it's next to another pump station where this water is coming from these illegally connected toilets, not the municipality blockages or anything. So in terms of this problem, as soon as these pump stations are commissioned, we will not have it at all because they will be functional. They would be able to pump that water to the required area, which is the water treatment plant that is in around Tshwaragana. Now, in terms of the licenses, the municipality is fully licensed for the services that we do. In terms of landfill sites, we have licenses. The challenge that we have is that we are not complying to these licenses because of the requirements put and the financial viability that the municipality is in now. The license that we have, for an example, for a landfill site requires that we weigh the waste that we dispose, have records of how much we've disposed. So we are not complying, but we have a license. The boreholes in Dealsville, we don't have a treatment plant in Dealsville. They are under general use. It's like when you yourself have a borehole in your yard, you don't need to apply for a license in terms of the Water Act. So in Dealsville, we have a general license like any other person who has a borehole. In Boshoff, the same. The only license that we have is the license to abstract in Christiana for Herzogsville. We have got the license to treat in Herzogsville. And all these were made sure because once you start an RBIC scheme, a regional bulk water infrastructure scheme, before they fund you, they want to make sure that you've got that license. So that process, the EIAs, everything to get those licenses was done when we did the scheme in Herzogsville. Now in Boshoff, we haven't abstracted from Riverton, but we already have a license to abstract from Riverton and deliver water to Boshoff, because it is a requirement in terms of that scheme that we have those licenses. Now, in terms of sewer licenses, our sewer treatment plant is not aerated, it's oxidation ponds. You put sewer in and it evaporates over time. So that also falls under general use. In terms of our green drop, it is classified, I think if it's still the same, under class E, where we're not treating. So because we're not treating, we've got less requirements than people who've got pumps and who are treating water from sewer to grey water. So we do not require licenses as far as that act is concerned, in terms of the evaporation ponds and in terms of the boreholes. So the only licenses that we have is one in Herzogsville and the ones in Boshoff that are still not yet operational. In terms of the audit action plan, we do have the audit action plan. It's not just uploaded to the web-based one that Treasury requires. And this is because of the capacity challenges that we have in-house. We've been sitting audit steering committee almost weekly. Treasury is part of those audit steering committees. The only thing that we've lacked on so far is uploading that information on Treasury website, But we will be appointing a manager of the internal audit soon. And we hope that that matter will be addressed because by provincial treasurer. The revenue enhancement strategy was adopted by council. We have it. Even the council has adopted that we must go after the debt, as per Honorable Simanga said, that is owed to the municipality. We've issued notices. We are starting by data cleansing. We are auditing meters, both water and electricity. We've concluded the audit on water. We know that we don't have water meters anymore. All of them are not functional. So we're looking for funding on that part. On electricity, we've started 3 weeks back. We haven't had a final report. But we already know with the process that we've been in with ESCOM that our basic charge from ESCOM is 3.1 million and we are making 1.5 million. So there is a revenue leak that we need to find, and that's what we are doing in terms of electricity. So, Honorable Simang, to tell you the truth, in terms of the viability of this institution, we hope that
Can
we'll
you
turn it
respond to the chairperson?
Okay,
not to-
thank you very much, Chair. I apologize. Through you, Chair, in terms of whether this institution will be saved or not, I would say we are hopeful. Why are we hopeful? At some point, we owed all pension funds. Now we only owe one. And this one that we owe is SALA. It was 18 million, we are around 12 million as we speak. And we've got a payment arrangement that we are honoring. We owed AG over 10 million. As we speak, we only owe the current account, which is coming end of this month, not even previous month. So we are putting strides to collect money and put it where it matters. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has not been dealt with for quite some time, we indicated that we had a backlog in audit and information could not flow through to MPEC. This MPEC has been there. It has set some meetings. Unfortunately, this MPEC had only new members, no members from the previous MPEC. And as a result, there were a lot of misunderstandings. Even in the meetings they said, we've taken them to site to show them some of the things that they are built, the processes were not right. Ultimately, the council felt, you know what, there was a point where we were at unqualified and we still have some of those councillors in council. And they decided that some of those councillors must go back to that MPEC committee. And that's what saw the change from some of the opposition councillors changing to another opposition councillor. And that is the reason why it was changed, Chairperson. In terms of the question that I left, in terms of finance, the mayor is reminding me, Chair, that I must speak to the 7 million. The 7 million, I must explain that in December 2024, we did not spend WSIG. And as a result, there was 7.1 million not spent. Now, you would understand part of this conditional grants is that you must achieve at least 40% by December. That's why it was a problem in January. However, the plans that we put in place, I had explained when I started, that we managed to spend that whole grant. Because the problem was identified early in January, and we had to respond to plans on how do we spend this grant. By June 2025, 100% of WSIG was spent. And I indicated what projects we did, and I showed pictures of the projects we did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Administrator, we've just heard that 34% of the intervention targets have been met, which is kind of slow. What, according to you, are the reasons for the slow implementation of the intervention targets?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think with what has been responded to, one, we still have capacity issue in the municipality. And because of the 4 pillars that we must address in the financial recovery plan, and currently being the person who's doing the facilitation and support to the municipality, I think that is also another area that we need to address. But Kokta has already alluded to the fact that there are plans in place. So in the main, because cooperation and the eagerness to address financial recovery, that is there, it shows that it's a question of that capacity. Once we address it, we will be moving speedily. Another thing is that with the reporting itself, it would require of us to produce the POEs. So with our municipality now starting to up our game, we've realized that some of the POEs are still somewhere where we could even up the game. So with those activities that it has been said that they are around 99, 50%, it may be the issue that we have started doing the work, but there is other elements in terms of POE. Sometimes it would be if there is a meeting, provide us with an agenda, attendance register, minutes, and so forth. So in such instances, if we have produced 3 out of 5, it would be that partial achievement. So in the main, Honorable Chair, it would be that we're hopeful that with that incremental way of capacitating the municipality, there is hope that things will change. So in my own response, I would say that could have been the fundamental issue for now, because the cooperation is there. Thank you, Chair.
So the willingness is there, it's the ableness. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. Members, follow-up question, no, unanswered questions only before we go. Let's go to Treasury and then unanswered questions only, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to confirm the submission of the AFS draft, it was on the 19th of August. The other thing that I just want to really get a sense, because if you look at the fiscal framework of the municipality, almost 70-75% its own revenue. Now, I'm not sure if I got it correct when the MM was saying they've got problem with water meters. Now, the question that I wanted to check or confirmation is that, do they have maybe a business case in terms of if they are to put smart meters as an example, what it is the expected cost as well as the revenue thereof? Perhaps if there's a feasibility study that is completed, we can relook at that and see how best we can assist.
I think that's important. Municipality, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Chair. What Inzalo did, they went to every household, mapped it into an account in our system, and were able to indicate whether there's a meter there or no meter, and what is the situation with it. Now, they already have a business case to say this is how much it will cost you to get a smart meter. And of course, Chair, the smart meters are the ones that we need, because through that smart meter, we would be able to determine who's indigent and who's not. And that's what is going to propel people to come and register, because the smart meter will be switched off remotely if you are not registering and you are indigent. So that smart meter would address 2 problems, one of the indigent and 2 of data accuracy in terms of how much water are we providing to households and such. So we will engage with Provincial Treasury. And I must say, Chair, in the past, they've assisted us with electricity meters. We were able to attain some of this revenue that we are able to pay pensions from because of the intervention they gave us of the prepaid electricity meters. And we also speaking to COGTA to also assist us in terms of the very same revenue enhancement strategies, where we are building a business case to them as well. And we hope that we will be ahead. Thank you, Chair.
The 90% water, or the water project, which was 90% completed in one of your first, is that the Riverton project?
That is correct, Chair. The 90% is on the pipeline.
Okay.
Remember, we broke it into different portions, and the 90% is on the pipeline. You would realize in the earlier communications, farmers were crying that projects are standing, nothing is happening. We got capable contractors who were able to lay that pipe in a space of 6 months. And that's why there's that expenditure of 104 million. It's because it's split across contractors that had capacity to go in and do the work. Thank you.
And I know there was also litigation in that project, but maybe as part of responses to this committee, can we get a detailed report on that 90% and the remaining 10% with timelines? When are you expecting that to be finished? But if you can give us within 5 days a detailed report on that. Members, are we finished with this municipality? Thank you very much. Let's give to Honorable Khwabane as chairperson just to highlight a few issues as well.
As they also submit that, they must also submit the plan on how are they going to reduce the cost of the usage of consultants, because I think they're standing at 7 million. The consultant reduction plan, so that we can then see that you are really working on capacity building internally. I think if there's nothing, honorable members, Majoro, we thank you for this. What we are going to do in terms of what you would have raised and what we have raised, we are going to make follow-up and have this type of a session so that we can see the progress report. I'm aware that also in your annual report, it did not include the report of the audit committee. We'll get hold of that audit committee report so that we are able to see what is it that they are raising and that you must attend to. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. It's Friday, and your road, most of the time, when it gets darker, the other population also wakes up and get into your road. So be careful as you move back. Thank you. And the mayor's eyes are too small, so he doesn't see the road well. Mohokare.
Should I do the
Yeah.
oaths?
Yeah.
It's nothing happening yet. We're finished.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. It's Friday evening. Majoro, you have the committee of public accounts and also the one of governance. On my left-hand side, I have Ndati Pretorius and Ndati Van Vieren seated next to him, and Ndati Makai next to me. They just went out, and we then have Ndati Klute, Mohokare, Ndati Foko, Mem Kabela, and Ndati Msimanga. We then also have a treasury, human rights, Salga, and Cogta. The Auditor General was also here, and the Public Service Commission. The Premier's office did not come all together today and they did not apologize. I don't know why. On the right-hand side, we then have the team from the legislature, the technical team from the legislature. This is who we are. Over to you, Honorable Mayor, to introduce your team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, honorable members. Chair, my name is Tebo Mochechepa, the Mayor of Mohokare Local Municipality. I'm with my seconded MM on the right, Ntate Mobedi Mohale, and on the left is Ntate Vincent Dabi, also seconded from Kokta, both of them. Perhaps in absentia is the Speaker of Mohokare. When we get here, I think by 3 o'clock, because we got the invite that will be presented by 2 o'clock, she indicated that she will be part of this meeting. The chair of MPEC, I can't get hold of her. We had DDM this morning, so they left early, including the officials to decide. I actually came later. So that's who we are, Chair. Thank you very much.
We received the apology of the speaker, I think by, I just wanted to verify, yes, or it's today. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, she sent us an apology that she's not going to be able to come. That's the only apology we have from the speaker. Speaker Councillor N.R. Ramati. Now, the committee, when the situation is like this, like other municipalities, I wouldn't want us to have a moment of silence alone so that we reflect on your situation, but to immediately give an order, which is a decision that is consistent with the decisions that we have taken with other municipalities. That you, all other stakeholders of the ecosystem of accountability are not here as we requested. That you cannot be able to engage with yourselves. We are going to send you away, but the committee is not happy with this kind of conduct where when the invitations are made, that people would not respect them and will have this kind of apologies that we get. So we will send you back, we'll tell you when to come back. But as you come back, we want everyone that we need, audit committee chair, the speaker, the chairperson of MPEC, and everyone else that you think is necessary to be part of this session. Corporate service, if you feel like, but we need those people that we have mentioned in the letter that we sent. And I'm sure the mayor will assist us too by extending invitation to all those individuals to ensure that the next time you appear in front of this committee, with having all those people, and there shouldn't be any apology. so that we are able to engage with the municipality. With that, Majoro, thank you. I know that you had an activity in the morning. You came rushing after the activity, you came rushing for this. But unfortunately, you had to wait for this message for so long. How many hours did you wait outside for this message? So we will tell you, Majoro. Thank you. Please go back to Ruvel and ensure that all the trucks in N6 are safe as they pass there. Thank you. There's no, unless you are inquiring.
Yes, Chair. Thanks. I'm not disputing, Chair, but I was saying maybe because we noted we've got your invitation very late.
No, that's why I was saying, Majoro, unless you are asking a question for clarity or not any input.
Yes, Chair. The question is basically your secretariat maybe to update their information, because the information was sent to the then mayor, then PA, the then speaker, and the then PA. Yes.
They get it from Cocta. It means that Cocta is the one that is misleading.
Yes, Chair, that is my input.
Yes.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair.
Thanks. We will try to make sure that we, yes. Maybe if you are generous enough, you can assist our secretariat with information of the relevant members. Yes. Thank you. Leave us in peace. Honorable members, we have these outstanding municipalities. I think we have two. Yes, and then the date that we have is the 4th. I think we can negotiate with Magic for that session of the 4th, so that we are able to make use of it. And then maybe after that session we can then check when are we going to, or maybe in between.
There's someone there. The MEC, previous MEC.
Oh.
He's here for.
To account. So that we can, just to check another slot again where we can have the moment of reflecting on the report before we then send it for consideration by the plenary. I don't know whether there's any other issue except the briefing that we must get from Merciful, which involves the public accounts trip to Maseru, the one of Sadcopec conference. Thank you and thank you and thank you. Me Koni, you can now atamela auto briefer the members.